How did you establish the flat surface?
around, because it's always going to say it's flat because you know the surface. I'm saying if you do, how do you
Your
establish a
body,
flat
man.
surface? I don't know, but we can know that we can make sure that we don't have to have a flat surface because we can just look at something like, all right, it's going up and down this huge hill or train track. It's definitely not flat.
So then, I guess I'll go back to that question too, right? So what if we did this in a pool of water in a pool of water, right? We were not going to be able to tell in a 10-foot by 10-foot pool of water if it's curved or flat, right? But if I go around in that, if I go around that, if I take the 3959 water and I fold it a bunch of times until it's just going in circles, is that any different?
Yeah, that
Going
would
in
be
a
different. Yeah,
One
like
thing.
if you had a pole in a pool, an Olympic pool, and you made it swim, or you just made the pole go back and forth, you would yield a result.
You would. You would, you said, or would not?
You would, yes.
Yeah, you would. Okay. So then, that's the result we want to get. So we want to find out, right? So we get a flat surface.
You would not get a flat surface.
No,
Don't ever bring that up again,
you can
okay?
use the surface of water. You can use the surface of water. Debatable on whether it's flat or not for these guys, but you can't get something that's actually flat. If you took a table and had it planed to be flat, get a machinist table, you know, perfectly flat, give or take, that's not going to work. You're always going to get a result of flat because we already know it's flat.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I don't want to beat up a dead horse because that's not the point of it. But yeah, you're establishing this flat object using these tools these leveling tools, and so I'm asking, I guess, more off. This is off the topic of the demonstration, I guess, but I'm asking then how in the world is anybody making anything flat? Because even flat would conform to the curvature of the Earth. So how would you ever be able to differentiate horizontal from level with what people are putting forth right now?
I guess it depends on
Sorry, what was the question?
how he's asking how things are established flat. How do you build a table flat? How do you build shit flat? But oftentimes things are built like a table. I think technically you're actually trying to build them level, right? Because like you do that test where you put like a ball on the top and see which way it goes or whatever.
If you go by the definition of flatness, which is like deviation, like a certain amount, I'd wager that the Earth is probably, this is gonna sound confusing, but the Earth is probably flatter than like a lot of tables. The amount that it deviates from a certain plane over a distance, which is what flatness is.
Yeah, I mean the Earth is not flat. I'm aware there's undulations everywhere. Yeah.
I know flatness in geology or flatness in like surveying. It means it's got a different definition than.
I mean, in like
Yeah, flat in surveying, flat means curved. And then I asked Rumpus, well, what happens if you have an actual flat spot? He said it was impossible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you guys. Yeah.
What's the definition you just said, Jim Burney?
it's like a deviation. Flatness is like a measurement of a deviation from a plane. Engineering, like you can have
Right, exactly. Yeah,
have
that's
a part made that it's got to conform to a plane, and then any amount of deviation to that is like a flatness tolerance.
yeah. This is how it's used in geology too, in surveying. So when they flatten something, like when the test when they wanted to see if Kansas was flatter than a pancake, they compared it. They compared it with the model of the Earth. No, they compared it with the ellipsoid is what they compared it to. But that was called flattening it, basically.
Coach.
Hey, what's up, Richard?
You know, when
Yeah,
hey, when you think of a flathead screwdriver, do you think of curved?
Yeah, I think of Curved Water. Yeah, the guy from Jim Panda server.
well, I mean,
Or how about like
even a flathead screwdriver is round. I mean, a flathead screw is definitely round. So the handle is definitely round.
what are you talking about? They're flat, dude.
It's got a flat slice down the middle of it. It's a circle.
Yeah. So it's flat. It's not curved. So when you think of a flathead like motor, you know, when like what is that part? The head.
Flat cylinder motor.
Yeah, flat cylinder. What do you think of? Do you think of it curved or flat?
That's what I'm saying. The things you keep giving examples of are like flattened cylinders, like a screw head, and then.
Well, last time I checked, like flat didn't mean curved.
No, I'm on board, but it sucks that you're using two round objects that have a flat thing on them.
So what other thing can we compare this to like why did we ever like use the word flat if we didn't want to like mean whatever we were trying to describe, but we said flat or level? Why
It's
did
funny
we
about
ever
this whole
misconstrue
conversation
anything?
about flat Earth is isn't it funny how there's so many things that people like things like this like that are just confusing on the face of it and just kind of give way for this whole entire flat Earth community to exist. Because like there's a bunch of shit like this where it's like you're right. Like it does. I mean, it's confusing that like what Jim Baroni said, the definition he said, the way that it's used compared with the way that it's used colloquially, it's like opposite almost.
Just like wrong, right? I heard that dude Charlie argue something wrong would be not wrong. It'd be actually just more like inaccurate, or even stretching the truth. And I mean, it's like why don't words mean what they mean anymore? Like, why do we? If we don't like the word, or we're not happy with its outcome, we kind of like hijack words and just turn them into whatever we want to mean.
Hey, Jeremy, you're hot micing like a bitch, Jeremy.
It's an abomination. I know.
I
All right,
know.
I'll go on
Well,
mute.
we do that with everything, right? I mean, we do that with gender. We do that with pretty much anything that goes against whatever our narrative is, or like our.
Maybe, yeah, but
Anybody that
there's easy
disagrees
tests
with
for
us.
like gender. Like somebody can die and I can definitely check their gender. Like there's an easy test to know somebody's gender.
Well, shoot, I don't even mean to take us down like any other road but what we're talking about. But I mean, I'm kind of just.
Do you think?
Highlighting how things can be, what's the word? Like double meaning, double entendre.
No, yeah,
Shit like that.
double meaning though, yeah. Hey, Richard, do you think that there's more flat earthers in English-speaking countries, or do you think it's sort of mixed evenly?
I think the English-speaking countries are more busy, but I wouldn't know because I don't go to like other countries, but like
the entire
like,
country.
I know
my work, nobody talks about it.
Yeah, they're all flat earthers in China.
Like,
I'm asking though is because
flat Earth.
no, that's not true. But the reason I'm asking is because I'm thinking about what I said a second ago about it being like a sort of the thing, like you said, how there's a lot of words that we have multiple meanings for, or multiple ways to understand a word. I wonder if, like I said, because it's so crazy how this one community has so many of those confusions or so many like the opportunities for confusion, because there is a lot of double meanings and a lot of
I agree with you, Coach. I think what you're pointing out is that it's amazing the contradictions in terms. Yeah.
Well, look at look at Peach Day. He'll take any word and he'll construct a conspiracy out of it. So it's the same thing with like anybody. It's the same thing with the Bible. You have 30,000 different sects of Christianity, but yet they all say they're right. So how did the telephone game get misconveyed? How did the message get scrambled? It should be one. It should be one message to where everybody believes the same thing.
That would be boring.
No, it'd be true. How can something be true if everybody's getting a different meaning out of it? It doesn't have anything to do with boring.
Yeah, human nature is interesting, and the reactions to things. So why are we not all getting the same meaning? Because then it would be I have to blame myself. I have to take responsibility. You don't want to take responsibility, therefore you got to change the meaning, or you have to change the this and that. Yeah.
Well, I don't even think it's that. I just think, hey, you're disagreeing with me, but this, I've made up my mind, and I'm going to rule people in my community with this, or with whatever. I mean, because usually, mostly, like churches are all about like a money grab, right? It's more like a business
Wrong.
than anything.
I would say wrong, but when you said right, I would say not right.
Well, then why do they accept money then?
Because you need money to deal with other people. That's our system. That's our barter system. I mean. Yeah.
Well, are you going to tell the Catholics not to collect all the relics that they have and all the wealth that they have? Are you going to tell them, hey man, that St. Peter's Cathedral?
Whatever you're building right
roll
now
it back.
Is irrelevant to the first statement that you made. You said you made the statement saying that
I'm not trying to argue with you, dude.
No, I know, but you made the
I
statement.
won't argue with you.
That's fine. You made the statement that all churches are just a money grab. That's and then backed it up by saying, well, don't they ask for money? So therefore, they're all money grabbers. I mean, that's silly.
Okay, so which one's correct? And I'll be the first one to sign it correct.
What were the options? How come the church?
Well, you got 30,000 different options, dude. How are you going to choose?
I don't know, ask God. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're going with all of it together, but staying on that one point, saying that it's a money grab because they're asking for money, because they're asking to work within the community and within the society that we've established through a system of barter and trade using this thing called currency. And then it's crazy, to say, well, look, money's evil.
Well,
money's evil because I need
to do anything with the currency doesn't have anything to do with the church, but you're defending all churches as we speak, but each individual church would not defend all Christian sects. They would only defend their sect. So being that you're defending them all, you're defending Catholics, you're defending Mormons,
yes,
you're
defending
Presbyterians.
Okay, well, you keep speaking for me while I don't defend myself. That's cool. You keep telling me who else am I defending?
Well, you're defending all of them.
Okay, so the only thing I defended was the idea that they should have their own separate sects, right, or whatever, right, and let the money speak for itself. Meaning, if people are donating to that church or to that establishment, then that's them saying that that's what I think is right. Yeah, so that's how they're going to get the that's how you're going to find out what is right. to where people put their money. And when you say, and the reason that people have money is because that's what they work for. That's what somebody else deemed their worth. Like, okay, you're worth this much per year. I pay you $80,000 per year. That's your worth. And that person with their money, their 80,000, says, well, this is what I think is worthy. And then when all the money goes to the one place and everybody starts donating to that one place, then that's the right answer. Yeah. Or that's what society has said is the right answer.
How can you deem the people what's right when they're looking for answers? That's why they're going to churches.
They have the option with their money to give it to what they think is right. Yeah.
So it's not truth then. What the people think isn't just or isn't correct.
What?
Because they don't know.
Where did you even get that from? They feel in their
You
in
just
their heart.
said that, dude. You just said
No.
It's whoever gives it's the people that give the money to the church, so it's the people that are correct because they're giving the money.
Yes, you said, why can't there be one truth? You said, why isn't there one right? I said, that would be boring. You gotta remember what we're talking about.
Well, last time I checked, I didn't see any of the names of all the different denominations. I haven't seen any of them in the book in the Bible.
Yeah. Then it seemed like you said, but you said, why can't there be one truth, right? And I said that would be boring, and then you said, well, it seems like the churches all have these different truths and they're out there for this money grab. Then I said, no, they're not out there for the money grab. They're out there asking the people, what do you think is truth? And the people say in return, well, I'm going to tell you that you're speaking to my heart here with my money because I want you to spread your message because I think it's true. And I want more people to be able to enjoy your message and of truth. And then that's how they grow. And you're saying it's something else. That it's the people not coming to an agreement on what's true. It's the opposite. That's what's happening. When you donate your money to a cause that you believe in, and then that cause grows and prospers. And the only way they can grow and prosper is by reaching more people, right? Who will also donate their $5 or whatever. And then that sector, that place gets bigger and bigger. That means more people are agreeing with it, becoming one truth.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, people can agree on like the Satan's church. Doesn't make it correct.
Sure. So do people all agree on the Satan's church? Is that what people are doing?
Yeah, a lot of people do, man. They're
that where all the money is?
A lot of people are doing it. So
you're making things up.
How am I making things up? There is a church that's the Satanic Church, and people give it.
And they're growing. They're growing out of control with tons of money.
And they're growing. Yeah. So every
Are you just saying that, or
every checklist that you have, the people deem it to be true because they believe it, and so check, and then they're giving their money and it's growing, check, and more people are doing it, so it must be true, right? Satan's church.
Yeah, so they'll have one truth. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, they'll have one truth. Yeah, if that were to be the case, but in reality, the case is that this Satan church that you made up is not growing. They're not getting massive donations. They're not like out there with billboards now saying, "Look, donate to Satan's church." But we can pretend that that's a real thing, but it's not.
How do you know? Do you have some sort of citation?
Yeah, I have.
Prove that they're not growing.
Yes. By every metric,
what sort of demographics are you collecting on that?
By every metric you just gave of growth, that it's not apparent in this Satan church that you just named.
So you're like, you have an eagle's eye on this.
So they're the right? You're telling me they're the hidden one. I got you. It's like this is the super hidden, but
no, I'm saying you
nobody knows about. But it's actually the truth. That everybody's donating to, but they don't know it. And you don't know it. Even I don't even know it. And I'm apparently donating to it because it's the truth. That's what you're saying. I guess.
You're a specialist in the Satan's church, and you know if it's growing or not. I didn't know that. Wow. How long have you? Are you like? Do you have a degree in the Satan's church?
Yeah, it's right up next to the imaginary billboard with the donations, and they're like, "Hey, donate to Satan." You know, we all see them now. Like, I mean, right? Don't you see them? I see them everywhere I go. They're like, hey, Satan's church, Satan loves you. You know, right? Like, this is a real thing we're talking about.
You guys are funny.
No, yeah, it is. They have a Bible and everything.
You're making it all up, man. It's silly. Yeah.
I'm not making it up, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody wrote a book and said, look, there's a place there, but there's no members. I don't know any members, never met a member, but this is a growing thing. And you're saying, yeah, look, I saw it on the internet. It's a book. They have their own book. I saw it. I don't see any members, never met a member, never saw a billboard,
You've
never
never
saw
heard
a
of the
sign, never
Satan
saw any proof
Bible?
of any followers, but I've heard of this thing called the Satan Bible, so it must be growing.
You've never heard of Anton LaVey?
So you're telling me one guy? You got one name?
No, his daddy
This
too.
growing thing?
I didn't.
And his dad? Okay. Just, it's not a good point. It's not, I don't want to beat you over the head with it, but it's just not a good point. It's just not.
No, your logic is flawed. I'm just using your logic on if,
Okay.
if a church is truth or not. People are giving them money.
Yeah. A truth. It wasn't about what is true or what is absolutely true. I said, ask God. I don't know what is absolutely true, right? But you said that why can't we have one truth that we all follow?
And you said it's boring.
I did say. I said that would be boring. You said no, it wouldn't.
That's only your opinion, though. So
right. That's only my opinion. Yeah, those are
we all
the
have
opinion
opinions.
parts. Yeah, those are the opinion parts. I agree that I think it would be boring. And you don't, right? But it might not be, like, you know, like some people who like are not like religious and right, because they for heaven would be boring. Like nobody does anything wrong. Like that would be boring. Like some people say that, you know.
What is heaven?
Whatever, like whatever they picture it to be. Like they say, oh, that would be boring if it's always good and nobody does anything exciting or angry. Nobody's ever passionate. You know, they say, oh, I don't want that.
Well, you're describing all these like human emotions that would be like associated with like chemicals and like human like bodily functions. But like I didn't know the spirit actually had those too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless you can like demonstrate this.
Yeah, I can only demonstrate what we have now, and that people will say things like, "Oh, yeah, that would be boring." Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That there will be two sides of it. That's all I'm saying. And some people on one side would say, "Yeah, you know, it would be boring," and I believe in God. And other people say, "Well, I don't believe in God because I think it would be boring." That's all I'm describing to you. Yeah, but yeah, there's not this.
Yeah, but the other emotions that you were talking about, those are associated with like chemicals and hormones and stuff like that. Only stuff that could be generated by a human body.
Yeah, right. Well, there's no.
I've never seen a rock demonstrate that it's upset or like angry or happy.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever point you're making is going over my head with the rock and stuff. But yeah, I mean that's just correlation, causation.
No, I'm just saying. When I asked you what is heaven, I just asked you what is heaven.
Yeah, that's all you asked. That's all you asked me. Very simply, I should be able to answer it. I know. What is heaven exactly?
Well, I mean, come on. I know you never been to heaven because if you've been to heaven, you would have had to have died, went there, then came back, and then you're telling me, you know, your experience in heaven. But
right, so then why ask me if you know, even if I went there I wouldn't remember, right? So
well, I just wanted to see if you try and tell me what it is, and you attempted to. But
yeah. So I gave a description of what people would say. They would describe heaven: perfect, right? Perfection, never any problems.
Those people went too, right? Those people went too, so they experienced it also. Or did somebody just tell them, and then those people that told them, they got told
somebody
by
told them.
Else,
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Somebody told them.
It's the telephone game again, right?
Well, not exact. I don't know what point you're going on. All I'm saying is that people would describe it as perfect, and that, you know, blah blah blah. And some people say, "Oh, that sounds great, perfect," and then some people say, "Oh, that sounds boring." That's all I'm saying. That some people would take it as boring, and some people would take it as great.
Perfect and boring, like I said, those are like those are constructs of like the human condition. But like I'm still, not only am I like
that's what I'm describing as human
challenge. Hold on, dude. Not only am I challenging heaven itself, but I'm also challenging heaven, attributing human emotions in heaven as well.
Yeah, I guess I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So, but yeah, so as far as like human emotions being attributed to chemical reactions, that's just correlation causation. Just because we see your blood pressure goes up when you're excited, it doesn't mean your blood is what makes you excited. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean that if a spirit, the supposed spirit that we've never scientifically identified, uh, we never attributed any like what's the word I'm looking for? Attributes to the spirit. Like for all we know, the spirit could work on a different basis if there was one. I wouldn't attribute human emotions because human emotions have chemicals associated with them, and chemicals are made by the human body.
It's just like
And
I said just a
once
second
you're
ago, just
dead,
because. Oh.
once you're dead, you no longer have a human body to associate chemicals with. So
But that's just like I said. That's just
no,
causation correlation. So it's like there's no absolute proof either that that's what causes emotions either, right? So like when my blood pressure goes up, they used to read and that was all they were able to read at that point. Well, that means you're excited. So does that mean that when you put blood inside of me, I get happy, right? So then they're like, oh no, there's more scans. We found other chemicals that this chemical in your brain also releases is released when you're happy. So that means that's the reason that, right. So quantum mechanics and the quantum way of thinking will just break it down to lower and lower and smaller reasons that these things are happening, and until you get to a level of just pure energy, then where did that come from? Like what's making that energy into matter into chemicals? So it's just what we know now, and we're attributing it to that.
it has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with quantum or the quantum level human
Yeah. Well, so
emotion
when
because
you break it down into smaller and
because
smaller
we
and smaller
have
pieces.
hold on real quick because we do have many experiments, we do have experiences plural of humans attributing chemicals associated with these human emotions, and
Yes.
we do
So
test the blood
if you give
at
me
the
blood, I will be happy. Apparently, yeah. I will be excited if you just give me blood because my
no,
blood
dude. Like
pressure goes up.
we can test somebody who had just been attacked. We can test their blood and find. And look, I looked into this a little bit, how they determined how adrenaline is made, and I don't know if you know me, but I disagree with DNA. I disagree with cells. I disagree with all of it, even hormones. Even vitamins. I don't believe in vitamins either. But they are associated with the human condition. I will say that.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not really disagreeing, but all I'm saying is we're limited to what we know now. Like we don't know what we don't know. And when we if when and or if we get to the next level of being able to look deeper into the blood cell and we find the next thing, then that's going to be the cause of human emotion. Until we get to a point where we can't look anymore and split that in two anymore and have it to be two halves of a whole, and then where are we going to be? We're going to say, well, that's the spirit, that's the soul.
Well, we do know because there is science like for like meditation, and this is like we can test like cortisol levels. We can test uh, many other different chemicals like prolactin, oxytocin. Um, what's that one? Endothelial relaxant factor. What's the other one? There's a bunch of chemicals that happen when you. So when you're in a calm state or like homeostasis, your body will produce certain chemicals.
Where
Now,
did it, I'm just
to the
asking,
opposite,
where do they get the chemicals from?
from your brain. From your brain is
And where did the
getting
brain get
signals
it?
that it's not under attack. So just like animals do this, like in nature,
I'm saying you're a little
Hold on.
tiny sperm cell, right?
No,
And then you
hold
turn into
on.
this
So
bigger thing.
let me
and this
finish.
bigger thing.
Just hear me out. So you're gonna like walk all over my idea?
No, I didn't know.
You could if you want. So say a lion is chasing a deer, right?
Anytime I want
So
to. Not
so
right now.
the deer reacts to the lion, right? And it's in its survival. It's in its survival instinct to run away. So at that time,
it's in its regular like behavior to be like, oh, I'm getting the hell out of here. But yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it has a fight or flight.
I don't know if it has a fight or flight. It has some kind of thought process, and it's like, oh, I'm not gonna get eaten. Like I just watched my brother get eaten. Yeah.
So in a split second, it can fire off in its brain certain chemicals to flood the body with blood, juice it up with like pain relieving chemicals, adrenaline, norepinephrine. All these certain chemicals aid in, say, if it was attacked, even DMT, a lot of things, a lot of chemicals to evade, being eaten alive. And then right after that, it will switch those off, and then it'll go back to homeostasis pretty quickly.
I'm just saying, all right, that's cool, but I'm saying, where is it getting all these chemicals from?
From the brain.
From the brain. So the brain is making the chemicals. Where's the brain pulling where is it pulling from to add chemicals into the body?
All the five senses. The brain's a sensory organ, dude.
I'm saying you're saying the brain is making. So is it is this a perpetual machine? The brain, it's making from nothing. Where's it getting the chemicals from?
It's not from nothing. No, it's not from nothing. Why would you think it's from nothing?
I'm asking you, where is it coming from? You're saying it's making these chemicals. Making them out of what?
Where like the actual chemicals that are being made in the endocrine system, certain glands.
Okay, and what made So like, what made this endocrine system? Right? And where did the chemicals come from to make that system? Are you saying that everything that makes the human body comes from within the human body?
Yeah, why would it not? Like you're saying, you need something androgynous to make these chemicals. Like, so you're saying you need to drink a potion or like a energy drink to get these effects before you can react to like certain things. No, dude, they're split second, lightning fast speed, instant, dude. When you need to react, boom. Like, have you ever dropped like something and you go to catch it instantly and you just move like just a little bit faster and you get that little shocked feeling? Like, okay, say if a baby fell, dude, you would switch on your reaction time would increase.
I actually I have dropped
it happens
before.
that fast.
Yeah.
Tell me you caught it, dude.
Huh?
Did you catch the baby?
Well, it's actually funny. I dropped the baby. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I dropped the baby, right? And like,
hey, dude. Hey, real quick. Have you ever seen those like super dad?
No.
My Bluetooth just. Sorry, bro.
No problem. No, I didn't see Super Dad, but like.
Let me switch on my speaker.
Like, I don't. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Like, I don't even like holding the babies anymore, right? And like sometimes my friends know that I don't like holding the babies, right? And sometimes they'll still ask me. They see me drop the baby, right? And sometimes they'll still ask me. They'll say, hey, I got to go do something real quick. Will you hold the baby? And I won't lie to them. I'll tell them. I say, yeah, I'll hold the baby for a little while, and then I'll just drop it. Right? One time.
You know what, dude? I get you, dude, because babies are too much responsibility, dude. I mean, gosh, I've had babies. I mean, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One time I dropped the baby, right? This one time, And and it's like kind of fun sometimes. You want to see like if you can pick it up real fast before anybody notices, right? So one time I dropped this baby, right? And I went and I got it. I went and got the baby before anybody could realize. I picked that baby up so fast. I had to go down 3 flights of stairs. Came right back up. Nobody even noticed.
Yeah, dude, and man, babies are resilient, bro. Like I mean, they're like what's the word? Battle bots, dude.
Yeah, they don't react very fast. I was actually going to say they don't have that quick reaction. Like you'll hit a baby on the head, like boop, like just on the nose, just playing with them, and it'll be like 3 seconds. I'll be like, oh, something just hit me in my face. It's like, yeah,
Yeah, they are pretty slow. I think maybe that's all development, right? I mean, geez. But I was gonna get back to like so there's these videos of dads catching babies falling and doing some miraculous like saving the day videos. You should check them out, dude, on
oh
YouTube.
yeah,
There's a
no,
bunch of them.
I have seen a couple of them, like where the dad will like be like doing something to this one kid, and then he catches the one kid like just by his sock coming off the slide where he was gonna fall into like a pit. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen some of those.
Yeah,
Like, yeah,
those
yeah,
are pretty cool, man.
yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like these chemicals and stuff, they happen, split second. They're produced in the body. They're not made any other way, but and they're ready like at the drop of a hat, which is fascinating, right? Because you don't have to like. Have you seen that movie Inside Out? It's a
No,
pretty cool movie, right?
I haven't seen it.
The concept of all these different personalities living in somebody's head. So some are chosen, and then some are just autonomous, right? Like when it comes to like the hormones and stuff, uh, they're like reactionary. And then they're there for our usage, they're on standby. It's not like we need to like notify them or get a some sort of uh, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, they may appear instantaneous. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, they might appear instantaneous. Yeah. That's just us not being able to quantify the time something is done within. Yeah. Well, I think I lost you again. I'm gonna go eat something. I'll talk to you later. Actually, you know what? Who's here? Hammer's here. Hammer, you there? Before I leave? Probably fucking eating that pizza I got for him.
What's up, Chief? Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
What's up? So when I come back on, maybe Jeremy will be back on. But I was telling him that idea that you came up with getting the pole, putting it on a on a car, driving a circle, and he realized he wants to put it into action. Kosho said that it seems pretty good, but you can't put it on. They're saying you cannot put it on a flat surface because you won't get a reading. I have an issue with that. I don't see the problem, but they are saying that your demonstration should not be done on a level surface. I don't get it, but
It's
it's kind of the
Yeah,
interesting.
like
opposite.
I didn't mean to change the whole subject, but like let's stick to that one, right? Because that's kind of interesting.
I thought it was a
I
cool
kind of
thing. But, yeah.
lost a bit of it. Go ahead and you know.
No, I was going to cut out. I just wanted to I didn't see him here earlier when Jeremy and Kosha were going over his demonstration, but I just wanted to let him know that they
Oh,
were. Yeah.
you're gonna take off or what?
Yeah, I'm going to take off. I'm going to go eat. So,
Right on, man.
all right, bro.
Later. Well, Coach, it's just you and me, dude. Maybe not.
I'm in here too. I'm just working, listening to you guys. So what's the subject? Did he leave? No, he did.
Yeah, he pieced out.
What was it?
I said, yeah, he left.
Ah. So what was you guys talking about?
I don't really know what they were talking about, to be honest with
Yeah, all I heard was like dropping baby shit and third floor, and I'm like, okay.
I didn't catch all that. Maybe it was me.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a quiet night. Let's go. Since there's no combos, I'll go ahead and head out and listen to some YouTube.
Later.
Laters, man. Take care.
This is it, Kosho.
What's it?
This is it. I mean, what are we doing here?
What does that mean?
Why are you here with us?
Huh?
Why are you here with us? I'm just wondering.
I mean, I'm making a cat toy right now.
You're still making a cat toy?
Yeah, it's taking me a while.
Make a cat toy.
Yeah, it involves magnets and
I love magnets.
pendulums and lasers. Yeah.
Are you making a cat toy or checking to see if the Earth's flat?
Making a cat toy.
Magnets, pendulums, lasers. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, they're very versatile tools, man. Very versatile tools, dude. Anyway, dude, that test that No Tank said it's not viable.
Why? If we can measure to within from LA to New York within a millimeter, right? Why can't we measure how far this thing is gone?
I went over that with you, man.
Because you're not fucking measuring from New York to LA. Yeah, no shit. We went over it.
Dude, let me just
That was a trick
remind you.
question. The answer was we're not actually measuring from New York to LA. We're just calculating it. That was the correct answer.
Let me remind you that measurements include calculations. Okay?
Yes, but there is no measurement there, so to speak of. There's just a calculation.
Yeah, the positions are being measured.
2 positions. Okay, now how do we measure the distance in between them? You don't measure it, you calculate it.
No, the positions are okay. So,
Dude, when you say the positions are measured, what does that even mean, bro? That doesn't mean anything.
it means that
It doesn't mean anything.
we've established a coordinate system. That coordinate system is going to be called GPS. Okay, and we're going to use we're gonna call that we're gonna call it GPS coordinate system. Great. Okay. Now we're going to combine that coordinate system with an Earth center, Earth fixed. Meaning we're going to put Earth as the center of mass. Okay, and then we're going to look at those XYZs. So now we have XYZ positions that we've measured using GPS, and we're just going to convert that to longitude and latitude, or convert that to spherical coordinates. And we're going to use the radius of the Earth for our location. You're right. So yeah, so we then do that.
I'm right. There's no measurement. I'm right. I know.
No, yeah, we convert them to spherical. Now that we convert to spherical coordinates, we can utilize something called the Haversine function. The Haversine function will tell you the distance between any 2 positions on the surface of a sphere. Okay, so all you have to do is measure those positions, which we've already established we did. Just measure those positions and convert them to spherical coordinates. Use the Haversine function. That way, you can have you can describe the distance between those 2 locations, and you can call that a measurement. Sure.
No, you can't call that a measurement. That's fucking nonsense.
I mean, I've been through it so many times, but every measurement includes a calculation. It's just the truth.
Okay, if I put a measuring tape up to a 2x4, and I look at it and it says 8 feet. 8 feet.
Yep.
Did I have to calculate anything, or did I
Yes.
just look at the number and see how long it was?
Yes, you did.
Okay, what did I calculate?
You had to multiply the number of units on your measuring stick with you had to multiply the number of units by the unit. So you can say
I didn't have to do any math. Hold on, I didn't have to do any math. It said 8 feet.
Yeah, but it
I
only
didn't do
says 8
anything. I
feet.
looked at it. It said 8 feet. No
It only says 8
calculation.
feet
No
because you've
math.
already counted up the units.
Okay, no, but I didn't. But in this measurement, I'm not calculating anything. I'm just looking at the thing. It says it's 8 feet. We have a measurement of 8 feet. No calculations, no math. Bada bing, bada boom.
That's what you think, but you're forgetting that that measurement was made before. I mean, that calculation was made earlier by the person who made that who made that meter stick, or that ruler.
Yeah, so somebody did a calculation to figure out how long a meter was. Okay, and then we put. Okay, it doesn't have to be a meter stick. It could be a piece of string.
Okay.
I could say, look, I take my 2x4, I put a piece of string up to it. This string is this long. We can measure in inches, meters, however you want to measure, whatever units you want to use to measure stuff in. We can just add that up and see how long the string is.
Okay. Yeah, that's a measurement. That's a calculation. You said
Yeah,
that
dude.
I have one unit. My unit is the length of the string,
Yep.
and I have one of them. So 1 times this unit. That's all on this 2x4 is. It's the size of the string.
Bro, if you put a tape measure up to a 2x4 and you see it's 8 feet long, there's no calculations. There's no math. You just look. You see it's 8 feet. You write down 8 feet.
Like intrinsically, it's already in there, and it's not. It makes somebody look retarded for having to justify it. But the truth is, you are making a calculation. It's just not.
You're not calculating
apparent.
anything.
It's not apparent, but yes, you are.
You're not calculating anything. You look, it says 8 feet. I know my 2x4 is 8 feet. No calculations, no math. I didn't have to add, subtract, do anything. Because we're just going by how many feet we have. We know how long 8 feet is. We put this number up to the thing. It says 8 feet. Perfect. Boom. Measurement made. Putting a stick with the increments on it of millimeters, centimeters, inches, whatever. Putting that stick next to the thing that we're trying to measure, and then seeing how long it is. That's not a calculation, dude. That's a measurement. It's a direct measurement.
Would you call it counting? Like if you had to count something?
You don't have to count. You look
I
at the
do.
stick. The 2x4 lines up with the 8 feet, the 8 foot mark.
Well, when you make the measuring tape, you have to count. Yes.
Sure, people counted to make measuring tapes. Yeah, woo.
That's right. And all you're doing is
That's
reusing
profound.
that
Let me
calculation. You're just
I'm calling my
reusing
wife
the
right now to
calculation.
let her know.
Yeah, well, don't call her yet.
I'm calling her right
Give
now.
it
Let me
5
know when you're
minutes,
done,
man.
and I'm calling her up, and then I'm gonna let her know how profound this is.
Give it 5 minutes and then give her a call.
Okay.
No, but for real, dude. Yeah, I mean, if you can't counting, it's like I said, pedantically. I mean, it's if you're being annoying
This is
about
stupid, bro. This is stupid.
it is
annoying.
stupid. But I have news
You're
for you,
not
dude.
doing. You're not doing a calculation. You look at your mark on the measuring tape. You see it's 8 feet. Yes, somebody counted up and added all the inches up, and had to add up how much inches were in 8 feet. Sure.
Let me ask you a question. If you are measuring the perimeter of your house using a tape measure, you're at your house, you're using a tape measure, and it's a fucking long one that bends and everything. It's so long that you can measure the whole thing with one thing. Like you don't have to do multiple.
One tape, one roll of tape.
One tape. You're going all the way around your house. Is that a calculation?
No, because you would just start it at one spot and then bring the tape all the way around to where you started and be like, oh, look, it's 184 feet. I don't know. I just made that up, but
okay.
Whatever. It's
500
feet. 500 feet around the house. Great. Boom. Done. No measurement, no calculations, no formulas, nothing. Just 500 feet. You don't need to do any math, nothing.
500?
Whatever. However many feet it is. Whatever the number is. Yeah.
Let's make it 400.
Why? Who cares?
Because you'll see why.
Okay, it's 400.
400 feet. Okay. Now it's 400 feet.
Everything.
Now you put that into the side, and you have a tile because your house is a perfect rectangle or a perfect square. And you have a tile, and it's a square, 1 square foot tile, and you measure the fucking square footage of the inside of your house.
Let's ask Charlie. Hold on.
And you use this tile, right?
Let's ask Charlie what he thinks. Charlie, if I put a tape measure, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Pay attention. I put a tape measure. I have a 2x4.
Screw me, Charlie.
I have a 2x4. I put a tape measure up to the 2x4. It reads. I can clearly see that 2x4 is 8 feet long. Right. I don't have to do any math. No calculations. Right.
Okay, you measure the 2x4. It's 8 feet long. Okay.
Yeah. Is there any math or calculations I had to do, or did I just measure it without having to do any math or calculations?
I mean, you observed it to be 8 feet long, plus or minus whatever the uncertainty is in the tape measure, right?
Whatever.
You don't have to do any math.
No math, no calculations. That's what I thought. He's
framing the question wrong, so it's fine.
Kosha, would you like to ask me your version of that question?
Right, I'll ask you the overarching question, which is, do measurements include calculations?
Sometimes, yeah. Absolutely. Jeremy, you're breaking up. You're roboting.
he's gonna ask, if he's smart, he's gonna ask you, what's the example of the measurement that doesn't include a calculation?
That does include calculation?
That does not include it.
A measurement that does not include calculation, it would be something like what Jeremy just presented, right? But if I'm doing, for example, a unit conversion,
No,
that would absolutely involve a unit conversion calculation.
Mike check. Can you guys hear me now?
Charlie agreed
Yeah.
with you, dude.
Yeah, I know. I told you he fucked you. You don't have to do a calculation or math or anything. You look up. You look at the 2x4. You look at your tape. It's 8 feet. Boom, it's 8 feet. No math, nothing, no formulas, no calculations, none of your goofy bullshit. Just a straight up direct measurement.
Okay, so let's go out to your house, dude, with a tile, the square tile.
Charlie
You're
agreed.
measuring-
You
okay,
lost
yeah,
it.
right, he agreed with you. Now you're measuring the floor of your house, and you're using that tile. Okay,
You're the man, Charlie.
that's great, dude. He agrees with you. We've established that your house was 400 feet perimeter, so let's assume that each side was equal, and that means that it was 100 on each side. So that means that there should be 1,000 square feet on the inside. Okay, but you measure this using that one tile. Okay, you just take that tile, move it side by side, by side by side. Are you doing a calculation in that case?
You're asking me or Jeremy?
I don't care.
Jeremy.
I don't care. Charlie doesn't care either.
Yeah, Jeremy's not
already
going to
gave you your
care
measurement.
because you already agreed
We
with
already
him. So
gave you
he's
your
got the
measurement with
V.
no calculation.
Kusha, would you like? Clearly, you disagree with what I said. So, would you like to convince me otherwise?
Yeah, but I mean, when I really think about it, I'm half disagreeing because
Wrong. You're half wrong. And
Yeah,
the other
because,
half wrong.
because of an argument I've had with Jeremy for a long time. They have a problem they have a problem with when like measurements are taken and they include
There is no measurement.
Yeah.
Well, let me hear what he has to say. I'm curious.
Like for instance,
I'm curious because I consider Coach to be a smart person, right? So I'm curious to why he would think otherwise.
What's up, Jeremy? No, so we're talking about like the distance from New York to LA. Let's say you got that distance using GPS to get exact positions in each location, and then putting that in the surface of the sphere, Earth, and then taking the Haversine function. And
the what function? Sorry,
the Haversine function. It's the distance on a sphere between two points of the sphere. If you were to have done this, I was claiming that you measured those positions using GPS, and you calculated the distance using the Haversine function.
Mm-hmm.
That is a method to measure the distance between New York and LA.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
So what now, Jeremy?
I do consider that a measurement that takes calculations. I don't think that.
Where's the measurement? Hold on. Point out to me where the measurement is and all that.
Reading off what a GPS is stating your position is a measurement.
So does the GPS know how far you are away from the thing?
No, GPS finds out where you are by trilateration. Did I pronounce that right?
GPS knows where you are. GPS knows where New York is. GPS knows where LA is. Where's the measurement coming?
No. GPS doesn't know where New York or LA is. GPS knows.
Well, that doesn't help.
GPS knows where the measurement device is, just like how a thermostat knows the temperature. It doesn't know where it is, or the temperature of what it is taking.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But in this case, the GPS doesn't know the temperature or the distance or anything. What does the GPS know?
What the GPS measuring is position. It doesn't measure distances. It measures positions.
Okay, position. So it knows where New York is. Right?
No. I mean, it has no knowledge of New York or LA, right? It just knows
where the position of New York is, right?
Well, you take the GPS device to where you call New York, right? And it'll tell you the GPS position.
Okay, so the GPS now knows where New York is. Holy shit, it's like pulling teeth, bro. The GPS knows where New York is, right?
I know what you're trying to say, but I guess I accept your.
I go to New York with
Sure.
the GPS. Now I say, okay, this is where New York is. The GPS, does it now know where that's where New York is, or?
I mean, the GPS doesn't know anything. It's just a measurement device.
Okay.
Why are you getting so frustrated, Jeremy? Like, I hope you know that I'm not trying to.
I know, but this isn't the first time I've had this conversation. There's no measurement. Listen, here's what we're trying to do, Charlie. Somebody had an idea that if we took if you travel from New York to LA and you're on the surface of the sphere, you will have one distance, right? But then if you travel 5 meters above that distance, you'll have a longer distance, right? Because you traveled a longer arc length.
Is that true?
That is true, yes. Okay, never mind. You're not going to get the... I'll tell you anyways.
Hold on, just give me 10 seconds to think about it. Hold on, just...
Okay, go ahead, take your time.
I know that it's true if you're on a flat, because you make a triangle. Do you have an arc? Is that necessarily true as well? I guess it should be. Sure, I'm willing to give you that.
Okay, it's true. You're gonna have to just trust me on this one. It's true.
Okay.
If you go over the surface of a sphere, on the surface, you'll have one distance, and then if you go above from the same point to the same point, from those 2 points, but you go a higher in elevation above the surface, it'll be a longer.
It's 2 arcs,
distance,
right?
yeah.
It's 2 arcs, and
2 arcs. One of them's
right above the other.
Yeah, one of them's going to be a longer distance, obviously.
Sure.
Because they had to travel a bigger segment of the circle to get from the 2 points. Someone had an idea to take like a train, like a little toy train or something, on a track, and just have it go around in a circle, right? And within a bedroom or a basement or something, 10, 20 feet. But you have it do thousands of laps over the course of months, let's say.
Okay.
But you have a measuring device on the top of the train and another measuring device on the bottom of the train. Right? So now you see over the course of, you start it up and then 3 months later you come back and you see how far the top has traveled and how far the bottom has traveled. And on a globe, those differences should be different, but on a flat Earth, they would be the same.
No.
Why not?
Okay, can you? I don't see how the experiment translated to a basement. Could you walk me through the setup again? So you have a basement, right? You set up a train.
Yeah, we're in a basement. We got a train car track. As long as it's not on a flat surface, it's going to be traveling around this arc length. Even if you have it go up hills, whatever, it doesn't even have to be level.
Hold on.
You wouldn't even be able to tell level from.
Hold on. Assume that my basement is flat. Okay.
You can't do this on a flat surface. It won't work on a flat surface.
I know, but assume that it is. What
then
shape?
Then you have the train go up a hill or something on purpose. You don't let it travel on a flat surface because it won't work on a flat surface.
I know that it won't work. I'm trying to build in my mind what shape the track you're trying to build is, right? So assume my basement is flat for a second.
Okay.
And then we'll undo that. So what shape is what is the shape of the track for the train in my basement?
I mean, it could be like circular in shape, but have little parts where it goes out a little bit, and sometimes it goes up a little hill and down a little hill, shit like that.
I mean, I feel like I need to see it.
Like picture like a paintball splat, and have the train just go around the edge of that, but have it go up and down little hills too.
Like vertically?
Yeah, vertically up and down hills. Yeah, no, horizontally up and down.
So the top down shape is so the top down shape is a circle, but the sideways view goes up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a circle. Just anything that completes a circuit,
right?
As long as it's not flat.
And you're saying if it's on a sphere, the top section should travel more than the bottom section.
Because it's traveling over a bigger arc segment than the bottom. Yes, the top is traveling farther than the bottom.
The top is traveling further.
Yeah, because it's gone over an arc segment.
I mean, equivalently, let's say you have a straight geodesic track across over the entire sphere. Then the top segment would have to travel a longer distance.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that translate?
But even if you did a circle, picture you have a basketball. We're going to translate it for you right now. Picture you have a basketball. And you do a circle, you have a pencil. You keep a pencil plumb to the basketball, and you travel around it in just a small circle on the top of it.
Right.
Is the top going to travel a farther distance than the bottom?
Yes.
Yes, that's the idea here with this toy train.
Right. Okay. I see your point. Yes, it should. It should.
Yes. So I was saying, well, how do we measure it? Because people are saying, well, the error bar wouldn't be high enough compared to what you would get. And I'm like, but we can measure from LA to New York within a centimeter or something. So I'm like, that's like 4,000 kilometers, 1 centimeter. The error bar would have been plenty within would have been plenty to do. But now they're telling me they can't measure this train because their new LA to New York thing isn't even a fucking measurement. It's just a calculation. There's no measurement there.
The problem that I see here, right? Well, you couldn't do it in a basement because basements, even though they're built on a spherical Earth, the basement itself is built flat.
That's why you don't let the train go on the basement floor in a circle. You have it go up and down a hill in a circuit.
It has to be a long enough distance, though. I wouldn't even know what that distance would be.
Yeah, but we're not going to just go
or
around
you could have a very tall train, right? So it's at the bottom.
We're not going to go around the track, Charlie. We're not going to go around the track just once, right? We're going to go around the track like 100,000 times over the course of months.
I get your point. You're gonna let the error build up, right? The difference between the top track, the top distance and the bottom distance.
Yeah, but there's no way to measure it. But there's no way to measure it now, though, because they're saying we can't measure that because the error margin would be too high or something. Even though they can measure from LA to New York within a centimeter or something.
I don't know. That's actually a pretty good. Like the I don't know why I haven't thought about this. That the top section should travel further than the bottom section.
Good idea,
but how do you measure it though?
The more I thought about it, the best way to do something like this would be either in the air or water. You had like a GPS craft surface, like a stick straight, and then GPS below it in water or air. But you do it on the ground, it's going to be difficult to for a couple.
So
you can't do it on a level or a flat surface. You can't do it on a level or a flat surface because in the distance we're going to do it in, the circle we're going to make or whatever, the circuit, it's not going to be big enough to tell what you can't even differentiate flat from your curving level bullshit that you say is happening. So you don't want it flat or level. You want to make a crazy shape up and down hills and shit. Make sure it's not flat at all. No chance of it because if you do it on a flat surface, you're going to get the same distance every time.
I feel like this experiment would be easier. I feel like this experiment would be easier if instead you took like a plane and you built some sort of device that could have like a rangefinder perfectly perpendicular to the ground, and you could integrate the wind speed. I mean, I guess that wouldn't be good enough.
Dude, I've already tried planes. They can't do jack shit with planes. They're all over the place. They could be 400 miles off using Kosho's math.
This is a pretty good idea, actually.
How do you measure it, Charlie?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm actually thinking about it.
Use your big Charlie brain, and how do we measure this track's going to go around in this circuit 100,000 times? How do we measure the distance? It has to be super accurate, bro. Super duper accurate. Like, it can't be off even a little. It needs to be spot on.
I think the main problem with trying to do this on a small scale is that how do you know your track isn't actually flat? And I thought about this idea of having it go up and down hills, but I don't think that actually helps. Like if I think about it geometrically, as a train starts to curve up a little bit, the top is going a little less distance, right? The radius is bigger at the bottom of that curve. And then as it tops out on the top of the hill, the opposite happens. I think it actually equals out. I'd have to do some, I know this is a bad word here, but calculations.
I don't think so. I think if you go over large enough distances, all of that should average out to 0.
We're only doing it in a basement, though. This is going to be like a 10-foot diameter of the circuit it's on. So
You can't do it in a basement. Like in an area that's small, everything is locally flat, right? You're locally on a plane.
no, we're gonna go up and down a hill.
What is it? It's not gonna.
You're gonna go up and down a hill. Why does that matter? Does that
Yeah,
matter?
I don't think that geometrically helps. Like if it's on a flat surface but you have some hills, I don't think that really helps. Plus the small scale, just you end up with you're magnifying your errors basically by going over the same track over and over and over. It's much better to do on a more realistic physical level on the Earth scale, right? Because then you're actually closer to measuring the Earth's surface instead of doing a calculation to extrapolate and magnifying errors.
Dude, I was thinking about it. If you use a balloon, you can increase your distance to the top and bottom. Like you could have a quarter-mile fishing line, or
Yep.
half-mile, who knows? And then have a GPS on the top and the bottom, and then somehow keep a balloon afloat for. The only problem is the balloon's not going to be going fast and travel far enough.
You have to walk
put
it
up there.
somehow.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
No, because the balloon will be wavering all over the place like your airplane corridor. You'd end up being 400 miles off.
Yeah, but what'll be consistent will be the height difference. So whatever distance travels top, distance the distance to the bottom.
But how do you measure? How do you measure the distance traveled by the balloon itself, though?
Well, you'd have a GPS with both.
Oh, I see. But I mean,
Does GPS, if GPS tells us the distance something's traveled, we can just put a GPS at the bottom of the train and a GPS at the top of the train.
But that's not what GPS tells you.
Exactly.
GPS gives you a position.
It'll give you the
Kosho
position,
said
but it'll give it
exactly,
to
and
you.
you said no. That's not what GPS gives you. Which
Well,
one
no,
is it?
it'll give you XYZ position. Translate that to a spherical position, and that spherical position include the outside.
Yeah, but you can't do that on a train that loops.
Oh yeah,
That's just you don't get information from that. But I mean, I would assume that he wouldn't trust GPS anyway, right? So I wouldn't think you could use GPS.
If it gave us accurate distances, and we could put one on the top and the bottom, and then see, sure, let's do it. But from what I'm hearing, it's not giving us distance.
I mean, GPS doesn't give you distance; it gives you position. I don't know why you keep harping on this.
So that doesn't help us then, because we need to measure distance, right?
I mean, you can measure distance using a series of measurements of position.
Okay, bro, Charlie, use your head. How do we measure this train going around in a circle 100,000 times?
Oh, I don't think the train version is feasible, but I do think you're onto something.
We're onto something.
Yeah, I don't think the train version is feasible though. The aspects that you have to exaggerate in order to get something measurable are the bottom and top of the quote unquote train, which is why I'm thinking about using a high altitude balloon. And you also have to exaggerate the actual arc distance traveled. Not just, and I don't mean like circuit distance. I mean like difference between starting point and ending point.
What do you mean?
You want to be able to exercise as much of the curvature as possible, and you don't really do that in a loop.
Yeah, I hear you. But there would have to be some curvature there, and if you go far enough over the said curvature, there should be a difference. We just need to figure out how to measure it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Accurately measuring that outside of the error that's going to have, I think, is just totally infeasible.
Can we drive around in a car and take the distance from the top of the car to the bottom of the car?
I don't think so. I think the distance of the bottom and top of the car is too small compared to the radius.
What if we drive back and forth across the country 10 times?
So I agree with you that the difference between the path of the top of the car traveled and the bottom of the car traveled accumulates. That's not the issue. The issue is detecting even a small delta for any error to accumulate. And I wouldn't even know how to... You know what you could do?
What can we do, Charlie?
you know what you could do. Here's what you could do. If you have a GPS sensitive enough, what's the resolution of GPS? How fine grained are GPS?
Kosho, you're up.
I thought some good receivers are down to like a meter or something, aren't they?
Really?
You know
Okay.
what? Coffee's got it, Kosho. Don't even worry.
Well, no, you can get sub-centimeter accuracy if you
Sub-centimeter?
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, you can get really fine.
Excellent. Excellent. So here's what you could do.
There's a caveat though. You have to have a base station, and so if you were using a traveling craft, you'd have to have a bunch of data for that. You have to have a base station. They're about 25 miles apart.
Can you fit in a bus? Oh wait, you have to base station. What is the finest resolution for something that you can attach to a car?
What if you do circles around the base station, Kosho? What if we do circles around the base station?
This idea of circles is not going to work.
Forget about the circle. The point of the base station is that it's a fixed location. So generally, if you're in a spot, if you're not traveling across the country, same base station, and then use the data from the device, then combine that and get the sub-centimeter accuracy. You can do that, and you can do that long distance. Get data from a bunch of different.
Wait! I didn't hear you. Is this portable? I need something portable.
Yeah, it's portable, but like I said, it just involves a lot of
setup.
Yeah.
So here's what you could do, Jeremy. You could get one of these sub-centimeter GPS trackers. Get a really tall car, as tall as you can. The taller, the better.
Double-decker bus shit. Go ahead.
Yeah. Put one at the bottom of your car.
Okay.
Put one at the top of your car.
Okay.
Okay. Then you have the GPS sample as frequently as possible. So preferably, I don't know, the highest sampling rate that you can to get from GPS. I wouldn't know what that is. Certainly is in the order of tens per second, surely, maybe even higher. Then drive a lot. And I don't
Back
think
and forth across the country 5 times, 10 times.
It probably is more in the order of like hundreds of times.
Well, we did the math earlier. We did the math earlier, and something that's a 5 meter difference from the surface up. So you're at the surface, and then you've got something that's 5 meters above the surface.
Mm-hmm.
The difference on that for doing one circumference around there, 40,000 kilometers, would be in the likes of 60 meters.
Okay.
So there would be a 60 meter difference if you just did 40,000 miles, 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, then in theory, you should be able to trace out the arc of your bottom GPS and the arc of your top GPS and detect a difference that way.
So if we go back and forth 10 times across America, we should be close to 40,000 kilometers. And boom. There would either be a 60 meter difference or they would have traveled the same distance.
Unless the US is weirdly shaped and it more or less conforms to a spherical shape as much as possible, then yeah, I think you're right.
What?
Kosho, do you find a problem with any of this?
Well, yeah, like I said, when I was thinking about that truck thing, the issue is, so like I was saying, with differential GPS, what's done is you have your rover, so it could be your cell phone, for example, and then you combine that with data from the base station, which you can post-process. You can process in real time too, but let's say you're post-processing, and it basically takes both sets of data and makes corrections, and then gives you the sub-centimeter accuracy. But the problem is if you are traveling and doing this, then you'll have to communicate. You'll have to collect data from different base stations as you're traveling, and I'm going to assume that the level of correction is going to be different for each of those base stations, especially you're moving nearer and further from them. So you'd have to use you'd have to use whatever the worst case correction was. Like, let's say your worst case correction was like 5 centimeters or something like that. You'd have to use that for the resolution of the whole trip.
Wouldn't it be just easier to get? I mean, I don't know if GPS works on planes. Probably not, right? Or I don't know if you can purchase something that would work on a plane that you can carry with you. Because you could just take a flight, have your GPS report data to you from when you go into airport A to airport B over the air, and then just have a buddy do the same thing on the ground.
The problem is neither of those are straight paths.
Right. I guess you could make it a straight. Yeah. I mean, it really isn't straight at all.
Why not just simplify this to taking measurements on the ground and at height directly above you at two different distant points? It seems like that's what we're trying to approximate by measuring the travel distance, but we can just measure 2 points, and the line up high on a globe should be further than the line on the ground on a
Exactly.
globe. Even though we're not measuring across an arc, we're still measuring across like a chord of a circle, basically.
Yeah, but this has been a project I've been working on for a while with using GPS. But once you have the differential GPS, there's actually a lot of tests you can do, and that was one of the tests. Was like to use two buildings and two close enough cities, and take the bottom and top, at the same altitude, and compare the difference in distance over 60 miles or something like that, and you'll get a obviously a positive difference.
I mean, I thought nobody. I didn't think anybody of the flat earthers subscribed to GPS working though, or rather, they think it's all like fake data, right? That just happens.
Or they think
Cell
of it as
phone
soon as the
towers.
geoid.
Yeah, cell phone towers, not satellites.
Yeah, but the problem is that unless they're being honest, they admit that GPS works and it works to give them positions where they are. But yeah, just like Extremis says, they're coming from cell phone towers and this and that. But the problem is, we're not worried about where they are or that they're in satellites. All we're worried about is that they're giving us our positions. And so for, by that metric, that they should be fine with it, but they still
right. They still agree. They still agree that it works, right? Not the mechanism by which they work.
Right. So we don't have to agree to the mechanism. That's not important. What's important is that it's giving us the exact positions, and we should be able to use that for these sorts of tests.
But Jeremy doesn't let it work because it's subject to refraction.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Jeremy, are you here? Jeremy?
Gang, bitch. What's up?
So wait. So do you subscribe to GPS?
Hold on. What's
Working
up?
accurately? Do you subscribe to GPS working accurately?
Hold on, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Working. But yeah. Ask him about that, and then ask him about the refraction thing.
My question to you is: do you subscribe to GPS working accurately?
I think he left the computer.
It's subject to refraction.
There you go.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Exactly what it sounds like. Do you not know GPS is subject to refraction?
Of course, I know that GPS is subject to refraction, right? But you didn't answer my question. I mean, my vision is subject to refraction, right? That doesn't mean my vision doesn't work.
No, that's exactly what it means. Yeah, your vision doesn't work.
Okay.
You don't know if you're seeing things higher or lower than where they are. You have no idea because refraction.
So does GPS work or not?
Does it work?
I mean, you're asking us to devise this experiment using GPS trackers, but if you don't trust the GPS trackers, why would you trust the outcome of the experiment?
I mean, I don't. I'd like to see what it says. Is there any other way to measure the distance?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you heard what was a coffee converter proposed, which I actually think is a good idea, or I think Kosho has been trying to work out, where instead of doing this thing where you put a GPS tracker on top and the bottom of a truck, you just go to two cities, take measurements at the bottom and the top of the cities, and then you can demonstrate that being exactly above your original point.
There you go. We could do that.
Do you understand? Like,
yeah,
you take four measurements, and one of the arc lines should be longer than the other one if it's spherical.
Yo, Jerry, I've been telling you this for years. Why is this the first time that you've instantly agreed with somebody?
No, that's a good idea, Charlie. I'm glad you came up with it.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Honestly.
That's pretty funny.
be honest with you, I concede to the measure. I'll just concede, even though I might disagree later with the calculation measurement thing. There are some measurements that don't need calculation. I'll concede to that, but you can see that why I'm so stubborn with this asshole, because he's doing the same thing to me, dude. I've been telling him that for years, and he instantly agrees with somebody else who says the same thing.
Well, I think he's skeptical.
There's pork in that. Yeah, that's pepperoni. Is pepperoni pork?
Yes.
My man's Muslim.
Jesus Christ, man.
No doubt, bro. You would have got fucking burnt in hell or something for that one. I got your back, bro.
Saving lives, man.
We ain't gonna cheat like the Jews do.
Shut the fuck up, man.
What's up?
Dude, shut the fuck up. Hey, Charlie.
I'm saying you guys be cheating.
Yeah, okay. Charlie was stop agreeing with Muslims about Jews, dude. This isn't me. Charlie was asking you something.
Go ahead. What's up, Charlie?
I don't think I was asking.
No, I was. Never mind. I was asking you something, asshole. Why is it that you agreed with fucking Charlie instantly when I've been saying this for years?
Maybe because I treat them nicely.
What did I agree with him on?
About the fucking test with the buildings and the GPS.
I mean, yeah, GPS works.
You're a dick cheese, dude.
It's subject to refraction. I don't know. We got a serious fucking issue going on here with this refract. We need something that's not subject to refraction.
Wait. Jeremy, do you agree with this statement? GPS works, but it's subject to refraction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Great.
Hey, could I interrupt for 1 second and introduce my buddy Jay? And then could you? He's a flat earther. Just why I have your attention here really quickly, and then go back to whatever you were saying.
Yeah, what's up, Jay?
What up, Jay?
Yo, Jay.
I guess you have to. He doesn't have permission to talk yet.
Oh, I got it.
Jeremy's got to do
You have to knight him.
Jeremy's got to do that for you, but it's going to take him a very long time.
It's gonna take me 2 seconds.
How you guys doing tonight? Sorry to interrupt.
We're good. We're just talking about flat Earth. We're talking about flat Earth tests.
He's new to Discord, so.
He's new to Discord.
Jay is, yep.
Well,
not to the shape of the Earth. Mm-hmm.
He must be extremely confused because the first time I went on Discord, I was like, "Well, there's too many buttons to do everything."
Yeah. It's not user friendly.
He should be able to talk. Try to talk, Jay.
Well, he's got to unmute, and if he's new to Discord, it might be.
Yeah. You got to go to that microphone again.
I had it. My server.
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Sometimes. It's
yeah,
we
Charlie, you said it, man. Discord is like a hot mess. Oh my goodness, but I like what it's trying to do.
Yeah, no, you get used to it.
Yeah, I got you. I figure I'll get used to it. Hi, guys.
How you
What's
doing?
going on, Jay?
I'm chilling.
Yeah, we're talking about flat Earth tests, specifically ones that Jeremy wasn't okay with for the longest time, and now instantly is okay with because somebody else is introducing it. So,
okay.
What do you think about GPS, Jay?
I think it's definitely not a bunch of satellites flying around the globe.
Okay, but knowing that, or from that position, do you agree it works? Like it gives us the information, like our position and stuff like that.
I mean, I think it works in some places. It doesn't work everywhere.
Okay. I think that's good enough. Yeah.
Wait. Kosho.
Yes.
Can I ask you for an Eli 5 on how GPS works?
Yeah. What's Eli 5?
Explain like I'm 5. So I'll give you my understanding of it. I know that there is no interaction with the user. The user is just listening to a broadcast, right? And there are broadcasts from multiple satellites, and they all have a timestamp on them, correct? Kind of.
Yeah, there is a timestamp on it, but really the timestamp. So basically, there's a message, and it's encrypted in this code, and the message basically has information about all the other satellites, but specifically the position of this satellite at a specific time. And what happens is it plays this message, which takes about 12 minutes to get through the whole message, and then it repeats. And depending on where it is, so it's sending that message out at all times. So depending on when your receiver receives it, it'll be at some part of that message, and then it cuts the difference between that and the time it was sent, and that's how it gives you the distance, your distance from where you are to that position.
From where you are, from that position of the satellite.
Yeah. So it uses the time difference. So it just uses because I think each bit.
Wait. So it uses the time difference of the timestamp on the message, right?
Well, yeah, because the message was sent at a certain. The message was.
Or is the message always sent at a known time?
Well, no. It's just it repeats itself every 12.5 minutes. So you're going to get it at some part of the message, like it could be 2 minutes in or whatever, and you use the difference.
You can infer back when the message was sent based on what part of the message you're listening to, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so I memorized my favorite song and I start listening to it. Okay, I'm 5 minutes in, therefore it started playing 5 minutes.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Because part of that message is going to be a timestamp, and you can use that timestamp and what part of the message you're at to infer the distance. Yeah.
Wait, I don't understand how you can infer the distance. I know that how you can infer when the message was sent. Oh no, or when the message was received. But how do you infer when the message was sent? Is it sent at a known wall clock time?
No, it's sending continuously. So you're gonna receive it at some portion of the message, and that's gonna depend on. So I gotta think about it real quick to make sure I'm saying it right. Hold on.
Well, it doesn't matter. But my question is, Jay, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
If you trust GPS works, and GPS is reporting like coordinates on a spherical Earth, how does that work? Like, shouldn't there be an error somewhere, or a detectable error? If that were the case?
Doesn't it go off like in the middle of certain oceans?
Doesn't what go off?
Doesn't GPS not work like on airplanes when they're flying in certain areas over the ocean?
I don't know. I mean, that might be true.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that. I'm not a pro on GPS or the theory behind it, but I'm pretty sure. I know that planes are they go off the map on the thing that maps out the plane routes. I know they go off the map when they fly a certain amount over the ocean area.
I'm just gonna Google it. How does GPS work?
It works everywhere if there's not obstruction and you have enough signals.
And then I heard it doesn't work in some desert places as well.
The only things it depends on. So there's 36 of them at least, and if you're using GNSS, you can even use even more than that because you got all the other countries. But you only need to receive it from 4 to get your exact position. So as long as you can, as long as you can get 4, you're good to go. Some places you can't get them because there might be obstruction, or you might be in a valley, whatever the case is. But
yeah, I think the orbital planes are structured such that on any point you can always have line of sight, assuming no obstruction, to a minimum of like 6 of them, I think.
Right, yeah, because it's a minimum of 24, so you need at least 24 to make that to be always true. And like I said, in our country, we use at least 36, plus you have access to all the other ones. And so, yeah, usually you get like 10 at once usually.
Okay, so are we talking about whether or not GPS proves a globe? Is that what we're getting at?
No, we're talking about using it for a test. So we're using that as a device so that we can test something different, but making sure that that's a valid tool that is giving us correct information.
Gotcha. Okay.
Each GPS satellite continuously broadcasts at 50 bits per second. It's not a lot. Each message takes 12.5 minutes to play. The message structure has a basic 1500 bit long frame made up of 5 subframes.
Yeah, so all those like each subframe has the it's got like information in it that helps you decode the rest of the message. And I think that I forget which frame it is, but one of them has the clock in it. Actually, no, I think the clock is in each 150 what do you call it? There's like the 5 subframes, and then there's or the 5 frames, and there's 30 subframes.
No, there's 5 subframes.
Okay, and then 30 frames.
Each subframe is 6 seconds long, so each frame is 30 seconds long. So what's 750 divided by 30? 750 divided by 30. That's 25. So there's 25 frames. Oh, and it says right here, 25 frames. Okay. Subframes 4 and 5 are subcommunicated. I don't know what that means. 25 times each.
Well, I think that those ones are the ones that have the what do you call it? The information about the other satellites.
The fuck does subcommunication mean? Okay, the second and third subframes contain the ephemeris. In what format? Also contains course orbit of all the other satellites.
Right. And if I remember correctly, that's at the end. That's at the last two. So remind me again. So it's 5 subframes, and then each of those subframes, but then there's 25 frames, right? Yeah.
Right. There's 25 frames. Each is subdivided into 5 subframes.
Right, and each of those subframes, I think, have They have what is it? Is it 30? Yeah. I think each of those subframes have 30 bits, or what they call like they don't call them bits.
No. 300 bits.
Oh, okay, right. Then I think there's 10 more subframes or something like that.
Oh, they use CDMA. So each frame begins exactly on the minute or half minute, as indicated by the atomic clock on each satellite.
Like you said, each of them were 30 seconds long, right?
What?
You said each one was 30 seconds long, so you had to be a minute or half minute.
Yeah, so I think the receiver just assumes, okay, this frame has to have been sent you know, like basically count back until the last multiple of 30 of the wall clock, and then I'm assuming you're also gonna have to add like relativistic corrections here.
Yeah, they say so, but then some people say they don't. So I don't know.
Well, you have.
I mean, I know they
because
do.
The
They
clock
do.
on the
but-
satellite is gonna run differently than the clock on the ground.
I mean, I know they do, but some people say that they don't need to. Like the corrections would cancel each other out or something like that. So I think what they say about there'd be a huge error, I think might be incorrect. I forgot what the explanation was, but it's something like the error would be identical or something like that, so they would cancel each other out.
So is this specifically about GPS on this stream or on this Discord thing, or is it about testing the globe in general?
No, we talk about whatever the fuck we want, man. We're
'Cause
just happen to be talking about GPS right now.
Gotcha. So I had a random thought as far as testing, right? I don't know if this would do any diligence or anything, but what if you had people all over the plane or globe, whichever you think, take a picture of the sun from their location at a certain time, and then you compare all those pictures, and you know, could we figure something out from that? That's a thought I always have.
So there has been a similar experiment done, and I think there's video of it. But I don't think it was the sun. I think I think it was like a star, and they all measured, or maybe it was the sun. They all measured the angle to the sun at exactly the same time.
And what came from that?
The Earth is a sphere.
Uh-huh.
I can send you the video if I can
Okay.
find it. Crap.
Yeah,
Kosher.
they just all you got to do is simply bend the horizontal, and you wind up with a sphere.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Shark?
Do you? Does anybody recall where the video for this is?
I've never seen that one.
Yeah, it's this guy Slice Barcane did it.
Oh, so no, Slice Barcane did the same thing I did, which was we both used 23 people for some reason, but we did the Aristosthenes like test, which is very similar, but the thing is, it's not done at the same time. It's done at each of our solar noons, such that the sun's directly south or north of us. But doing it at the exact same time, you would also yield results that would determine the shape of the Earth. You would just do a different calculation. Yeah.
Gotcha. And do they? The other thing I always think is, do they have a reason why they don't have a camera on like the bottom of the Artemis rocket to show the Earth go into a globe from the ground, kind of thing? What's the explanation for not having that video? That's what gets me too.
I mean, I
Sorry, what?
There was a bunch of
so like an uncut video of a rocket going into space, filming the ground, the rocket going up, which they show, but they always cut it. I want to see one where
I can get you one that's uncut.
so of the Earth going into a globe, because that would just change my whole life back to normal. Right there.
I mean, I don't know if it gets the entire Earth in the frame, but in my opinion, it gets enough. I think
Okay,
this is
where's that video? Because that would be amazing.
sure. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I owe you 2 videos now.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a video, but I don't know if it's going to be satisfactory. But I'll post it anyway.
Gotcha. The one I've seen that has the longest stream of or the longest video is the one Go Fast Rocket where it stops abruptly, which is strange, but that doesn't even show much of anything, honestly. Doesn't go high enough.
This one might not go high enough for you.
Gotcha. What's the split in this chat right now as far as flat Earth versus globe people?
I'm a glober.
Gotcha.
Looking at the chat, it looks like it's about half and half.
Okay, cool. It seems pretty calm in here. I like this better than the other things I've checked out.
It depends on who's in here. It's just me and Jeremy were talking specifically about these tests that I think Go Tanks came up with. It involved GPS, and then so we talked about some other tests that we thought that involved GPS, which I personally think would be some of the best tests to do, just because you can establish that straight line that would be useful to test against the surface.
Gotcha. Yeah, the biggest things, like I've been on the fence for 8 years, since 2015. The thing that really dragged me back in was the every single ISS video I saw was completely sus. And then beyond that, I watched a series called Investigating Babylon by Sean Griffin, which was like 40 hours, so it's quite a watch. But I don't know if you're going to agree with this, but biblically, that's what got me with between the ISS shots, the moon stuff, and then what the Bible says. I know that's not going to work for a lot of people, but that's what got me pretty stuck on the plain Earth.
Sure.
Like the ISS videos are ridiculous to me.
What about them?
What about the ISS videos?
What about them makes them ridiculous? Yeah.
I mean, like the oh man, like I saw one where a microphone went into a guy's neck. I saw like a lot of them. They look like they're doing backflips on a harness, and then sometimes the harness will like almost snap and they'll fall. Like all of a sudden there's gravity. I've seen some where everybody like just sways in one direction as if gravity were turned on. There's one where a guy drops a screw and it falls and makes a noise on the ground. There's one where it looks like they're using layers, like there's 3 astronauts, and then they just kind of swirl out and the background stays the same color. There's another one where the girl turns blue and her outfit turns orange, like she's another layer and nothing else is affected. There's so many. That's what really got me is the ISS, and I'm like, okay, why would they be faking that?
I've seen one. We were talking about I was in a chat the other day where they were talking about the one where the guy drops a screw.
Yeah.
And I can say that from my perspective, it does not conclusively look like he dropped anything, and the latch that he undoes to take that panel off is still attached to the panel. You can see it in the video. So for that one for me, I don't think he's dropped anything. I haven't seen anything else that.
Okay, and then the other
about though.
Have you heard the theory behind chroma key and how they would use maybe contacts or something to where they would be manipulating 3D models in that line of thinking? Are you familiar with that?
No, but I don't really have an issue with like the physics of them being in space and being weightless or anything. I think it's totally feasible for that to be a situation that they.
Okay, because there's people think that they have contacts on and they're watching videos where they can see these 3D water droplets and stuff, and their eyes are focused off of what they're doing, like as if they're watching how they should be moving their hands and such. And then that's
like a weatherman watching the green screen in front of him instead of the actual thing being on the wall.
Something like that. And the thing that backs that up is I think it's from a European space agency where there's a girl with short hair and they teleport in a little stuffed animal. There's nothing there, and then a little stuffed animal thing pops up with these blue like special effect things, like obviously, and then she grabs it and she can manipulate it. So it's like they're showing you what they're doing. That really got me too. Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, that one's killer. Like she's like, okay, I'm gonna bring my little friend in, and then it like teleports on. It wasn't there before, and there's no cuts. It just teleports on, and then she grabs it. So I'm like, okay, they are doing some kind of stuff there with computers, and then that would give truth to them using that in all of the videos. That really was hard for me to back down from after I saw that. But those videos are hard to find now. A lot of them.
Yeah. Ones I have seen, I've never been like, oh my god, what is happening here? It's always been like, is what the guys are saying happening? Not sure. Could be, could not be. Who knows? Never been like, for me at least. I'm not saying because I haven't seen the stuff you've seen, but for the stuff I've seen, I've always been like, maybe, maybe not.
By the
Gotcha.
way, you asked for an uninterrupted video. I put up
Yes.
the 6-1.
There's 2 in there. There's 2 in the chat.
On the live stream chat.
Yeah, live stream text.
Okay, so I'm new to Discord as of like today. So how would I find those links?
All right. Do you see my name, Charlie?
With the
Are
dog.
you,
Wait, are you on a phone
you
or
on
are you on a
phone or
computer?
PC?
I'm on the phone.
Okay, so go to Discord on your phone,
Okay.
and then you should have like on the left. I've got my phone in my hand, but I'm on the computer. On the left, you should have like a bunch of different circles with different icons on them. Then one of them is going to be this Earth Awakenings channel. It's like a green, flowery circle pattern. You should be in that channel on the left. You see that?
Okay. Onboard view. Is it the onboard view from Falcon 9's flight to space and back?
Yes.
The one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Click on the Twitter link on top of that.
I think you should be able to just click on the video to play it, but yeah, or maybe
You'll be
click
able
on
to watch it embedded in it, but if not, it'll take you to Twitter.
Let me see. Let me see.
It's a Twitter post from SpaceX. It's a time lapse.
I see it.
From-
Okay, let me
Yeah.
check that real quick.
Yep.
There's one above that that Kosho posted that's a Mars rocket taking off as well.
Okay, so this is SpaceX showing. It already looks like it's. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I haven't seen this. I don't. Yeah, a minute and a half. I don't think that'd be long enough to show what I'm looking for. But let me just finish it.
They've sped it up,
It's
so
time-
they've
it's a
taken
time
the
lapse.
footage.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
and made it go faster.
Uh,
Sorry, Charlie. I
ooh.
keep talking over you, man. I'm not meaning to.
Okay. This looks. I haven't seen this before. This is interesting.
I don't know. It might not be high enough to satisfy a lot of people.
One above that Kosho posted is, I think, looks like it shows a little bit more curvature.
Yeah, but like I said, the things that they usually ask for is to see it go, because I think both of these are the second stage, basically the same. I'm probably just about the same height, I would imagine. But yeah, they want to see the whole Earth as a sphere, which I imagine would take a very long time.
This is the best video I've seen. But yeah, to see a full unobstructed thing where that's what I'm
On a
looking for.
complete circle, you don't just want a portion of it.
I can't find. There was a group of Globers that did an experiment. I think it was like a worldwide Eratosthenes experiment where they like measure the angle to the sun at a known time.
If that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I can find that, because I did that same test with 23 people. I just don't have a video of it, but Eric Sparkane does, or not Eric Sparkane, Sly Sparkane. I don't know why I said Eric Sparkane.
Slice Bar King.
But we have
Sly, like
body.
Sly, yeah, Sly Sparkane, yeah.
We have destroyed
Slice Bar
Eratosthenes.
King.
Sly
Yeah.
Sparkane. Leaky
Like-
water boy.
Yeah, I see on
water
this,
test.
I see on this video some warping. So I mean, I don't know about that video. I would want something more
Hang on a
conclusive than
second.
that.
Wait, Kosher, doesn't this video show a rocket clearly shows it bending over sideways because it can't go up? Isn't that what you're showing us? Because there's no space?
What do you?
Rockets
what's
can
the
go up,
question,
man.
Quadri?
They can't go up, bro. It just bent over sideways. It didn't
You mean
go
it
up.
turned?
It's going.
Do you mean
It's going parallel
when
with the
it
flat
peaked in
Earth,
the air?
bro. Look at your own
Yeah,
video.
that's how you get into orbit. You have to fly sideways.
Right. Of course. You gotta get into orbit. Gotta get that angle. Right. Okay. Good. What happens if you go straight up? Will you hit the dome? What will happen? Tell
If
me.
you go straight up, you will come
You
back
can't
down.
go straight up because you got the tyranny of the rocket equation.
You can go straight up. Yeah, but
What happens
You
if it goes straight up?
you just
Tell me.
waste a lot of fuel.
If you go straight up, you will come straight back down. You won't get into orbit.
So can't show that.
You can't go straight up. It takes too much fuel because of the tyranny of the rocket equation.
You guys have it all figured out, bro. You just
Depending how far you want to go.
You guys are buying the bullshit. That's what you're doing.
That's just how physics works, man.
Right, right.
Can somebody send me the name of the person who did the experiment? Like, type it to me, please.
Yeah.
Physics is a sphere.
Well, in principle, you can go straight up. It's just
And then another quick thing that they could do is turn the Hubble around and take a shot of Earth like close up. Why wouldn't they be able to zoom in on things from the Hubble?
Because I would doubt that they would be willing to spend that much amount of money just to satisfy people.
Right. So
Never
much
gonna
money just to satisfy. Their job is to satisfy you. They're not going to prove anything. They're fucking astronauts, bro.
Sly. Okay, Sly.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
do a YouTube search for leaky water test.
Leaky water test?
Don't do that.
What's that?
He tried to do a water
It's
test.
like a lemon party thing?
He tried to do a water test and he had all his joints were leaking.
Roderick, do you know Kerbal Space Program?
Can you post that, Jeremy?
I don't fucking have it. I don't
Hey, Jeremy,
I watch
post
it.
anything, dude?
What's up?
Yeah, hold on. I think Jim is asking about Kerbal.
I asked Godric if he knew about Kerbal Space Program.
No, why don't you tell us all about it?
It's just a computer game. It does a pretty good job of simulating orbital mechanics, and I can show you why you don't want to just go straight up when you're launching.
Bro, you must be fucking kidding me. You're going to need a computer game? Because why? Because you can't do it in real life? Is that why?
I cannot build a rocket in real life. I don't have
That's
enough
what
money.
people who don't understand what simulations are or do say.
No, Jim, he's right, man. You should waste the money in real life. That way you can show him why it's a waste of money, right?
Right. It needs to be in a computer game because that's reality.
It doesn't need to be in a computer game. I can afford a computer game that costs $10 instead of building a rocket that will fly itself to space just to satisfy you.
Well, remember specifically, you got to build a rocket that will not fly to space but waste money. Remember.
I'm trying to show you. You're being.
I'll show you why
satisfied
straight up's
by-
a bad idea. Give me 10 minutes.
I'm trying
load
to
up the
show
game
you.
and I'll show you.
You're being satisfied by a computer game, bro.
Even on a flat Earth, you can't go straight
showing
up,
you.
bro. You would take so much fuel to go straight up. Like you just can't. The higher you want to go, the more fuel you need. The more fuel you have, the more fuel you'll need to go higher up. Like tell them about the tyranny of the rocket equation. It doesn't matter. That doesn't even matter the shape of Earth on this one.
I'll show you. Go ahead, Jay.
Real quick, the Hubble thing. You said it would be expensive. Why would it be expensive? Isn't it already up there? I'm not. Isn't it up there all the time, or do they have
It's extremely expensive to turn it, even.
to turn it?
Yes.
Why?
Why is it expensive to turn a massive satellite?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay. How can I put this?
You've got to spend time doing it, so you've got to pay people to do it.
And when you get done,
It's
when you
called
get done explaining that,
the use of the resources in the equipment to get it turned.
Yep.
When you get done explaining that, explain why the ISS cannot cross Antarctica.
Because it's not in its orbital path.
Right, Coach. So the orbital path, they can't change that. That's just set in stone.
Where they can, it just takes a shitload of energy, and they don't have rocket motors on the ISS.
They
to
can
spend that energy.
Wouldn't that disprove the?
You can put something in polar orbit. That's fine. You
Hey,
just can't-
Godric.
You can't just grab the ISS and redirect what it's doing.
Godric,
easily.
why don't you drive all the way to Chile and back?
And if I did, what would that prove?
Why don't you?
I'm just asking you. What would that prove if I did?
Well, why don't you?
You brought it up, bro. It's your idea. Why? I'm just asking why.
Okay, do you think it's reasonable for me to expect you to drive all the way to Chile and back to prove to me that you're capable of doing it?
So, I have to go on a boat, right? Stay in the
No,
car.
no. Listen.
What are you saying?
I mean, I don't know if there actually is a road that'll take you all the way to Chile, but let's just assume there is. Do you think it's reasonable for you to actually drive all the way to Chile and back just to prove to me that you're able to?
Well, I probably won't do it. Is that your point?
Yes. Why won't you do it?
Why? Yeah, why not?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not claiming this space bullshit. I'm not claiming
Hold on.
moon landings. I'm
I'm
not
not gonna
claiming
let-
Mars. I'm not claiming rocket space. They are claiming
I'm not gonna let you go away from this point.
They
Are
are
you?
claiming that. They
Are
gotta
you?
prove
Are
their
you?
claim. Look,
Okay,
if you can't back your claims, don't bring it. That's all.
But you are claiming it doesn't exist.
Yes,
the
I
burden's
want
on
them to
you.
prove their claims. That's right.
Godric, what part of the U.S. do you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
Don't bring it if you can't back it. Okay, that's it. I
Godric.
didn't make it a claim. I'll tell you right now, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go to.
There's
I
this
don't
thing
have to.
called burden of proof. Hold on, Godric. There's this thing called burden of proof, right? So if somebody said the burden of proof is on the person claiming that it doesn't exist, because I can't prove non-existence of something, right? Like if you say unicorns exist and I say no, unicorns don't exist, you can't say to me, show me unicorns not existing. How the fuck would I show you that? I'd have to show you everywhere on Earth, everywhere in the whole universe at once. Obviously, the burden of proof is on the person claiming unicorns do exist.
Well, if you claim it doesn't exist, you'd have to show the evidence that against the evidence that has been shown for it to exist. You're going against the evidence that shows it does exist.
Well, show them the evidence then, if Godric.
You'd have to show greater evidence against it.
I think a
Show-
rhinoceros is technically a unicorn, isn't it?
A one horn, a single horn
But
rhinoceros is unicorn.
I think a
Also,
unicorn is
there's
just
a fish. There's
a
a
one.
whale. There's a
I
whale
think
that has one horn that's extinct. That's also a unicorn. Yes.
What a
Yeah,
train.
it's just a mammal that has one horn. I mean, I'm not up to date on the whole unicorn thing, but
Well, technically, well, you said
Guys, this isn't about unicorns. This is about burden of proof and who has it.
Hold on. Can I? Would you mind if I interact with Godric? I don't think I've ever gotten to interact with him before.
Yes, my man. Continue.
So, well, I mean, I wish I could get an answer to my question that I asked you earlier, right? I would presume that you claim to be able to drive from the East Coast to the West Coast of the United States, right?
No, dude, I've never claimed that. I've never claimed that.
No.
I'm
I
asking
didn't
you
ask
for
you.
your
I didn't say you claimed it. I'm asking you right now. Are you capable of doing so?
Honestly, no, because I'd fall asleep.
You're not able. I mean, over multiple days, are you able to?
I would never do that. It's crazy, bro. I know truckers that do that shit 3 days. Fuck that. I would never do that.
No.
Telling you I would.
I didn't say 3 days. You could take a week. Are you able to do it?
Dude, I would never do it. I'm telling you.
he's just asking if you're able to.
That's
I
fucking-
didn't ask if you would ever do it. I'm asking if you're able to.
The truth is, I don't know if I can do that.
That's not the truth. Don't say that. That's not the truth. Don't say the truth is. That's not the truth, man. But
Okay,
Dude,
Godric.
I don't know. If you make your point. Maybe a different scenario.
Godric, how close is the nearest town to you? The other nearest town.
I'm in the town.
Right. The next closest town.
North town is Palmdale.
How far is it?
Like 70 miles.
Okay. Are you able to drive to it?
Yes, I've done it many times.
Okay. Prove it to me. Do it right now.
You have to what, like a video cam, maybe like a camera, maybe like some pictures.
No,
maybe
do
like
it right
live
now.
stream.
Do it right now.
Live
We'll watch you on a live stream. Prove to me right now. Start a live stream and we'll watch it. Prove to me that you can drive over the 70 miles to the next town over.
Charlie, what is your point here?
I would have to listen. Let me tell you how I do it. I would do a live stream. Okay, I do a FaceTime, whatever the fuck you want to do. FaceTime live stream. I would do check-in times. I would take pictures of shit of land. Hang on a second. I do pictures of landmarks. Okay, and that's what I don't have with now. Okay.
Well, dude, let's do it right now.
I'm gonna decline to do it right now, seeing as it's late and I have shit to do tomorrow.
Oh.
But if I did do it, I would have,
But
proof.
you've claimed to be able to do it, so the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that you're able to make the drive.
I'm not gonna drive to Palmdale right now. And if I was, but if I wanted to prove it to you, I'd be like taking pictures of landmarks. I would show live stream. Guess what? And my FaceTime, by the way, it'd be unimpeded. It would be uncut. Okay, that's what we don't have with NASA.
Okay, my whole point with this little exercise is that you're declining to do something which you claim you can do, and that NASA is no different.
But it never proved it in the first place. It gives us horseshit. That's why I'm. It has very scant proof. Very scant.
I rest my case.
Charlie, I understand what you're trying to get at. I just think based on, human beings think that the Earth is flat, and it's on. There's more and more every day. Wouldn't it be worth the money for NASA or whoever to do something to satisfy the people that are delusional about it? Wouldn't that be worth it?
When you say wouldn't it be worth the money? What does that mean? Like, how are they going to make money off of convincing or attempting to convince random people who are never going to be convinced?
I mean, if they shot a solid video, showing like the one you sent me, but going all the way up and showing an obvious globe, that would, I would save a lot of my time and the rest of my life, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's
how they make money. Why would they? You're saying they spend money for it to be worth it to them. But
that's already been their task. Their task has already been to, the amount of tax money that NASA is getting. That's already their task is to show what they're doing is real.
I agree with that.
They've already failed, profoundly failed, to supply sufficient evidence to show that this medium they claim of outer space is legitimate and that the Earth being a globe is even a viable possibility.
And I think that how hard would it be to have some sort of camera that would show stars? Because I think that'd be a beautiful thing to send back to us. How much would that
Thank
cost?
you. Thank you, Gio. I agree with that.
Jay, you asked how, wouldn't it be worth their money? I mean, in order for an action to be worth the money spent, doing that action, you'd have to earn more money back than you spent.
Okay, what money are they earning back from going to the moon and doing all this other stuff? What are they earning from that?
Investment from the federal government. Or the presumably the more promising the research is, or rather the more promising the research that comes from their data gathering, the more satisfied the American people will be, and the more money will flow into them. At least that's the idea, is my understanding.
That's interesting.
And you have to remember that. So, for instance, the Artemis mission, which I thought was pretty cool. I was impressed by the footage and stuff like that. I went into it not expecting all that footage. I actually wasn't expecting very much at all, I knew they were doing a bunch of science experiments, but I didn't know we would have access to it immediately. So I was actually impressed with the amount of footage that we instantly got from that mission. But when you're claiming that they owe us all this footage and they owe us all this evidence and stuff, wouldn't you say that it's not that they're not giving the evidence, but maybe that it's just not being accepted? Because they are giving plenty of evidence that they're doing this stuff.
Is Godric still there?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's here. Although I will say, I find it interesting.
I'm still here. Go.
Oh? You watching?
I'm still here. Go. What are you showing?
I'm gonna show you what happens when you send a rocket straight up.
Kerbal Space Program.
Yeah, for 5-year-olds. Yeah.
So I find it interesting that that you say that you would trust video evidence if there was an uncut video, but I mean, I feel like at this point, even I am starting to get doubtful that videos are even real anymore.
I mean, yeah, with AI, it's crazy.
You know what I find interesting, Charlie, is that you
videos left and right, and you're not even going to be able to tell the difference between not only the videos but the audio and other stuff as well.
What I find interesting is that you, as a full-on believer of this space propaganda, don't even care that you've never gotten a shot of stars in space.
I agree with that. It would be a beautiful thing.
You space porn addicts don't even see. You just want to breeze right past it. That they show all these spacewalks, they show all this stuff from space, Orion from space, all this different stuff. You make up every bullshit excuse you can think of as to why we don't see stars. I've heard 30 different things: exposure settings, Like you couldn't have certain cameras with certain exposure settings. Like they can't manually change them. Like there aren't cameras that now exist that can have multiple layers of different exposure settings in one picture. You guys just say words, and we all know that they should have videos that we see just a huge sea of stars. You never see them ever, not once. I find it interesting that you flip it over on the other people like they're insane, and you've got an ample amount of conclusive video evidence, and you have zero with stars. You don't even have stars in your video.
I never have called other people here insane, Witsit. And man,
I was listening on YouTube.
You gotta
I was
dial
listening
it
on
down.
YouTube.
You gotta dial it down, bro. Have never called anybody here insane at all.
Anything but
I've,
address the
I've
point
gone
on that, I
out
guess.
of my way. Witsit, please, I'm talking. Why? I mean, I have just a very pleasant time talking to all the other flat earthers here. Okay, it's only you who come in here like a fucking bull in a china shop, being a fucking asshole and opening up with asshole things like what you say. All right. Now to answer your question, why are there no pictures from space of stars? I would think the reason is that most of the time, because of all the light being reflected from the Earth, the shot is so fucking bright you can't see the stars. Just like have you gone in the middle of a city and you look up into the sky, you can't make out like many stars at all.
Well, you
Yeah,
don't
so
see
I already
stars in the
said
daytime.
your stupid response before you said it, right? Like I literally said
I would
it.
say go fuck yourself. I'm not gonna have a conversation with you if you can't conduct yourself in a civil way.
Well, for one, I've cussed 0 times, so I don't know if it's me that's freaking out or maybe it's you.
This isn't
but,
about cussing. This is about being an asshole.
I thought it was about controlling your emotions and not acting like a child. So anyway, if you look at the video, because I heard you basically like you were basically mocking Godric. I sat here and listened to it for 5 minutes. You want to pretend you have some moral high ground. You were mocking Godric. So if you look at this video right here, well, we see the whole aura of the Earth right here. We see plenty of stars. These are fake, provably fake. You can actually contrast it. And the fact Kocho took a picture of it is just insane. You can see the stars go down below the horizon. The stars go down into the Earth. We actually have a video coming out where we contrasted it, and you can actually see stars all the way to the bottom of the screen. All the way to the bottom of the screen, you can see stars when you contrast the video. What a joke. So anyway, my point is, we have cameras now. You can literally have different contrast settings within the same picture. You can also just focus on different things due to exposure, right? We also can turn our cameras whichever way we want to go, supposedly, right? So we have no videos of people in space with stars. Now look at this ISS video here. This is what astronauts should be seeing. This is what astronauts should see, right, in space. How come when the people on the moon were asked, they have different answers, say they didn't really even see stars? You should see this. This is what space should look like.
Context.
Right. Cameras exist and they have different exposure settings, dude.
That's my point, dude.
They didn't say they didn't see stars. It was under a certain context that they didn't see stars.
So do you agree
you
that if you
should-
went into outer
you should
space, you would
bring the
see this
whole-
around you?
You should bring the
Probably
whole
not. No.
context.
I would think.
Wait,
I would think.
enlighten me when
I would
you wouldn't
think-
see stars in space.
I would think that if you have a very bright source of light like the Earth shining on your fucking face, that it would be difficult to make out stars out in space.
But hey,
Just
hang
like
on
how
one
it's
second.
difficult to make out stars in the middle of a bright city and you look up at the sky.
How come the pictures of the Earth never showed even as bright as the moon? And of course, and you don't have an answer for that. You're just gonna make one up. And of course, the funniest part: Earthshine should be significantly brighter
Bro,
than Earthshine should be.
dial down the assholeness.
Well,
like, I'm willing to
can you-
to
hey.
address your points, but you gotta
All right, dude,
stop
you're
being a
impossible to
fucking
talk-
asshole.
You're like a 5-year-old. You're very emotional. So,
Bro, don't call me stupid. Don't be an asshole. And I'll,
didn't call
I'll
you
talk to
stupid.
you as long as you want.
I want you to stop interrupting emotionally. Okay, so there is no videos of stars in space, and if you're on the moon, you'd be able to see stars perfectly fine, even on the daylight side, because there's no atmosphere on the moon. Duh. Okay, so you should be able to see stars in space. There should be tons of videos. In fact, we had 12 different cameras on Orion, apparently, so why would we not have some specifically with exposure settings to see stars? And this is one of my main problems, is like if you guys would just be honest, we both know that you want to see stars. So instead of being like, yeah, it would be cool, it would be ideal for them to also set up cameras to see stars or to show us stars, you guys have to create this narrative of how it's completely reasonable that you've never even seen one video of stars.
would the absence of an atmosphere imply that you should see stars, regardless of the brightness?
Yeah. What prevents us from seeing stars on the Earth?
It's not the atmosphere.
Oh. So why do stars twinkle?
Multiple reasons, part of which includes the atmosphere.
The reason is the atmosphere.
Okay, would you want to not go off on a tangent and
Well,
address my point?
you don't see the relevance of that?
What prevents? No, not at all. What is the thing that prevents you? Like, why would you think that the absence of an atmosphere implies that you should be able to see the stars, regardless of how bright a light source you have right in front of you?
No, what I want you to do is address my main point, which is there are no videos in space of stars, and there are many different situations in which you'd be able to see stars, and there are many different cameras on one single Orion space shuttle, apparently. So we should have, not to mention they claim that they can remotely adjust for contrast and exposure, and they can point it in different directions. Why don't we have video from space showing stars?
By the way, can I interrupt real quick? You say should so much, and that's a presupposition. You presupposed way too much there. You say should every single sentence of yours.
You got nothing? Okay. Charlie, you got anything?
I want you to address my question. You went
I've
off
been
on
asking the same question the whole time.
You went off on a minute rant, right? And one of the very first things you say is, why can't you see from the moon the stars?
No.
There's no atmosphere, so therefore you should be able to see the stars, right? You did say that. You don't say that. You
first
did
thing
say that. You did say that. I mean, if you want to clarify, you
I'm
can.
not going to respond to any questions you ask about the moon until you can honestly address the first thing I said.
You're the one who brought up that point. Why can't you see stars from the moon? There's no atmosphere. You should be able to see the stars. I'm asking you, what makes you think you should be able to see the stars in a place where you have no atmosphere if you have a bright source?
You can look away from the bright source, bud. It wouldn't drown out the entire vacuum of space. Also, I guess you aren't aware of this. You know that light needs to interact with matter to see it. So if you shoot a laser through a vacuum, you don't see the laser because there's no matter there. So you need matter for light to be visible. So you could look away from the sun on the moon and see stars.
Right, but
This is
when
why
you
they gave
put
contradictory
a
answers.
camera on the moon, right? In order to not overexpose a fucking shot, you have to reduce the first of all the amount of time the aperture is open and the actual opening itself, which means that the total amount of light detail that comes from these low brightness sources like the stars is extremely dim, and that's why stars won't show up. Like, I mean,
they didn't even see them, but it has nothing to do with the camera. They said they didn't see them.
Right. What do you think the eye is? Right. The
Okay. So don't bring up cameras. So you're saying that
the eye has its own resolution, sensitivity, aperture size, lens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So can you guys answer my actual question and pretend I didn't even bring up the moon? Why don't we have videos of stars in space?
Did you just post one?
No. So the ISS is still in low Earth orbit in your own paradigm. So we supposedly just went to the moon. We supposedly can turn cameras around. We have no 360s. We have no astronauts wearing GoPros. First thing you would do upon the invent of the GoPro is put it on an astronaut. We have no GoPros on astronauts. They don't do 360s and show us all the way around. They've never shown us a 360 ever in space. In 50 plus years, we've never got a 360 in space, and we've never gotten stars in space. And you guys are so devoted to the lie that you will try to convince us it's perfectly reasonable that they've never shown us stars.
Don't attribute malice. Don't attribute malice to me, all right? And I won't attribute malice to you. It'll be that simple.
The other
Do it
thing
again.
the other thing, sorry, it's getting a little hostile. Like the other thing they haven't shown, just to add to that, is going from the ISS into going from the ISS to a spacewalk. They don't show that transition, which I think would be really cool to see on both sides, flat Earth or Glober. I think it'd be cool to see that happen, and it's just a camera on a suit. There's no money that needs to be done to do that. It's not expensive, and that doesn't exist either. Don't you think that'd be cool, Charlie, to see that?
Witsit, why is the video that you posted not qualify as a video of stars from space?
So this is why it's just disingenuous interaction, right? It's like I just now answered that. You heard my answer. That's allegedly low Earth orbit. This is provably fake. The stars go down into the horizon of the Earth. Believe it or not, stars don't shine through the Earth. So this is fake. This is fake.
Wait, hold on. You're saying it's fake? Why? Because the stars go into
Stars
the
go
horizon?
down, are visible down below the horizon.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Well, if you don't understand English, I don't know what to tell you. So the actual point, even beyond
what's
that,
it? Go
is
fuck yourself, dude. I'm trying to listen to your actual point. I need you to fucking talk to me like a fucking human being, all right?
first of all, you need to learn to control yourself. You don't have to cuss every 3 words. It doesn't make you sound tough, okay? Secondly,
There is absolutely nothing wrong with showing emotion when it's fucking justified, all right? There's absolutely nothing wrong with showing passion when it's fucking justified. What's not okay is being a fucking asshole.
okay,
And that's what you're doing.
Please keep your gamma
You're
mouth
being a
projected to
fucking
yourself.
asshole.
I'm going to listen to you call me names for 10 minutes. I'm going to start checking you back, okay? So how about you get control of your emotion?
Bro,
So,
don't call
now
me a
you're
fucking
talking again.
idiot
This is crazy.
if I'm trying to clarify on your point. I'm asking you, where exactly do you think that the stars are dipping below the horizon?
Okay, now, this is the problem. I brought up a specific point, and you've jumped on the moon, you've jumped on the ISS, because you can't answer my question, which is, how come when they go out past low Earth orbit and they're in space, they don't show us videos of stars in space? Instead of saying, you don't know, or yeah, you're right, they should show it, I would be cool if they would, you want to clamp on any other argument. That's what you're trying to do. When the first point I made was very simple, and no one in the room can address it specifically. It's
Okay,
pathetic.
wait. You said past low Earth orbit. Is that what you said? Because I thought you said stars in space, but now you're saying, oh, I want video of stars past low Earth orbit.
That is space, dude. If you're still in the orbit of the Earth, you're not out into space. They claim the atmosphere of the Earth extends past the moon. I want out.
If you're
I want
still
to be
in the
out of
orbit
the
of the
gravitational pull. I want to float around in space, turn around, and see stars.
That's it. I have an
Wait,
answer for you. Why you don't see stars in space is because the exposure is lowered until you don't see stars. I have an example of what happens if you don't lower that exposure. I posted it.
So any
Okay,
video
so
from an
stupid.
orbit, from an Earth orbit, doesn't count, right? Is it by your standard of evidence?
Charlie, quit with your little derogatory tone and laughing at me, dude. You're not like superior to people here. The only reason I even came into this now this dude's interrupting. So the only reason I even came in here was because of how like derogatory you were talking to Godric. Like you're so above him. Okay, so that's literally the only reason I came in here. I'm tired of hearing people do that. So I just explained very
do it all
simply.
the time. You're a hypocrite.
No, I do it when people are douchebags.
Absolutely,
So-
are a massive hypocrite.
Hey, buddy. Now, all circle jerk about how much you hate me some other time. I don't
You're an
care.
asshole. I honestly don't understand like how the other flat
So
earthers
this
that are like
so
genuinely
this is the problem,
nice
bro. Like,
people will
do you
tolerate
think
your
you got the Globers
It
run the
makes
room
them
now?
look bad.
Globers run the server now? Because like every time I talk, you guys can just circle jerk insults. If I say one insult to you, it'll be a big dildo. I haven't said one insult. You've said 15.
What are you talking about? You called me stupid? You
Fuck
called my
up, Charlie.
I didn't call you
Shut the
stupid.
fuck up.
I didn't call you stupid.
Yes, you absolutely did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So
That's
shut
all
up.
you
please.
told him to learn English.
Okay. Because
Think
he's
that's a nice
being
thing to say?
disingenuous. I said my point. He's being disingenuous. So this is the point. You can look at the vehicle or the video yourself. You can see the stars go down below the horizon. We actually have a video coming out where we contrast the video, and you can see the stars all the way down to the bottom of the screen through the Earth. If you think stars can shine through the Earth, go for it. Okay, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you go out into space, like Orion, you can look in all directions. Okay, you have 12 different cameras. You can
This video is
remotely
relevant, right?
adjust.
Because
Okay,
This video is relevant because
you
you're saying it's
suck,
still in orbit,
dude.
right?
You absolutely suck, dude.
Hey, what's it? You
Good,
claim
yeah, there you
that
go.
you contrasted out. Can you show that?
And then the next Glover's like, "Yeah, he interrupted on my turn." Like you guys have no control.
You are a massive hypocrite, man.
Yeah, there are more insults. There you go. More insults.
You're just
That'll make you
insulting
right.
people. You're just insulting people.
I'm not insulting people. I'm saying
You
please
have
stop
been. You have
interrupting
been
me.
for the last 10 minutes. You've
No,
been
I've
doing-
been
that's
listening
what
to
you've
you
been doing.
guys in here talk down to the flat earthers like they're so beneath you. I came in
haven't.
here. I came in here to check you. Now you guys are victims, and now you guys can 5v1 insult and
No, we're
interrupt
not.
like little
All
kids.
I'm saying is, you just have a whinge every time someone insults you, but you do it all the time. If you
No,
can't
I
take it,
ignored over 20 interruptions, dude. I mean, insults. So you just keep going. That's all Charlie did. That's all you guys are saying now. You're not even able to respond to the point. Now his claim is exposure. When I first brought the point up, I said exposure, and explained my rebuttal to that claim. That was the first thing I've said. It's been 10 minutes. And you guys still can't address what I said the first time I said.
Rebuttal is not valid, though.
What was my rebuttal? What was my rebuttal?
You claim you had a rebuttal. So what's your rebuttal? I mean,
So how do you know it's not valid if you don't even know what it is?
It's a complete word salad. How could you expect to remember a word salad, dude? It's just
He claimed he knew my rebuttal wasn't valid.
Your rebuttal is that it was fake. That's it.
No, it wasn't.
It was exposure.
That's a lie. You guys are so easy to expose. Also, Charlie, define word salad.
Define word salad?
You're laughing nervously because you can't. You just say it.
Fucking asshole and an idiot, dude.
Point, dude. They'll do anything but address the point.
Hey,
dude. I've
you know
been
what,
listening.
dude?
I mean,
Definitely
whatever
not an
y'all
idiot.
got, all the side shit.
Yep.
He's done said 3 times.
I tried.
Point.
I tried, and you're right. I don't give a fuck anymore. Go fuck yourself, Witsit. Suck in a dick, choke on it.
So we bring up
Charlie,
a strong
projecting.
point, and y'all just start attacking from every angle and playing victim. And are you kidding me? Can any of y'all address the point that the stars, okay, they're being seen? So who cares about exposure? Whatever.
If you want to bring down the temperature, I'm more than happy to address every single point, right? But I'm not gonna fucking play ball with this guy while he's choking on 10 dicks and screaming at everybody at it. Every other flat earther here, every other flat earther here knows that I am very nice to everybody as long as they talk to me.
You interrupted me to call him a dick or what? Dude, let me finish.
I didn't call him a dick. I said he was choking on 10 dicks.
Okay, well, if you don't, that's why I'm repeating the point. The point is this, man. Okay, this is legitimate too, so I really do need to hear a response. Is that when you change the contrast values, even before that, you see some of the stars go all the way to the land, basically. But when you change the contrast, you could see them all go all the way to the bottom of the screen on the ISS live. So
Okay.
what's up with that?
Excellent. Let's talk about that. Can we bring down the temperature and talk about that and not result to insults? I really would like to do that. I honestly would like to do that.
I'm down for that. Which video are we looking at? Is it in the chat thing?
So I think it's the one that Witsit posted.
Try not to resort to insults, Charlie.
Yes, please. It's unnecessary. Okay, so where's that video?
I mean, it wasn't insulting. The video is see stars from the space station in breathtaking time lapse, right?
Such as passion.
Oh wait, is that the one where it's all all the cities are lit up?
Yeah, and the stars go down below the horizon.
Dude, that video, without even looking into it, it just that does not strike me as a legit video, honestly. It doesn't. I mean, I'll try to look for the star thing too, but I've seen those videos before. Those strike me as not real at all. I'm sorry.
Well, stars go down below the Earth, so they can't be real. They literally can't be real. But
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, okay. Well, you think that the Earth's a ball and that it creates a horizon. Well, if there are stars going down in a time lapse and they go down below the horizon and you can still see them, that would mean the stars are visible through the Earth.
Okay, can you demonstrate to me a shot where the star is visible through the Earth? Not the atmosphere, but actual solid obstruction.
Yeah, so what do you see where the hard line is compared to the aura above it?
I don't know what frame you're looking at.
In all the videos, there's a hard line in every single one of them.
I see multiple hard lines.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen because this is just annoying, dude. Like you already know it doesn't exist or something. Like why don't you just look first? Have you considered just looking and seeing it first?
I'm looking at the video right now, dude.
And you see no stars go below the horizon.
I see an atmosphere. I see multiple layers of the atmosphere. I see multiple layers of the atmosphere, right? And I see the star going through a lot of them, but I definitely see a layer from which the stars are no longer visible.
Where's the horizon? So go to 18 seconds. Where's the horizon? I'm sharing my screen too, so I mean,
hold on.
I'd say the horizon is about where the stars disappear.
Oh wow, great answer. Because they disappear at different places.
Can I draw on your screen? Is that a feature that Discord has?
No. Do you see the dark line right here? Are you saying this is or isn't the horizon?
I would think the horizon is actually below that, slightly below that.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because the atmosphere is thicker, closer to the Earth.
And it makes it dark.
Yeah.
So it makes it the same color as the Earth.
If it's dark, yeah. I mean, that if you have a very little light incident to something, it doesn't really matter what color or what it's made of. It's going to be dark or black.
Oh, so we don't know where the horizon is then.
Sure. I mean, I would say we know where it is more or less, from this video.
The dark line, the
By the way,
boundary-
there's no way out of it. I know you guys think
Perfect,
you're going to talk
perfect.
your way out of it. I've already thought about all your excuses. There's no way out of it. So
Excellent. I mean, you can see it pretty clearly in this frame. Oh, you're passing it. Back. I mean, you can see it pretty clearly. I mean, this light probably goes in front of the horizon a little bit, but I would say that's probably pretty good on the right side.
you think the horizon's all the way down to the bottom of that light on the left?
No, obviously not this
Right,
bad.
Okay.
But if you go forward a little bit, I mean, I would say if you pause there, on the right side of the arc, I would say it's more or less. I don't know. Fuck. I wish I could draw on this.
See that that
think
blue
it's
region
right
at
here.
the right? So you have that white scattering, and to the very right edge of that white scattering, you have that blue scattering. That's the troposphere. That's
Okay,
why
so
the
if any
stars
stars go below that, then it debunks the video, right?
No.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? It's like you
That's the
guys are just
troposphere.
noticeably.
I don't know
distant.
what you're laughing at, Witsit.
I didn't even laugh.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice.
So also
Being
you should keep in mind one more thing. I don't know if it'll become a problem with this video, but unless you have the original version of the video, you're gonna get sections of pixels which might not actually be there, and they're artifacts from not from compression. Well, I guess from the video compression algorithm that is used.
So I see stars down below the city lights. How does that work?
They're not.
Where are they?
So you agree that wouldn't work?
Where are
not
the
below
stars?
Can you agree that it wouldn't work?
No, I don't agree that it wouldn't work.
We could see stars lower than the city lights.
Depending on how this video was uploaded to YouTube and what the original video format is and how YouTube displays it, it's possible that it would display small sections of frames which aren't actually there, but are just artifacts of the compression.
No, he's saying if they did, if we can see them all, go down to the bottom.
I do not.
If you consistently see them all, dipping below, then sure. But I don't think I see that at all.
I didn't say that. I said if a star goes below the city lights that are supposed to be on the ground, that is physically impossible.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Now, of course, what's even funnier is, like I said, now you guys would agree. If we actually contrast the video and we see the stars all the way to the bottom of the screen, that's obviously impossible, right?
No, I don't think it's impossible.
So why would I be able to contrast the image and see stars through the Earth?
I told you there are. I mean, I wish I had the terminology pulled up. If you give me 2 minutes, I can give you the right.
It doesn't matter what way it's uploaded. It doesn't change what the camera was able to capture.
Do we have a
I
contrasted
agree.
video?
The what we're seeing right now isn't the exact source of what the camera captured, right? Because that would be a massive video. This is compressed down.
It's not going to add to what the camera caught.
It actually might.
Really, it's going to add the projected angle of the stars down, even though the camera didn't capture it.
Listen. One of the ways that these video compression algorithms work is that if, for example, from one frame to the next, there isn't a lot changing, but just stuff moving, what it'll do is it'll cut out a patch of the frame, and it'll associate with it, you can think of it as a velocity. So to save memory, what it'll do, it'll just say, okay, between this frame and this frame, just take this patch of the image and move it down by this certain amount, even though that's not what the video would have actually captured. It is possible that might be happening to a certain degree. Now, I don't know too much about higher exposure times on cameras, but my understanding was also that there are some ghosting effects that could happen. I don't know if those would cause a star to continue to move. Maybe not. But I do know that those are there too.
Okay. These are all city lights right there, right? So we shouldn't be seeing stars below that. That's weird.
No, what I do see is the city lights scattering off of the troposphere.
Yeah, so we should. So now we know where the ground is for sure. So if we see any stars in the whole video below that point, then that should be impossible.
The ground is in multiple places, right? Can you show me like what the worst offender is?
No,
in your
I'm
opinion?
just looking to a random video. This is just a random video. Like I'm not. We're releasing the contrasted video. It's going to be hilarious. Look,
okay.
Star right here.
Okay.
Okay, what? So this was not, and this is my point. This was not my point. You guys want to focus on this because you can't answer the other question. There is no answer to the other
I said,
question.
okay to you releasing the. You don't have.
No,
the contrast
I'm
video.
happy to move on to the other
That's what I
question
said.
if you want. You
No,
want to
you're
do
not,
that?
'cause you avoided it like the plague.
No, I just don't let you move on from other points. But as soon as you requested, forget what I said about the moon. I was willing to let it go. So let's move on to the other point. Excuse
My
me?
first point was, why don't we see videos of stars in space? That was my first point.
We do. This is one of them, right? But then you said, but no, not in orbit, right? You don't want it in orbit. You want it like on the moon, right, or somewhere else.
I want it out in space. Yeah.
I mean, I would count an Earth orbit to be space, but that's fine.
Well, that's a cool arbitrary
Let's use
determination.
your definition. All right. So again, if you're in a really bright place and you have a camera and you have the exposure set to too high, you're not going to see anything. Your shot is going to be like all fucking bloomed out.
You could also damage the sensors if the exposure is too high. So
Wow.
you have to
can't take
lower-
pictures of stars without damaging the sensors.
No, if you have
exposure's set too high.
excuse me, if you have white surfaces in the view of the camera that are in direct sunlight, the light being scattered off that white surface will be too intense for the camera at such a high exposure. So you have to turn on the exposure. At the point in which you can make out detail on the white surface, the exposure is already low enough that you can no longer make out stars.
Well, let's watch this again. But what's
Well,
up
at
with
the
this
very
right
end,
here?
the exposure isn't adjusted. You still see some stars, and then this material gets shined with too much light. It becomes quite blinding at the very end.
Oh, we're
If
gonna
you're to
watch
keep
it,
it up at high exposure like that, it could damage the sensors.
Oh yeah, actually, we're seeing what happens here if you have that exposure set that high with brightness. At the end of the
this is
video,
my
that's exactly
point.
what we're
That
seeing.
supports my point.
So at
How
some
it
point
supports my point.
they have to cut the video to they have to cut the recording to avoid damaging the sensor.
Oh, okay. So then we are capable of filming stars in space, right? It just can't be
Depends on
right
the
beside a really
camera.
reflective surface that'll be super bright. So we could just
The
turn this
camera-
camera away from the reflective surface and easily film the stars then, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me, but this camera that's being used in this video, it appears to me that they cannot adjust the exposure, so they have to cut the feed.
Oh, well,
when
good
it's
thing
too
they claim
bright.
specifically with Orion, they can remotely adjust the exposure.
I know, but in this particular recording, it looked like they were not adjusting the exposure, and so they had to cut it at the end.
So
why didn't we get
with-
stars in Orion? This is official ESA footage, by the way. So
What's it? So I'm sorry. Are you implying that the fact that they didn't set up a camera in the way that we've described in order to be able to capture the stars is evidence of what?
you see what you do? You always flip the burden of proof, right? Which is another reason I jumped in here. So you guys claim to be going to space. You guys claim that this is what space looks like. You guys claim that we swim in stars in space. Okay, that's what you guys claim.
No, I'm not
You did
flipping the
claim
burden. I'm just
this
asking.
way.
I'm asking what you were implying, right? I'm asking, like, are you implying that the fact that we didn't set up cameras with the right exposure settings in order to capture stars outside of an Earth's orbit?
Why wouldn't they? Why are we paying for a multi-billion-dollar mission and we can't even get what the stars look like while they're out there?
I mean, what do you think, for example, the James Webb telescope is, if not like a picture?
No, buddy. We're talking about when they claim there are astronauts out there and they're on rockets going in missions and coming back and all
Okay,
this stuff.
okay.
I want to see
Excellent.
stars.
Excellent. So not only have you added the condition that it can't be on Earth orbit, it has to be outside of Earth orbit, and there has to be either strapped to a rocket or there has to be an astronaut there. It can't be like one of our other instruments which are doing exactly what it is.
NASA admits that Sophia takes the same quality pictures as Hubble. So what are you talking about? Like, I want to see these supposed missions look real. This is what's weird. Is like, I know some ballers that openly admit that they're like, yes, I would like for them to show us videos with stars. I think it'd be really cool. And I would like for them to do 360s and show us like I'm out there with them. They're turning the camera around, showing me every which way. A full.
I would like that too.
So why couldn't you just said that from the beginning though?
Because you didn't ask whether or not I would like it, right?
I literally asked, like, is it not sketchy to you guys that that's never happened?
Okay, the fact that they didn't do it and I would like for them to do it doesn't make it sketchy to me.
That's what I'm saying. So when you guys were saying, you guys were talking to them before I came in here as if there's nothing that we would expect to see in space we haven't seen. They've shown us everything. There's no but in that there's like, they don't do stuff just to prove it to flat earthers. Showing us stars in space and 360 has nothing to do with proving it to flat earthers. That's what we deserve as taxpayers that have to pay billions of dollars for this nonsense, right? That's what their whole point is, to convince us that what they're doing is real. That's the whole point. It's literally the whole point. The whole world questioned them when they claimed they went to the moon. Whenever they just now did an interview with the ISS, they said, now for those people that don't believe you're up there, can you do something for us? They just now asked in the Artemis mission interviews, well, why can't we get live streams like we did in the moon for the people that are skeptical? So it's a well-known thing that people are skeptical of space exploration claims since the inception of space agencies. You guys want to paint a narrative that it's only the crazy psycho flat earthers that challenge it, and they have no reason to try to convince them it's valid. No, since their inception, people have been skeptical of NASA's claims of space exploration. That's the entire origin of the space agency.
Which is precisely because they're spending my hard-earned dollars on their stuff. I don't want them wasting any fucking money. All right, realigning telescopes, changing exposure settings on shit, just to prove shit to you. Now, I would be very happy. I would be very happy. I would be very happy to see pictures of the ones that you're saying, right? But never to convince flat earthers.
I just specifically said the opposite. All you have is a script, a gaslighting script. That's all you have.
But it's our tax money too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he just said about convincing everybody. They just said it live on screen. Can you show us something? There's people who ain't convinced, and you just jump right after he says it. You jump right to flat earthers, bro, and I'm not trying to prove nothing, bro.
Just a gaslighting script.
I have a question. Widget, you quite clearly said that this is their whole mission. What if that isn't true? What if their mission is actually also to research what's out there?
I didn't say that was their whole mission.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
No, I didn't. I said from the very beginning, the origin of the space agency, that was the entire point, was that most people were skeptical of what they were doing, which is objective. America was claiming to be the first ones to do something, and that they were going to show they were technologically superior to the Soviet Union. That was the entire point. Tons of people, even in America, didn't believe it. Tons of people were skeptical of the claims of NASA going to space and other space agencies, and they did everything they could to supposedly verify and prove it to them. That was one of the major discussions around space exploration when it first started. And again, I made a very specific point so that you guys can't use your little gaslighting script and try and flip it around and say they're not going to do this to prove it to flat Earth, because you just let it talk down to people and makes you feel better about yourself or whatever. The point is actually that even within your own paradigm, right? It makes sense to show us this. It makes sense to show us eclipses from the outside. It would make sense to put something on the moon that constantly tapes the Earth. It makes sense. It makes sense that we actually see the stars in space. It makes sense that on a spacewalk, we see them exit from the beginning of deciding to go out there, exit the ISS, and then go on their spacewalk. We would see the whole thing. It makes sense that we would see stars in space in videos. If you have 12 cameras, all you have to do is have one of them to look at the stars.
This is the kind of problem you run into when you listen your words less than other people do.
See, you got nothing of substance to respond.
I do, because you did say that that's their entire mission. So when you lie at the beginning of your ramble, I'm just gonna disregard the whole ramble and just state my point again. You did say that that's their entire mission, and that's false.
I did not say
Somebody else said that, bro.
Real quick,
That wasn't Austin.
real quick. So how much money would it actually cost to show them leaving the ISS and going to the outside of it? Because I don't think that'd be that expensive, and it would help to solve a lot of problems.
They do it all the time.
Yeah, I posted one just
Where-
now.
They do spacewalks all the time.
I know, but just showing them leave the ISS in a continuous shot and then going on a spacewalk.
Oh, I know. I don't think I've seen that. No.
But that'd be easy to show. They would just have to have the cameras that they already have show that happen. You know? Do you
Right.
agree that would be easy and no cost?
I don't know how easy it would be, but my
to put a
point
camera
is,
on an astronaut, it seems like it'd be super easy to do that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how easy it would be. It would seem to me to be fairly easy, but I don't think you guys understand how not in the realm of possibility it is for them to try to convince flat earthers.
So you just keep saying that. You're just like a robot.
But I mean, like,
Is that nice to say?
I wish I could like $1,000 super chat NASA to say, hey, flip a camera on that guy when he leaves. Like, I mean, or the ISS. You know what I'm saying? It seems like it would be of no cost and it would solve a lot of problems.
Wait, isn't it also weird that they like, oh, they're so transparent and all this stuff, and then they say, be sure and engage with us and drop your comments down below, and they always turn the comments off. They always turn the chats and comments off. It doesn't matter if what they're going to say back is because of people like you. No, that's why it should be on. Is that since there are Americans that are being taxed to go there, if they want to voice their discontent or how they don't believe it, they should be forced to allow that because that's a public federal company entity that we pay for. The fact they don't allow comments and don't allow chats is hilarious. And the fact that someone wants to jump in right now to defend it is what's even more funny.
Can I ask you a question, and I promise you it comes from a place of good faith? Because I'm just curious, because I don't think I've actually talked to you about other stuff besides Flat Earth. But do you subscribe yourself to any other ideas which other people might describe as conspiracy theories?
Yeah.
Would you mind sharing which? I know that you subscribe to the electric universe, right? If I understand correctly.
Okay. Is this how you should change topics?
Yeah, I mean, there's an endless amount of provable conspiracies, man. Like there's all kinds of poison in all of our food. They put poison in baby lotion. They put fluoride, which is a neurotoxin, in our water, which is actually because they were having waste products, and fluoride was one of the waste, and they couldn't get rid of it because it kept killing all the plants around it. So then they bottled it up and pretended it was good for the teeth, and they put it in water. So now they give it to infants. And fluoride is provably a neurotoxin, and now they even add fluoride. I forgot the actual specific chemical compound, but it's incredibly toxic, and they put it in our water.
Isn't there fluoride in toothpaste?
That doesn't make it good.
You're not supposed to swallow toothpaste.
It specifically says don't swallow it or call emergency immediately.
Do you use toothpaste with fluoride in it?
No.
Do you use toothpaste?
Yeah. You didn't know they made fluoride-free toothpaste, bro?
No, I mean I haven't really looked into it that deeply.
They sell them at like every store now. So
the flat earthers are on a toothpaste with no fluoride. Just so you know,
it's Tom's. It's actually it doesn't work that well, but there's other brands that are pretty good.
That's not the only.
You can also make your own.
Or you can use baking soda, which is natural and healthy. Yeah, don't have to spend a lot of money. Cheap. Change the picture.
Fluoride, which is a neurotoxin in water, including water for babies. 9/11 is super sketchy with all kinds of predictive programming, and they came out and said we were missing 2.3 trillion. Then the very part of accounting in the Pentagon that would account for that number is gone. Ghislaine Maxwell just got arrested and sentenced to 20 years for sex trafficking to nobody. So there's all kinds of conspiracies that are just facts, and the normies can't accept it. Or if I say evolution is pseudoscience built upon the pseudoscience of radiometric dating, which is provably fraudulent and assumptive based on geological assumptions, which also aren't verifiable. I'm crazy because I don't believe in evolution, which is a fairy tale. I'm crazy because I don't believe in your fairy tale about dinosaurs. I'm crazy because I don't believe in abiogenesis, which defies logic and all evidence ever. I'm crazy because I don't believe in the Big Bang. I don't really care what people think because usually people don't think. People just regurgitate consensus. None of that really matters.
I think that's okay. So, I mean, I didn't know that you didn't believe in evolution. That's interesting to know.
It's like provably pseudoscience. Like,
Dude, seriously, evolution
That makes
really?
his main
Wow.
platform not believing in evolution.
see, and this is what the people. This is what's so funny, right? If I say I believe there used to be dragons, and that Marco Polo came back and wrote about an 8-year stay he had in China where they literally had pet dragons and they revere them and have them as pets and put them in parades, and that every ancient civilization claimed that dragons were a real thing in a bunch of different sizes. People would laugh like, "What's it thinks there used to be dragons? What an idiot!" And then they believe the story of spans of billions of years with all kinds of dragons and different names for them that couldn't even biologically reproduce. See, and if I say that actually there must be intelligent design, the antecedent to creation is a creator, I'm crazy. But and they say something about a sky daddy, but then they believe that rocks turned into humans, or we don't know how it happened, but it doesn't matter. We'll ignore it. There's a big bang, but there had to be a pre-existing energy. We don't know what it was, but we'll ignore it. So I need you to grant me 2 supernatural miracles that I ignore, and then I can make up a story about evolution, which requires billions of years. When we first said the Earth was 2.5 billion years, and it wasn't enough, and we needed more for evolution, so now we say it's 4.5 billion years. Conveniently, geological evidence changed right when we found out we needed more years for evolution, and then radiometric dating's been debunked like 15 times. But no, if I don't believe that, I'm the crazy person. And then it's always psychological projection and gaslighting every single time. That's all you ever get, because it's clown world. So I don't really care. Like, I actually have an answer that works. Evolution would prove a creator. If evolution was real, it would prove a creator. That means that everything is built with an innate intrinsic ability to adapt and survive. It means they were literally engineered and designed to optimize survivability. That built-in ability actually proves creation, even if it was true. That's the ironic part. So, whatever.
How old is the Earth?
I don't make claims about how old the Earth is. But I know that you guys have no idea how old the Earth is, because they used to teach us it was just over 2 billion years, and now it's 4.5 billion. So you doubled it, which means you have no idea how old the Earth is.
When did they say 2.5 billion?
Oh, you didn't know that?
I grew up in the 70s.
No, I've known
the Earth
ever
was
since I was a kid.
2.5 billion years old. I had to put on the test. 2.5 billion years old is how old the Earth is. Did it get older and older as I got older?
What's it ballpark? Do you have a ballpark figure, more or less? If you had to guess.
He doesn't know what it is.
12,000.
10,000 years old.
Yeah, maybe 12,000.
12,000 years old.
12,000 years?
Yeah, Zanuck, 12,000 years.
Where do you get that number from?
Well, just
any other? I'm super interested in this. Any other conspiracy theories that?
You can look at the trees, and they'll give you about 12,000 or so. The tree rings.
Tree ring did, okay.
Yeah, something that actually kind of makes sense. Doesn't require me to make up like 5,000 stories. Yeah.
Tree ring did is fairly accurate.
Any other
I'm
ones?
confused about the dragons. Dragons real or not real with it, or is that just like your dinosaur example?
Dragons have a lot of evidence when it comes to across the earth. People claim they existed, and I'll get ridiculed for saying dragons exist. But then you guys can believe in every sign of Stegosaurus, T-Rex, whatever.
I was just asking what you thought. That's all. I just didn't understand. I wasn't
He's obviously trying to get something. He's obviously trying to get something in particular out of you, bro.
Brian, 1 second, please.
He's gonna keep asking until you say the one he's digging for.
Brian,
I'm honestly just curious.
Why can't these dinosaurs mate? You said that creation is not possible with them, or procreation is not possible because of their shape. I always see that meme of the 2 dinosaurs, like how would they ever hump each other? Is that what you're talking about?
I gotta do something.
Wait, real quick. You can't go. I need to know this answer. Please, you can't leave me hanging like this. Oh, see, Brian. God dang it!
Wait. So, man, I really wanted to ask him about.
So many things I want to find out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you fucking dug into the specific theories which he accepted. I wanted to get a broad idea of like what are all the things that he believes, right?
Okay, the dragon stuff aside, what do you think about some of the things he brought up as far as 9/11 and fluoride and stuff?
Isn't it
what's
good
up, Zanuck?
Isn't it good to kind of hit one of those topics, and because he kept on, I know what he says because he said it so many times.
No, I think I want to come at this from top down, right? Like the most abstract first, and then and then yeah. So like for me, I mean, I wanted to know if, like, for example, if you things like chemtrails, are a thing. or I don't know. I mean, I actually don't find the dragon thing to be like the worst offender. I think
Well, he said that dinosaurs can't exist because they cannot procreate. And I think he's kind of pointing to the meme that I always see flying around, these Tyrannosaurus rexes that don't look like they could ever hump each other because of their no hands and stuff, and their tails are too big. I wonder if it's going to be something.
Can I just
What about
ask one?
what
one
about like
question?
Sandy Hook?
Just go back half a step. Is Godric still here?
I'm still here.
Can I just ask you a quick one? Before Witsit
Sure.
showed up, did you feel like we were being nasty or condescending to you during that conversation?
You guys were though.
No, it was actually fine.
That's all.
But I think Discord.
Bullshit, bro. Do I need to that's
You're a good
bullshit. Do I
sport,
need to
though.
repeat some of the shit, dude? I could repeat God, I mean, bro, maybe you're very forgiving.
Like
bro,
Discord has.
They give you backhanded insults, everything they said, bro.
Oh,
You need to
Give us
listen
an
back.
example, Brian.
If I did that, I
you'll have to
apologize.
play it for me. 'Cause maybe it went over my head, But like Discord is toxic by design. People make fun of each other. I'm
my
totally
intention.
okay. I'm not offended.
I remember
just wanna
Charlie
have
was
a
just
conversation.
Charlie was
Just
just
say
asking about.
10 times as much class as Charlie.
When I came in, it seemed pretty calm, but I wasn't here to what I think he was referring to, so I can't vouch.
You
But it
guys
seemed pretty calm
you guys
when I
different
hopped
from
in.
Charlie.
Did they change the 2.5 billion to 4.5 billion, Charlie? I don't remember that change.
I don't know the timeline of that.
Yes, they did.
When is that? Not in my lifetime.
I mean, I always knew.
The moon.
I always thought it was like around 4 billion years.
The moon landing is what gave us the most. I think the most confidence in the dating. So I don't know if that was the first time the 4 billion. I don't think that was the first time the 4 billion number came up, but that is where it became.
I grew up 70 Catholic school. In third grade, they taught it was 2.5 billion years old was the Earth.
Really?
And I remember because I had to put on the test. Now the Catholic school may have had older books, not up to date, but they wouldn't have been more than 10 years old.
You said the 70s.
70s, yes.
Okay, I have. I'll see if I can find an old book of mine. To see if I can find
Well, you have to remember the only rocks they can use for dating were asteroids, and so it was very difficult for them to have. It was very difficult for them to find specific data on dating the Earth. And,
You can make apologies
until we
for
went to the moon.
Hey, Charlie, what's your background? Just high level. I'm just curious. You're a pretty bright guy. Where do you come from?
I am a software engineer. I minored in electrical engineering. Right now, I work on developing the ground system side for a satellites communications company. So, managing the RF hardware, programming FPGAs, et cetera, et cetera. And I do have a fascination with physics. So on the side, I study physics quite a bit. So I would describe my level of physics knowledge to be like a senior in college, but not quite graduate level.
Yeah, I would guess it's about the same level about you. That you have that, or about you. RF communications, satellites. What do you think about the balloon that they shut down? About taking pictures and stuff, and why they were talking about how they can zoom into license plates, and people were claiming they can zoom into license plates with satellites. I said,
sorry, the what did they shut down?
The balloon that had the spy equipment from China.
Oh, I mean, I have like my political opinions on it. I was pretty pissed off that the administration sort of just let it pass through the country.
I know, right? Seems kind of bizarre.
And then people try to say, "Oh, well, Trump did the same thing," but actually, no, he didn't. His administration. I mean, it happened a couple of times during his administration, but by the time it was reported to them, the balloons had already entered and left the country.
Right. And their excuse was, we don't know what it is. If it lands, it might land in a city, have biological weapons on it. I mean, who knows?
I was on Gem's server, right? And one of the things that I complained about is the reason they gave for not shooting it down immediately, which was, oh, we were afraid that were gonna like kill somebody. It's gonna fall on somebody's head. But I don't know. The math just doesn't work out for me. In the middle of butt fuck nowhere, Montana, right?
Yeah,
you could just pop the balloon, obviously with a massive needle, right? And then it would just, and then it would just
pop it though. Why wouldn't they just use like machine guns and get a few bullet holes in there, let it slowly come down?
Yeah. I mean, that's how it would work, right? And then I mean that's like that must be like only like I don't know, like 900 square feet,
right?
Like in the middle of Montana, like there's no chance, like almost zero chance that would
hit
anybody.
1 in a million.
What do you think of the possibility that that wasn't exactly the reason? It was more because they wanted to recover. They wanted to make sure that they recovered it. I agree with what you said though about deflating the balloon so it slowly fall down. But what if they wanted to make sure that it was like intact?
I mean that's fine. What makes me uncomfortable is the government lying to its people, right? Because they very explicitly and continue to say the reason they didn't shoot it down is because they were afraid of damage to like American citizens, right? Like hurting Americans.
Man, there's hope for you, Charlie. Man, that is a really good answer because if they were able to lie for a stupid balloon shit, imagine if they'll lie for something else.
I'm actually kind of shocked. Like, why is he upset that the government lies to its people? That makes no sense if he's a globalist.
It makes a lot of sense. We all are very critical and skeptical of our government in many ways. I don't think anyone.
Well, not everybody. Gem Panda was like, oh well, I don't believe the reason because I mean I'm sure he's done the mental math and he says, yeah, I don't believe the reason why they didn't shoot it down, but they probably have their own reasons, and I'm fine with the government lying to me.
No, think about it. Think about it, bro. Common sense. If they really thought that balloon was from China, they would have fucking collected that motherfucker to see what was on it, bro. Come on, man.
That's what they did.
That's what they did.
Have they not done that?
You must not.
I mean, they would have fucking scooped it up with one of them airplanes. We showed the airplanes with hooks. They have airplanes with hooks that do it every day, Zanuck. We know you don't acknowledge that. We've showed you pictures. We've showed video of it, bro.
Solar cells and all the other equipment that's on there. You just can't put a balloon that's that large.
I know the system you're talking about is the system they use in Batman and shit.
Yeah, right.
Metal Gear Solid 5. I don't think that would work with that.
Yeah,
see, that's another backhanded little. You talk about shit they use in Batman,
Brian?
What's this post a picture?
What do you mean that was backhand? Hold on, how was that backhanded?
Zanuck, can I respond? Okay, dude, you're telling Zanuck, can you drive the freaking to South America and back, and just like you're talking to me. Well, I know that's what they use them hooks in Batman and shit like that, but we're like, dude, it's just like I'm just making it up. It's shit I seen on Batman, bro. That's real shit. How you think they scoop them weather balloons that stay up?
You know that it's real. How was that a backhanded comment?
Bro,
he's admitting that it's real. He's also stating that it was from Batman.
Maybe he doesn't acknowledge it, bro. Maybe.
Well, I thought
was it me saying that it was from Batman and from Metal Gear Solid 5 that you took as an insult?
No, I just took it as a backhanded fucking insult. Yeah, like not.
No, I mean I'm aware that the system is real. I just remember.
What was your exact words? What was your exact words? I don't have to
dismissive.
rewind it. What was your exact words? And I'll tell you.
I don't recall my exact words, but I said something like, "Yeah, I've seen that system from Batman and like Metal Gear Solid 5. I know it's real, but it wouldn't work."
No, you
That's
asked
what I
me.
said.
Okay, I'll go back and rewind it and see.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't matter though. But the point is that
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But if I'm wrong,
hold on, Brian.
I owe him an apology.
Brian, that's great. The payload on the balloon was far too heavy for something like that.
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with the weight, but the like the shape of it. Like it wouldn't work with this. I think the system's called Skyhook. I don't think it would work with it at all. Like the plane would hook it, and the whole thing would just hit the underside of the fucking plane like hard as fuck.
Yeah, right. That's a lot of inertia. That once the rope or whatever caught onto started pulling the mass of that whatever that was, that would have been kind of tough on the plane.
Bro, I don't know why we didn't just get like a redneck in a Cessna and just fucking,
He said, I know the system you're talking about. It's the system they use in Batman. I just thought it was backhanded, bro. I mean, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but I'm just saying, I was pointing him out. Like, earlier. That one guy who claimed who asked Godric was if we were being arrogant to him or whatever. He wasn't. I just think just a little backhanded compliment. I don't mind him, bro. To be honest, but don't deny it.
Either though. He was.
I do deny it.
It was a little bit, man.
He was trying to show to him that it was kind of it wasn't fair of him to ask for us of the same to provide the same thing.
In defense of Witsit, I mean, like the amount of content that he makes and the kind of people that he talks to and the amount of like digs that are pointed in his direction, I don't blame him for being a little hostile sometimes, but I did see what you guys were talking about there.
Witsit is very familiar with me.
Okay, like I said, I'm new to the Discord, so
yeah.
Yeah, y'all were a little dodgy though, man. He was bringing up a point, and you're talking about. You're like, what did you ask him to describe, or you asked him what could he explain it? And I was like, dude, what do you not understand about stars dropping down below the horizon? I mean, I was like, weird question, and he got impatient.
Do you think it's bad for me to ask him to clarify something if I don't understand it? Like, is your point that I'm stupid and I should feel bad about it?
No, go back and listen to it. He never called you stupid, bro. That's another thing. You kept saying he was calling you stupid. You kept saying he's doing this and that.
He called me stupid multiple times.
He also made a few comments that
you must be pointing out backhanded insults, right?
What's up?
No, never mind, bro. Never mind. I don't want to get all stupid. I ain't trying to get shitty with it. I was just trying to defend Austin and
he made several comments that could have been that were insinuating that Charlie was stupid for sure. Like, he asked him if he knew English.
That was the only one. That was the only one, and he didn't say he didn't ask him. He didn't ask him. He said he said that right after he asked him to what was he didn't understand. We were talking about stars going down below the horizon. He said it crystal clear. Stars going down below the horizon. He asked him a direct question. He said, "Can you explain the stars on the ISS live feed dropping down below the horizon?" And Charlie asked him to elaborate, bro. Like, dude, I mean,
what's wrong with that? There's literally nothing wrong with it.
Okay, horizon, stars, lower, droppy. I mean, what the fuck, dude? How do you elaborate? ISS live feed. Can Charlie explain why we seeing stars dropping below the horizon? I mean, what's there to?
I mean, it's clear now, obviously, to me what he meant, right? He stopped. He shared screen. He showed us what he meant. But there's nothing wrong. However clear the question may sound to you, there's nothing wrong for somebody else asking for clarification.
Bro, he asked you 3 times, and you just kept.
Who cares?
Saying he's being insulting and all that instead of addressing it. That's why I joined. He kept asking y'all over and over. And y'all just start talking about him insulting and all this stuff, man. Y'all are being dodgy. That's why he's getting like that, bro. And then y'all just kept throwing y'all dogpiled on that instead of the point. That's why I joined.
The only time where I insulted Witsit, all right? The only times when I've insulted Witsit, at least tonight, is when he comes out swinging. All right? I've been very nice to him and everybody else here otherwise.
Yeah, I was just saying. I ain't even talking about that. I'm saying I was trying to get y'all back on topic. Now I'm pulling you off topic. Ironically,
it's all good. I think it's important to talk about these meta things every once in a while. Because by the way, I hope you believe me, I actually do really want to talk about these things, like the actual substantive claims. I actually find them interesting to some degree.
Well, you finally did say at the very end, it took a fucking lot. It's like pulling teeth, but I'll give you that. You did finally admit that if we're seeing lots of stars, dropping down all the way to the bottom of the screen, that's going to require some explaining. So I'll give you that. At least you fucking finally got there. But it was tough.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know. Certain people just seem to want it to be a shit show rather than a real discussion. It's almost like what do we have to have, like a foul system? Like ring a buzzer, like, oh, you just did a thing. Because the thing is, once someone does one of those attacks or insults or whatever things, the other person is going to react. Whether they react in 5 seconds, 30 seconds, 2 minutes, it's just like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, I stopped trying. Like when somebody comes at me like that, I stop turning the other cheek. Like I just can't, because I'm just gonna keep doing it if I don't immediately put a stop to it.
Did I put a stop to it?
What's
Tell them
up?
to suck a bag of dicks.
Yeah, it's exactly that's exactly how I do it.
Well, your homosexual fantasies are not really relevant.
They are funny though. But anyway,
That's a foul.
well, I probably should be going to bed, but Witsit, I want to say something. I had a kid recently, a few months ago, and I'm aware that you're in a similar boat. I honestly hope that it's as awesome an experience for you as it's been for me, and I really do mean that. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. Have a good one, guys.
Congratulations to you, bro. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, man. Have a good night.
Dream of dirty diapers. Dream of dirty diapers, bro.
Good night. Give your kid plenty of love.
My diaper changing days are over. Now I get to watch them change diapers and laugh.
I just take
But
them in
dude,
the
they had a
backyard and
little
hose them
game
off.
at the shower. They had a game where they split us off into two teams, or no, there was like 3 or 4 teams. But I was the guy on the team. It was like a baby shower, but guys were invited. Shit, only baby shower I ever went to, because my sister asked me to come because there was other guys coming, and they had games, and it was I was a single dad for a while, you know, until I got with my wife and everything, and I had but anyway, they had a diaper changing race. It was like a relay race, and there was 4 people on each team, dude. We killed them, dude, because I've changed probably more diapers than half the women in that damn race, man. And it was like, you know, it's like do it in my sleep, bro. We killed it.
I just put them out in the lawn and hose them off.
Dude, that's what I would. I mean, to be honest with you, man, they hardly ever had rashes because I would just take a shirt, and I mean, you'd be surprised how baby shit, whatever. I mean, it doesn't. If you wet something real quick or something, man, it doesn't stain that bad. You could just grab a shirt or something, man. I ain't saying to just. If you clean it, if it's something that you grab that you might wear or do whatever with, just right when it's dirty, then just wet it. Or let them free ball, man. If you're right there, that's one way to they never had to worry about rashes and shit.
You just put them in
I'd
the
use
toilet and
t-shirt.
flush the toilet. It's like a jacuzzi that just takes everything down the drain. Perfect.
Imagine that. A jacuzzi.
There's an idea. I always found creative ways, especially in summertime when it's hot. I would literally hose them off.
Zanuck, you have
I
kids?
remember back.
Yeah, I got a couple of kids. Little gems
They're
of my
flat
life.
earthers. They're
What's
flat
that?
earthers. And they're flat earthers.
Yeah, right.
They're rebellious little flat earthers.
They're anti-flat earthers.
That's cringe.
Actually, all kids start as flat, and then they get corrupted
Well, they don't
by
know.
education.
They don't know any of this stuff. This is just like.
Yeah, you have to force a globe on them to get them to believe that shit. Like,
no, one's a.
Isn't that interesting, dude? If you raised a child just naturally, organic as it were, you know, let's say you like in today's world, let's say someone like lives on a farm, they're away from all the modern craziness. The kid's just happy. It doesn't have to be a farm; could just be land somewhere, whatever it may be. You just raise that child naturally,
middle of nowhere.
Yeah. There's absolutely nothing in their psyche that indicates that they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum in outer space. If that was here's my claim. If that was real, if the ball and the vacuum and all that was real, it would be like built into them intuitively. There would be like an intuitive, just like they know how to, you know, they know that when they punch another kid and the kid cries, it makes them feel bad. You know, they know there's all those things that kids go. So in a similar way, like if the earth was a globe, that would be foundational, but it isn't. It's a whole thing. You need to imprint it. That term inculcate, which is similar to indoctrinate, but you have to inculcate them with the globe.
I like that, inculcate.
I bet you do.
I learned from Star Wars.
What do you mean you got to use Colgate? You gotta use Colgate them for the globe. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I
they
learned
gave us
from
the
the
fluoride. I got the fluoride pills.
It's got fluoride in
I
it.
ate those. I ate the fluoride pills. I mean, I had the full shot of that back in the '60s.
I learned about
Yeah, I mean,
space.
to inculcate is like to repeatedly push an idea, like to repeatedly indoctrinate someone.
Until it's their culture.
Xanax third eye is a concrete little block.
Do you believe that all repetitive, like all things that are repetitively taught, as you would say, indoctrinated, would you consider all those things to be incorrect?
You mean all those things to be true or false? Like false?
No, like let's say that all the indoctrination, all the examples of indoctrination, all the things that
I think they don't
are
know. I think
imprinted in your head because it's taught over and over again.
It's just that
all those things.
Hold on. Why are you guys interrupting Kosho?
Yeah,
Brian and Godric, you interrupted him like 3 times. Go ahead, Kosho. Say your thing. You're a
I'm
little
saying-
quiet though. You are a little quiet.
I'm saying, would you consider all those things, as I said, like that are taught repetitively to the point to where it's ingrained in your head? Would you consider all those examples? Would you consider all of them to be not true or dishonest lies?
So it's just that it's indoctrination. It's very, very little critical thinking. It's all memory and regurgitation. That's it. It's no finding out yourself. It's no exploration. It's all just reading, memorization, and regurgitation.
Yeah, if you're doing it that way, you're doing it wrong. I agree, but that's not my question. My question is, do you think that all the things that are indoctrinated to you, if you are a person who
indoctrination by itself is not bad.
do you consider all that
by
to be
itself?
incorrect?
It depends on the content. Like I teach my kids about God, and they pray and they do good things and they help other people.
Kosho, is your question, is it wrong to indoctrinate or inculcate someone? Or is your question, if someone's indoctrinating or inculcating someone with some idea, that idea always false?
Is it always false? Right.
Well, in theory, you could indoctrinate someone with something that's true, but I guess you're right. Like, would that really be indoctrination? Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, you could do the act of telling them something over and over. Like if you raised a child and said, there's purple elephants in Africa or something, whatever it is. You just made up you just started saying there's purple elephants somewhere and you just repeatedly told them. It's not really the best example because...
Godric gave a good example. He's talking about religion, right? Like, people were brought to churches, little kids or whatever, and whether the religion is true or not.
And that indoctrination is not bad by itself. It's just the content of what you're documenting.
Sorry, Snacks.
Oh yeah, I thought you were trying to make a comparison between inculcation, indoctrination, and just things that are memorization or things by rote, or that teaching that's done by rote. Isn't that kind of like what we're? What we're saying, or?
No, I'm just asking because some things are taught repetitively to people. Like there's people like maybe like some of us in the room who've been taught all this stuff too, but we've also looked into ourselves.
Can you just pause 1 second? But
sure,
yeah, it's like
pause. But
I know, but it's like memorizing a multiplication table. There's no indoctrination there. Memorizing a bunch of historical events in a certain chronological order. That could be indoctrination, right? But it is both this memorization thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that it's true that some people only go off of what they're taught without looking into it. There's people who look into it as well as go off of what's being taught. But the act of repetitively saying the same thing to kids, like let's say they learn about the globe all through elementary school and high school and college. Would it still be indoctrination if they're just repetitively teaching it to them because it's correct?
That's what the word indoctrinate. All the word indoctrinate means is to. Oh, here I'll read one of the definitions here: to instruct in a doctrine, principle, ideology, etc., especially to imbue with a specific partisan or biased belief or point of view. To teach or inculcate, to imbue with learning. So those are the first 3 example of indoctrinate. So just indoctrinating itself, it's just those things I just said. It's just even like to imbue with learning, to teach, and then there's the inculcate, or to instruct, any type of point of view. So, I mean, let's say you were going to indoctrinate someone to repeatedly do that in a way to tell them that people are beautiful or something really like positive. That would be technically you're indoctrinating them with a point of view. That point of view is people are beautiful or something like that. So it's like the indoctrination itself is not necessarily deceptive or evil or wrong, although it could be argued whether it's really good to have to do that at all. Like, should we really be like instructing our things onto other people, or should we just let people be who they are? That's a whole nother question, karmically, spiritually and karmically. But in theory, it would just in general, it could be that it's more that if you're indoctrinating with something that is a lie or that is a deception is where it really becomes problematic.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, just there's going to be plenty of examples of things that are taught only because they're correct, right? Like, it's not necessarily
Science is supposed to be no indoctrination. It's supposed to be able to observe it, demonstrate it, repeat it. Okay, and this is not what's happening. We're just doing memory and history lessons in science nowadays. Very little experimentation on your own, especially in grade school, which is where you need to learn about science.
That's what you do with young. You don't do that with maybe if you're in university studying to be an actual scientist. But if you're actually just going to school to learn things, then you're going to teach them the things that we've learned together, not teach them how to go figure it out.
Yeah, but they don't. It's like, remember that movie where like, I want to be, like the great explorer Magellan, and the teacher's like, well, it's already been done already, No, Coach Show. You need to let the kids explore, to learn science by understanding it, by exploring it, not just by reading and memorization, because that's not science.
That's so silly, dude. What you're arguing is that instead of teaching kids geography, you should teach them to explore the world and figure it out.
That's what he's saying. He literally just said, teach them the fundamentals of understanding the science, but then allow them to ask questions, explore, allow them to figure things out themselves as well.
Thank you,
Are you saying
science.
that's not what he's saying when the example he used was Magellan, who wasn't an
I was
explorer?
making an analogy, but that's
I know,
right.
but that's what I'm saying. Magellan was an explorer who's explored the world. We have a lot of the maps we have because of the explorers, people who live there. So in school, when you're in elementary, middle school, high school even, they teach you geography because they're teaching what we learned. If you want to go become an explorer, you can do that, and they'll teach you how to learn how to find new things out. Just like in science, they'll figure out how to become a scientist. But before that, they're going to teach you the things that we've come to learn.
So the problem there, Coach Show, is now you have a conspiracy, right? Now you have a men who are corrupt, right? So how do you know that they did the geography right? Why can't we go explore, and find stuff out and make our own map? Why do we have to always piggyback on the backs of others? And how do you know they did it right? Isn't it worth to test it? Is it wrong to question it?
Now, kids aren't going to do it, and if they are, then they're going to be well qualified. But usually, not going to expect kids to do it. You're going to expect people who.
The science, but the science be done in the classroom. You can do a science experiment. You can dissect frogs. You can do chemical experiments like in water, and you can do all kinds of things with that, with very little just memorization and recalling.
Why? What are you talking about memorization and recalling?
Dude, what do you learn it best? By actually doing it yourself, a science experiment, or by reading about the shit?
I'm not talking about reading about shit. I'm just saying the stuff that's going to be in the curriculum is going to be the stuff that we collectively have already learned that's true, right?
But Coach Show, science isn't to read something and learn it that way. Science is to explore it, and by the experience of doing, Coach Show. That's the whole point. That's why science is different. It's not history. You can't say what we learned.
Did you do experiments?
How do you know the person's not lying what we learned? We learned about Mars and Uranus.
Patrick, when you were in middle school, did you do experiments?
We didn't do enough experiments.
So
it was mostly
experiments.
Listen. It was mostly memory, reading, and regurgitation. That's all it was.
I'm asking if you did any experiments.
Very few.
Okay, so you did experiments. So they taught you how to do that, right? Did they also teach you the stuff that we collectively know to be true at this time? Yes.
Very little. Most of it was memory, and we're
You're
that's what I'm
allowed to
telling
do.
you.
You're allowed to do experiments on your own, and you're allowed to do.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. You can do experiments on your own. That is not education. Education are supposed to be learning the science from experience, from doing it yourself. If you do something on your own, that's up to you. You can't expect the other kids to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if you look at doctors, right? And this is exactly what's going on with the education system. We already got enough facts and proof and evidence that we're under Rockefeller educational system. That's a clear fact. That's undebatable. Then the second part is that our schools are industrialized for workforce and places, meaning you take a test, you retain that what you studied, and then you go ahead and remember that on the test itself. Here's a good example. Look at doctors. Do you know how many people die from misdiagnosis? And there's a big difference between doctors and nurses who have problem solving skills and figure things out. They may look like that person's having an illness, but they go and do testing. While someone that you could say is academically retarded, meaning, yeah, he passed the test, he got his credentials of being a doctor, but he just misdiagnosed you because he just remembers, oh, that might be this disease or this illness. Let me go ahead and give you this insulin. Whoops, you're dead.
What's the nurse going to do instead?
Nurses also are pretty adept too with problem solving as well.
I don't know, but what's the nurse going to do in that scenario that the doctor misdiagnosed?
Well, they'll usually give a criticism or they'll give an opinion. And about 7 out of 10, the doctor will tell you, well, I'm a doctor and I'm going to do this. And that's final. Because those doctors that come out of that way of not problem solving, not taking perspectives as a normal individual, they're going to go, you know, I'm a doctor, fucking nurse, do what I said. And then nurse comes back, yeah, he's dead.
Hey, Coach, so back on the topic a little bit before, we were talking about children and stuff. Have you ever heard, what do you think about the idea of just raising a child and just letting them like hang out with you? You know what I mean? Just raise them and just hang out. They ask questions, you answer it best you can. Of course, there is things that you could do, like you could help them understand things if you'd like. But what do you think would happen if you just let the child just kind of hang out and just absorb the world and find their own way and research what they want? Like, do you think that there has to be a whole protocol of things that you tell them, or do you think they would just be able to be supported?
Yeah, no, I never suggested that. That's what I was saying about what they teach in school or what they teach in general. The purpose of teaching it. Yeah, I mean that's just because that's what we collectively know. I get what you're saying is like, what if instead of teaching them that, letting them explore, maybe if they ask questions, those would be the answers you would give them, I'm sure, or you would at least show them how to find the answers. But I mean, I didn't go to school. I went to part of middle school, but I didn't go to high school or anything. And everything that I learned was from seeking it out. Right?
Were you homeschooled?
I was taken out of school. I don't know if they considered. I didn't have any curriculum.
Is that why you're such a hardcore globe earther?
Why?
Because
trying to make up for it.
Yeah, there's something with the school situation.
Trying to seem academic.
I don't think so. No, I remember whenever I got interested in physics, it's because I saw this textbook at like Goodwill. I was like, I don't know, probably 14, 13, or whatever. And I don't know, everything in it was so cool. So I mean, like I was seeking out all these answers because of I had a lot of questions.
Oh, at this time period, you guys should be putting your kid in school. Better do homeschooling or private school.
What?
Kids, any person that has kids right now should be homeschooling, not putting them in the education system.
That's really the only healthy option at this point. Although the Waldorf schools are pretty good. Those are the only ones. You know Waldorf?
Nah, never heard of it.
Yeah, good.
Was it like a fancy school?
No. Do you know who Rudolf Steiner is?
No. Who is he?
There's a lot of people who do benefit from public school, though. That's why I wouldn't knock it. I probably wouldn't necessarily send my kids to public school, but there's plenty of people who are very well established who benefit from public school.
Yeah,
Look,
but
you have private school, you got homeschool, and you got public school. Private school takes money. Public school is easiest, and then homeschool is you got to have a parent that's dedicated to doing it at home, or some kind of person that's willing to do that. It's not
Some
working.
some people are saying that this whole pandemic era, you know what I mean, for a lot of these kids, they were like in lockdown, so it was almost like a tester for a lot of people trying homeschooling, you know, and to some degree.
I'm actually pretty happy that the scamdemic happened because when the kids got home and they had the laptops on, parents will come by and check on the kids, and they will see these teachers trying to do indoctrination or CRT or some homosexual shit. And I've seen some plenty of good videos of parents screaming the shit out of that teacher. So yeah, I think it opens eyes to a lot of parents of what's going on with their kids' school.
You know, I'm kind of glad this pandemic happened because I think it's the whole public has now developed a rightful distrust of the government systems and the health the medical systems and healthcare and I don't know, I think that it backfired on them.
Oh yeah, big time, great awakening, bro.
I got like a crazy idea here. Do you think is it possible that with the economy kind of shrinking a little bit and like with like less people possibly needed in the workforce, is it possible America goes back to like a one earner type household, like 1950 style, and whereas like
How can that be with inflation though? Because it takes three incomes now to do what one income did in the 50s.
Well, because they could do it from home too. So like the kids can kind of, I don't know, a mom can be a part educator and then have some side hustle too. I don't know. Just saying.
Selling feet pics on Feet Finder.
Or flip flop, but it doesn't have. I mean, I know plenty of women who make more than the guys do.
Sure.
Are you talking about OnlyFans?
No, corporate.
No, but Feet Finder's something else.
But you can't discount OnlyFans. OnlyFans is a career, man.
I'm sure there are more millionaires. There are more millionaires without high school diplomas. I'm sure generated by that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even recommend that. That's a career suicide and relationship suicide.
There's more millionaires without a high school diploma.
And OnlyFans, probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
in OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Probably,
what ratio of college graduates do you think are in OnlyFans?
Say what?
It's got to be a low amount of college degrees on that site, right?
Yeah, I don't know how many
I'd say less than
millionaires are on that site.
50%.
I don't know.
Less than 50%, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe 1 in a million's got like a doctorate and something. I don't know.
That would be pretty
Well, what
sad.
percentage of the public has a college degree?
I definitely don't have one.
That's not what I was talking about, though. I'm just saying,
what
like,
percentage of the public has a degree?
a lot of people do work from home, though.
Has a degree.
Anyway, yeah.
I know of girls that have college degrees that are on OnlyFans.
That is fucking sad.
Yeah, because they got worthless degrees, though. So I mean,
lesbian dance theory could do that for you.
Gender studies.
Basket weaving.
I'm sorry, bro. Your degree in gender studies is not going to get you a job, bro. Sorry about that.
All right, that's not a problem. Hey, no, but that Isaac Newton, most of the stuff that he came up with, like the early stuff, all came because of the pandemic that was going on when he was alive, and he was stuck at home.
The one that took the queen's queen out too at the time. Yeah, history repeats itself in a funny way.
Yeah. No, and they keep altering and changing, and people are too dumb to understand that history is repeating itself right now.
And that's what public school's for. No, I don't know. It seems like we could be a lot better about developing people than just putting them in school, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
To the parents, though, right?
Yeah,
Like if you put like all the, but is that what I guess they don't want that because it's
Nope.
like seemingly like they really should be able to do something like that. Feel like, hey, what if we put like our best and brightest on like making like the next generation the best generation ever, you know? But
Yeah, they're not gonna do that, man. 50 years of society and elected officials, from APAC to CPAC and funding from outside, everything has been designed to put people in further and further debt, make us even further dumb. Education's infrastructure, medical and pharmaceutical has completely dropped the ball in failure.
well,
To keep
I
going.
guess it's like they designed it so it's like everybody just has like vanilla basic education, and that's all you need because the real people that are going to be successful already know the successful people. It's just pure nepotism. So give everybody shit education. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like I think,
Exactly.
and so like if you want to empower yourself, you have to like try to like throw some enrichment to your education, be a little bit more than vanilla, or specialize in something or whatever. But you know, it's yeah, it would be nice if there was more like effort that American could develop a little easier than the one in the make like the one in the million type people, like one in a 10,000 or something like that. That'd be nice. Just
You
get
know, it's
good
kind.
people, right?
You know
Okay.
what's kind of sad? If we had an actual education system that actually strives to put each generation on the next, looking to achieve all of its efforts and resources in bettering it, the people in this room that self-taught, self-learned, go out there and research. Imagine if you had access to that research as a kid, you would have been far up there in the genius level. Right now, we're probably about average or a bit above, but
We lived in a golden age of Google search. It's shit now.
yeah, it's
It's
shit.
hard.
But
It's hard for me. I'm trying to research regular shit, and it's like what?
instructors, bro, like actually having an entire academia field behind to support you because they see you as the next step. It's a lot different, you know what I'm saying? Than you going out your own searching for some shit, 5th page, 16 page of Google and trying to fucking self-read on the pirate site.
I used to go like 500 pages deep into Google image searches and be like, okay, that's enough.
You just gotta learn how to refine the searches.
They don't even doesn't return nearly as much, and then most of it is like Shutterstock returns. It used to just give you like everything ever that was ever cached on anybody's stupid sites.
That's what I'm saying. You can still look at that cache stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's all that what's her name? Waybackmachine.com does.
It doesn't cache everything. Anyway, it's just the internet's very like channeled now, and it was like pretty wide open, kind of amorphous. Whatever, man. There's do you guys hear like they something called STEM education? They do that in schools now. It's like a little more open ended, more like problem solving, but there should be like a scenario, a situation. You try to engineer something out of that. I don't know. It's a little. I don't know. They're incorporating it into like a lot of different folds, but that's like one way, for science class or whatever. But they also like, supplement like music for math learning, different things like that. That's at least pretty cool because, like, I don't know, just getting people to like memorize stuff out of a book and repeating it, testing them on it, that doesn't yield like great people. Great people make themselves, I guess.
Yeah, you just produce retards who are academically failures, man. They're good problem solvers. Now they got a new disorder or whatever they're calling it, for people not able to visualize in their head or think or have an inner voice. Something called apnea or some shit. The NPC sickness.
Just like, it's nothing a Bob
So,
Marley record.
so what is NPC? Someone tell me what NPC is. I hear that a lot.
It's a non-playable character.
Like a soulless slave to the world, sort of.
So
Yeah.
your neighbor who's like a mindless glober that takes vaccines is an NPC.
It's like
Yeah, pretty
everything that
much. Yeah.
They don't
everything that
have a
they may
soul.
say is going to be pre-programmed. Anything that they may say would be pre-programmed, and even if they think it's original, it's still pre-programmed.
Yeah, there's like a few ways you could test out if someone's an NPC. You ask them, can you visualize an apple head or hear your own voice in your head? If they legitimately can't do that, that's like a big, huge moniker that they're an NPC. And usually these NPCs are like, well, like back in the day, they call them lemmings. You know, those people that would run off a cliff. Even further than that, people used to call those people sheeps. You know?
Apparently, lemmings don't run off cliffs. That's just
You know how that whole thing of like goyim, you know, that whole term and how it's used?
Yeah.
Could it be similar if someone's just calling everybody NPCs, that you're kind of putting them into some group of
it's not religious like.
You know as much.
Good point, Gio.
You know as
I'm
much.
saying that these are. I mean, that like okay, like do you think that there's humans that don't have a soul? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
No, I think what it is that if you don't engage with your inner soul, your spiritual self, like if you cut that part out of you, then you disconnect yourself from the world and the consciousness, and you become prey to a lot of things. So, for instance, like
there's like
easy
old words for this
manipulation.
shit.
Yeah. Now the
Well,
difference.
those are people just being themselves though, and going through their own process
No.
of
That-
figuring out what life is and what it's all about.
Okay.
And what about having compassion for them? Like if they do believe in a deception or they believe authority, what about having compassion for them in that state?
Well, there's a big difference there's two types of compassions, right? You can have a compassion where like someone is ignorant and willing to learn and open themselves to understanding what the fuck's going on. Like I had a few people that I was able to save. And then there's those that wish you death because you didn't take the jab and you
All right,
shouldn't
hold
get
on.
any hospital care.
I don't know why you're always taking it there, but that's not even what the conversation was related to.
We're talking. Like
That's
I said, it
not
was
what
two
compassion is. Do you know, like, what is compassion to you?
empathy. To have emotional sensitivity to a person, but there's always a difference between empathy and sympathy. You know that, right? You can empathize, you can feel what they feel, and sympathize is pretty much like you understand they feel, and you can pretty much give like a mimicry of like what they understand, but you really don't care. It's like a one foot in the door kind of situation. But when you're using the word goim, you know exactly what those group of individuals under that religious tech use that goim as, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to even bring it up to relate it to how they use it. I was trying to say that is it similar spiritually or karmically if someone's going around calling everybody an NPC, is that a similar thing? It's not the same meaning as goyim, but it's a term used to like group a whole bunch of people together, make them less than you with a little bit of ridicule, a little bit of whatever it may be, label them, write them off as just another robot or whatever terminology, that they're just some insignificant person or that they're just meaningless or they're some robot versus being an authentic human being who they are with all their own emotions and their own processes, even if they do believe in authorities or lies or whatever it may be.
Well, fair enough. I think we were using this term like well before it became like really popularized, and like I think it was just like for certain people it got on autopilot sort of with like sort of a they're not thinking really, and I think that's all it really began as. Like to take all that other stuff and color it with that. I mean,
Well, it is an accurate type idea. There is a way in which certain people do just completely follow everything they're told. So yeah, I understand which is kind of what an NPC is, because basically an NPC is something that it's just following its program. So it's just going right into its program and it's just following whatever it's given, however it's given to behave. So if someone's just believing the news or just going off all of that, then one could argue it's a similar kind of symbology thing. But then there's another level of it was more what I was referring to, this kind of like mass disparaging comment, like calling everybody, I would say like sheep is the same thing, like doing that as well is kind of dehumanizing.
Go ahead, Godric. No, I'm after you.
Do NPCs actually have souls or are they soulless?
Well, we'll get to that one. So let me just reply to Gio and like, so when someone is called an NPC, right? Like most people, you have to understand, like NPC means a lot of things. It means that they lack like a level of compassion, of empathy, right? And you could see it too. I've dealt with it many times before. Like I've seen someone will punch another person in the face. I've seen someone rob another person, and they just have this dull look.
Well,
Like
that's hold on. That's sociopathy or psychopathy.
yeah, but I'm getting to it. Trust me. And it gets even further. There's no thought process of a further action, right? And there's a lot of times where even people will go like, "Well, what were you thinking when you did this?" Or what were your thoughts were when you were hurting those individuals? And there's like no thought in their heads, no visuals, no empathy, no compassion. Always kind of an environmental effect on them. And if you have individuals that could be environmentally influenced, they're pretty dangerous individuals, because then that you have that mob mentality. And the way I base NPCs is like a triage doctor. You put the red mark on the people you can't save, and you put the green mark on the people you could save, and then you go on with life.
You're not a doctor. You can't save nobody.
Yeah, yes, I have. I've been red pilling a whole bunch of people, and there's a lot of people that have changed their lives because of it.
So NPCs, in a general sense, can be just regular people that are dumbed down and don't have the awareness, and for whatever
Yes.
reason can't break out of the matrix.
Yeah, you get them out of the matrix the best they can, and you try to tell them all the stuff, and tell them, hey, listen, you don't have to listen to me. Do your own research, figure things out, but don't be stuck here listening to the magic box telling you to do whatever it is or put things in your body. Just don't listen to that thing. You save what you can. And I'm not labeling NPCs where we just start like going around and beating the shit out of them or any sort of stuff. It's just there are some people that you're talking to a brick wall. Like you're literally talking to a stone wall. You're not going to get anywhere.
Okay, I've heard that NPCs are actually simulations that aren't even real people, that are just like filling spaces.
Yeah, I would agree on that
If
one.
you see, like in a video game, that term comes from non-playable character. So it's basically when you play like Grand Theft Auto or something, and you're running around. There's just a bunch of characters that are just like, yeah, they're kind of blank-minded. They just like follow some program, and they're just like standing there. They kind of bobble around a little bit. They just sometimes they say a little something, or sometimes they're just mumbling like nonsense. They're just like, burr, burr, burr. So yeah, it's like this. It's like a character that's like non-playable, meaning you can't play as that person, but it's just like a person in your world. Which you could argue that even our life is like that. Like you can only really be yourself. You can't really, at least not in our human consciousness. Like you can't really play as someone else. Like I can't experience what it's like to be Godric right now. But perhaps like on a more transcendent level, that could be possible.
Plays Godric mode.
Yeah, Godric mode.
Yeah, like when you think of a video game, right? If you ever played any online games, when a player fights an AI, there's a certain amount of limits where eventually the player's skill and training is going to outbeat the AI, and the AI won't be any more challenge to the player. That's why when player versus player, you're dealing with another actual thinking human being. Patterns that you're never going to be able to compare their own skill level, and that's why when you look at a non-player character, these are people that are stunted. They will never grow beyond what they are. And there's a certain level where you could just completely outsmart them, manipulate them, and so
Well,
on.
who are you to judge that, though? Who are you to judge what their future could be?
Well, it's pretty simple. You could judge a person based on their experiences and their expectation, and then you can base whether you want them involved in your life or not. Like for instance, if you had a friend that you were going out there, and he tends to be a pathological liar, he robs a bunch of places, you could judge that person based on their behavior, and you also judge whether you want to stay associated with them, right? Or you're gonna
That's
just
an
be
enemy.
friends with everyone, right?
That's an enemy character. That's just not an NPC. NPCs
Yeah.
are neutral.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It could be anything. Like you're still judging people. You always judge. You judge whether that person's going to be an investment of your time or a waste of your time.
I don't make judgments on video games.
No, it's just I'm generally judging individuals. That's what he was saying.
Right.
Don't you judge people, Gio?
No.
Really?
Well, he's saying that what do you have the right to say that these people can't be saved, can't break out, can't become aware? That one day they can, they can break out of this matrix of sort and be like us.
Oh, if you encounter a person and you start talking to them and you pull up questions and the first thing they tell you you're a paranoid schizo or a conspiracy theorist and they kind of write you off, you don't go and waste your time further trying to convince them. You just go like, all right, if that's what you think of me, I'll just move on. And then they get jabbed and their pops died and they're wondering why this is starting to happen, and then things start to go wrong and you go like, well, I don't go out there back and say, hey man, I told you so. Like, no, you just move on. Could have I kept pushing to save the person's life? No, they closed themselves off, and that's exactly what happens. Or like that Canadian guy I was talking to, and I told him, yo, dude, if you keep donating over to the truckers, they're gonna close your account. Nah, man, don't listen to you. You're a conspiracy theorist. 5 months later, he still can't get access to his fucking account. You got to think, man. We're all prisoners. I'm just trying to escape. The faster people learn it, the faster their lives get easier.
Where are you going to be once you escape?
Free.
Gonna be free, bro. Gonna break out, man.
No, you missed my question. I said, where are you going to be?
What do you mean, like a location?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe somewhere in a rural area,
Gonna
nice
be on
town,
an island show with a yacht, man. Fucking hot dogs, beers,
property
native
with
women
the cheap
running
tax.
around naked,
Oh
awesome,
yeah,
bro.
some nice
Cigars.
girls. Make some biscuits. Have some chickens. Have a horse, maybe. Around maybe the mountain
Making
areas.
eggs every day, living off the land, growing strawberries, tomatoes.
Exactly.
Never buy a drill bit.
No taxes. Utopia, bro.
Yeah, that would be nice. But definitely getting out of the city and staying out of the rat race. Well, speaking of labels, Gio, you seem to not like the label like NPCs and generalizing. What do you think about simps and betas? Do you think that have any sort of true meaning to labeling individuals based on their behavior?
But what is a simp? Let's go with this. What is a simp? I heard a lot too.
Well, I mean, these things are all different things. Yeah, they all have different kind of connotations and different dynamics to them. There's a lot of different terms that are used. Certainly, certain terms can be accurate to describe certain groups of people that are involved in certain things. But yeah, I guess just the NPC one got brought up because the thing is, an NPC in a video game is basically like a blank, non-playable character, like we were talking about. So to call another human that is a pretty intense thing to do. Like you're basically calling them a soulless entity, or just what is it, meaningless, soulless? I mean, what term would you put on it? Because in that game, like obviously your character in whatever game you're playing, that's the thing, that's the deal with all the characters, superpowers or whatever it is. The NPCs are just super bland, boring, etc. And they're also kind of lesser than, because they're not like a real human. Like at least you in the game, you're like a real thinking, acting, you're making choices and doing missions and stuff.
Well, they're not even like full like sub characters. They're just like
background characters.
They're like filler. They're like filler in the game. So to call another human that's a pretty intense thing to do. To just call another human that.
Like you're not living your own life, and you're not really capable of it either.
Yeah, think about it. It's like I base everything on your willpower and your attitude. If you have a very low willpower, a low frequency, you could easily be manipulated because of your willpower. And that's a dangerous person that I don't want to be around with, and that's the issue. And when you start deeming individuals, like for instance, I deem people that fucking beta orbit women and pay for their shit or OnlyFans, and I think they're lower entities to compare to me. And I definitely don't want to be around people like that. And that's just my lifestyle, and it's up to you if you want to subscribe to that. But I don't want to waste my time with individuals that are just not on my level or above.
Yeah, but see, do you have compassion? Like, what would Jesus do?
Well, look, I have compassion, but I also have a limit. There's a fine line where I draw that line. Like if I'll try my best, like I've said, I'll talk to anyone and I'll even sit down and listen to their ramblings and then try to, stay in the same level of their communications. But if they start to write me off, they start calling me certain names or certain things, and again, I'll give it about a day before I will try it again. But if they continue to do that behavior, I move on. I drop people. That's it. I'm not gonna waste my time, I'm not a Jesus archetype character. I'm just a man.
Well, I think like okay, we were talking about that. I use the word NPC meaning like there's a predetermined script. Not that people are born without a soul or something, but maybe they're not in tune with their soul or like their own individual ability to come to truth themselves. They kind of wait for the updated script, and then their responses must be that back. And I used to be against saying NPCs, but because it's so like just overused. But when I brought this up a week ago or so, but like it's pretty interesting. Where like if you try to make a specific point to certain people about say the globe, like there's a certain anti-flat Earth script, and you're just gonna get that saying back. If you bring up Mickelson Morley, you're just gonna get Mickelson Morley debunk the ether over and over, no matter what you say, because that's like what the script is. So like in that sense, it is NPC behavior, a predetermined, preloaded script.
It's like they're dumbed down in awareness.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do. There's there's the correlation that an NPC in a game doesn't really like make their own choices. They're just given all their program, or like if they're going to walk to the left or walk to the right, it's like that's just what they're programmed to do. If they're going to program to stand there for 10 seconds, and then they turn around for 10 seconds, it's just the program. So yeah, I mean, there is a correlation with that and people who just completely repeat certain information that is put out there, and they all repeat it like in they're like in a symphony together. Like they all hear it around the same time, and they all repeat it as if it's fact around the same time.
Yeah, so like I don't think people literally don't have souls or anything, but I think that the way they choose to operate or come to their conclusions, they remove individual assessment. Like yeah, I mean they just wait for the programmer to put the script in, and this is very clear. Like when I was debating Mr. Sensible, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't get why you guys make more flat earthers than I do, because we say you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. There's the Antarctic Treaty forbidding it. And then you guys strawman us and say we say you can't go to Antarctica at all. And then you say stuff like, I guess all these people that go on tours there are lying. I guess all these people offering trips there are lying. Why don't you just go take a trip yourself? I'm like, no, we're saying you can't freely and privately explore it. And Mr. Sensible responded with, yeah, why don't you guys just go get a trip and go there? If you think like he just started saying the script again right after I exposed that it's a tactic. And that's just an example. It's like, well, that's all there is in the Antarctic script. For the anti-flat Earth Antarctica script, that's what it is. It's just straw man them and say like, you can go to Antarctica. Stupid flirts deny you can go to Antarctica. I guess millions of people that have been on trips there are lying. It's just the script. That's kind of NPC behavior. That's what I mean by it, at least.
Well, that's like parroting marriage. So yeah, that's like the behavior, like parroting the common rebuttals, which are very bad and weak, thinking that they have something, but they don't.
Well, that's even no. It's an NPC script though, because human beings talk to each other and they hear what the other person says and tries to respond to what they're saying. So it's like an adaptive, ongoing flow of conversation. Like, well, based on what they say, I have to respond. But like a script would be, no matter what they say, you have a preloaded amount of things you can say back, and you're just going to say one of them no matter what. To the end of the combo. If it went on for 5 hours, it'd be the same way, right? I mean, we experience this a lot, so I would never say that like there's humans alive that don't have souls or something, or they're like literal NPCs though.
Yeah, so you're saying you're not calling their whole being an NPC per se, or referring to that. You're more just referring to the behavior that they're doing is like that particular behavior is as if an NPC type of dynamic, because it is like one centralized script that's repeated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you go up to the person in the video game and like they work at a store, like they have like only 5 things they can say back to you. You know what I'm saying? But I would
Well,
say
it's
not
kind
that
of
they
like
don't have a soul,
synthetic
maybe
and
not as in
fake and
tune.
stuff. But it's almost like calling out like an NPC response is like calling out, you know, like a fallacy or something. Like if you're just going to repeat what you just said again, and you're only capable of saying these things, I don't know.
That's the NPC fallacy.
From a
Yeah.
debate standpoint. Yeah.
All right. Well, then would it be an NPC as well if they were doing that with Flat Earth, for example, and we're just doing these lines and everyone
Yes.
barking these
Yeah.
lines and then banning people if you don't agree with it? And that
Yeah,
whole
like
deal?
FED. Yeah. FED is very NPC-ish. But I will say that they have some individual thinking there. Like someone will be like, what if this is the case? Or have you guys ever considered this? And they'll propose new ideas at least. Like you don't really hear that within the globe paradigm. Like not that people that believe in the globe never do that. I'm sure they do with other things, but you know, they enter NPC mode with the globe. Or really like any mainstream scientific consensus. So like evolution, blah blah blah. But yeah, I mean it goes any way. It's just the idea that like basically you have like a script written for you and you're just going to say it. You're not really listening to what the other person says. You just like have to respond with one of the 5 pre-listed responses like in the video game, you know. Honestly, I just started saying it because I thought it was funny to be like, well, but we have the supreme bot now. We don't need the lower level bots. We have ChatGPT. Like that's why I brought it up. But I think it is accurate. Like you will see there are exceptions. Like Kosho's an exception. Right? Like Kosho will listen specifically to what you say for the most part and respond to what you're saying. I mean, for the most part.
Yeah, that's funny. For the most part. Yeah. I don't know if Coach does even know he's deafened, but yeah. That's funny. Yeah, he does. I mean, although well, I don't want to talk about him when he's not here, but he does like seem to have like always like a preloaded thing that's kind of ready to go. And it's usually the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
that's for sure.
And then when you give a rebuttal, he
there's
usually he doesn't really like logically receive it and be like, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Sometimes he kind of does though, but other times he'll just repeat his thing again, and then that's all he does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you waste all that time talking and you go nowhere with that.
And then it gets frustrating, and then like I start getting upset, and then I'm a douchebag. Like it is very frustrating. Like if you like put all, you're like, okay, you show good face. You're like, this person's asking genuinely. Like you just operate with that assumption. So you like go out of your way. Like how can I the most elegant, thorough way to concisely explain this to him? And then right after, it's just like they were just waiting for you to stop talking, and then they just say like a script. You know what I'm saying? Like talk right. It's pretty disrespectful, honestly. Like it can be like pretty frustrating.
Yep. And the best thing you could do is move on and let them stay in their own ignorance. If this is how they want to think and this is how they want to be, then what's the point?
Yeah. Like I'm not gonna say any names, but there are people in here who have heard me dispel the misnomer that Mickelson Morley disproved the ether over 30 times. If you asked them right now, they would say it again. Not being able to articulate why the rebuttal was wrong or anything, right? But that's just what they're gonna say about Mickelson Morley until they die. It doesn't matter.
Well, but I feel like these days they're being brought to task a lot more to bring a valid point. So, I mean, I feel like back in the day there was more of that where they would just like say certain things and then be like mic drop, like just drop their own mic, and it really like without it even being hashed out, or it just ends up in shit show land of insults and someone being muted or some craziness, you know. Whereas, because I mean, if somebody says something like that, it's really up to them to rebut it, you know, on the like logical level. And if they can't, then that just stands as there it is. Like if they can't do it, they can't do it. And then anyone observing that is going to see that.
Well, this was okay. So again, I'm not saying names, but it's like say we do that. Say like, oh no, it's Mickelson Morley debunked, disproved the ether. You explain why it's not true. They'll be like, from my understanding, Mickelson only disproved the ether. I just keep saying it. I'm just saying. I mean, we don't have to get. I mean, it's just an NPC type of thing. It's like it doesn't matter what you say. They're not going to be like, oh, maybe it didn't disprove the ether, and I should update my script. It's like, that's just my opinion. But I mean, it goes on both sides. Like I know people that listen to FED, and they just repeat what FED says, no matter what. Like I like kind of try to pride myself on like doing the opposite of that. Like I like to make my own decision about everything, and I have my own ideas, and a lot of flat earthers get triggered about a lot of my ideas. I'd rather be like that. You would agree.
Well,
it's
yeah,
honestly
there's
much more
also like a
common.
tremendous army of people right now, if you want to call it that are trying to stop the truth from being discussed and uncovered. So I don't think that behavior would be needed if they had the truth. So there is a certain level of like script repeating that is going on, because there's like an authority that's putting out the script. And so then there's people following that script, and they seem to be, there's a whole ways of seeing it, but like, are they possessed by that authority? Are they just influenced by it? Whatever the factor is. And that kind of also goes into like this quote unquote mainstream science as well, like that whole part of things. But there's many layers and levels at which those narratives are coming. And the globe is like the biggest example of it. And so, yeah, people just repeating it as if it's not filtered through their own logic and even their emotional being, like all the different parts of their being, like, but like the logic and emotional, like the two sides, like the rational and even the other parts of ourselves. Like it seems like some of that information is not being put through their whole being, and instead is just being kind of repeated, just like they're working as like a relay system just to repeat it.
Yeah, and to not even make them feel singled out. Like FED is a good example. Like when you go against like the truth, you end up doing that. Like they couldn't debate me about the ether, so what they did, like in that scenario, was QE like created their script, and they would all just say the script, like, what is the ether? And here's the definition of medium. And they would all just say the script over and over. But it's because they can't have the open back and forth, genuine conversation about the ether, because it boils down to some pretty damning conclusions. Like anytime that you're going to go against the truth, you have to spin a narrative and paint it in a certain light that isn't accurate, which means it requires a script. That's my opinion.
Yeah, here's a good example when it comes to like NPC things. Like I would never remove a friend for whom they politically vote, right? Anyone could have their own opinions and their own allegiances and all that stuff, right? Even if we go into the conspiracies to it, I never going to disown a friend for that. But the moment Trump came around, how many people were calling me racist and all this other shit because I went and voted for Trump? And even though when they gave me that NPC script, well, he's racist to Mexicans, he's racist to this. I'm like, all right, how about this? You and I sit down, we watch a video, and you tell me when he starts being racist. And when we did, at the end of the video, of an hour video, they still walked away and said, yeah, he's racist. All the things he said. Well, show me a quote. We were just sitting there together. Nah, man, if you're going to vote for Trump, you're clearly a racist and I don't want to be friends anymore. That's an NPC. Their will was easily bent by a majority of influencers and other stuff. And that's what I'm talking about. And there's plenty of other examples that anyone could pull up in their lifestyle that they've lost a friend for something environmentally stupid.
Yeah. Like I think it's actually kind of important to talk about that. I will say it's like it's become kind of mainstream, like the bot, NPC and bot. But like I think the bot thing's kind of funny. I don't know. I don't care, but like I say gamma too. Like I'm not really one of those people that's like, oh, don't offend them. Like I'm not like that. Like people say tons of stuff to me. Like, I don't care. Like, it's whatever. But like, I try not to personally attack as much as like that's bot like behavior or you're acting like a gamma. I try to say it like that. But anyway, my point is I think it's kind of important to highlight this because this is what caused the pandemic. Literally, the bot activity caused the whole entire pandemic where people were just go in front of the idiot box, download the script, come say it to everyone, live it out. The whole like NPC mentality is our enemy. That's actually what we're going up against is like this spell state. You know what I mean? Like I think it is kind of important to bring awareness to this idea because most people don't realize like, oh, I used to do the same thing. I used to do the same thing with Fox News. Like when I was in my early 20s, like I would just say something a Fox News anchor said as if it was like, but that's I didn't come up with that thought. I thought it made me smart. I thought I had a good point to say as if it was mine.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. When you have a group of people that are easily can follow the mainstream narrative, and the mainstream's getting clownish and dumber and extreme by the minute, and you ask yourself, who the hell would be dumb enough to follow that? You look outside the window and you see a whole bunch of dummies doing dumb things. Here's a good example: is Antifa. You know, straight out the whole idea of burning people's businesses, and then those people have the rights to defend that business. You know, that's an example. They were killing and murdering people because they were easily fooled on an ideology of, what was it, peace and support of the community. It's a bunch of nonsense.
So you're saying that we have NPCs in their own families. That's what you're saying. By the definition of what you gave.
Right, what you talking about?
I'm saying, so by the definition of what you just gave, we have NPCs in our own families.
Yep. Now, if you love your family well enough and long enough, you try to get them out of that so that they don't get hurt by the manipulations of the environment. You give them the clues to look out for, and you try to protect them. You know, here's a good analogy. You know, if someone told your kid, and your kid was naive enough, say your daughter, that she thought the world was 100% safe and no bad things ever happened, and she's dressing up, just dressing up, and she was going to go into the bad neighborhoods at night with gang-related activity, would you let her do that? And the answer was pretty. Go ahead.
Hell no.
Exactly. So you go out there and you give them the hardcore truth. You black pill them, and then you red pill them, and then you white pill them, and you let them know that shit is real, and you got to be careful. And if you got to show them some fucking gruesome videos, you will do that, and they will wake up and they know not to do that kind of shit. And same way you tell your son not to walk around with money out of his pockets in the city. It's up to you whether how much time you want to invest to save their lives. If these people are going to call you such names and you don't know them, then you don't have to invest your time. You can move on and let life kick their teeth in. And if they survive and they learn their lesson, they'll adapt. If they don't, natural selection is what we call it.
What if your own parents are NPCs?
Well, then you invest some time and try to wake them up. Do what you can. Say it lovingly. Say it with compassion and empathy, and do baby steps. And you keep going at it.
Witsit, are you still there? I'll ask you guys, like, Godric, what do you think that NPC thing? Do you think that there's like I don't know if you believe in like demonic entities or Satan kind of thing, but do you think that's what it is that's causing them to do that?
Well, I think it's a global lie, which is scientism, which is they hijack science and education. I think that is really black magic. As far as people that are like possessed, that are controlled by this narrative, I mean, I wouldn't rule. Go ahead.
All sorts of environments. Like you can have NPCs in churches as well, who just, rinse and repeat, spew back what they've heard from the pulpit. But they'll watch Fox News and they'll tell you they're conservative and they're woke and they're awake and they're all of these things. But they're just as much of an NPC as the guy who swears about global warming or pandemic. Get yourself sorted. There's NPCs. It's kind of a subjective lens as to who's an NPC and who isn't it? Really?
Gio, when you're referring to that question of yours, are you referring on the underline of willpower to that of demonic possession or demonic influence?
Is that referring to what?
So when you were referring to that question with Godric, were you referring to like that the individual NPC might have been influenced by the demonic because of their lacking of willpower? Is that what you were referring to?
I mean, I didn't put it quite in those words, but I hear the way you said that. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that this thing that we're talking about, like this idea, this thing of where people just like repeat a script, or it's not really like going through all the layers of their being, they're just kind of repeating it. Yeah, I was asking if he thought that's connected to what he might think, depending on how people consider these words like demonic or satanic or just Satan in general, or just demonic. Well, those are different words in and of themselves. I just use Satan in case someone saw it, or in case he saw it through that lens. And people have different ideas of demonic as well. But the word demon essentially is the opposite of angel. And that, but yeah, I was just asking him, does he think like dark forces, like there's some kind of forces involved that are behind that?
You have like an inner turmoil. I don't know if you were talking to me, sorry. But like you have like an inner turmoil. That's the whole thing that's always been explained through all beliefs is like you have an inner consciousness and inner turmoil, inner battle. You choose right between wrong, like good and light, and dark and evil. You have that own individual fight and battle, and you have to win the battle. I think if you go towards the dark or the evil, like you don't win the inner battle, then you lose individuality. You lose. You're no longer in tune with your spirit, your higher self, and you kind of like lose intuitive understanding. So you just kind of like repeat. I just think you lose individuality and intuition when you do that, and so I would say they're not entirely disconnected.
Yeah, I agree. If your willpower is lacking, you definitely open yourself up to influences.
I think in the East they call that Watigo. Like, yeah, like everyone should know they have a consciousness and they make decisions inside themselves. You know,
There's a guy that explains that Alzheimer's is a demonic entity. What do you think about that?
again, I don't think it's completely unfounded. When you really look behind the veil of modern medicine and modern quote unquote biological science, like they don't understand almost any mental illness. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like that. Again, like losing the inner battle, choosing evil, making a conscious decision to not do what's right, probably has repercussions. You know how some people say they don't have the voice in their head? You guys have heard that?
Wait, what?
Some
I
people
heard
claim they
that.
don't hear their like a voice in their head, like they don't think through things as like able to like speak it out, like that there's no narration.
I heard that only recently, and I don't really believe it, but I've heard people saying that.
Yeah. There's a Reddit post of an Asian guy who came from China, who literally thought that was just a movie thing or a comic book thing. And it took him about 6 months of practicing, reading, and internally thinking to finally get a voice in his head. And he goes, in his post, he says, that's the first time I actually ever felt like I actually was alive. Like I could actually think, what would I want to do for the future? Like I had plans. So there's a lot of people posting in that r/apnea. Is that's what it's called? That's you'll find a lot of interesting posts on that.
If this is real, you know what I might. You know how like Asian has to only focus on the left brain, which is like mathematical, logical abilities, whereas the left brain is a creative, a wise, consciousness brain. It's not attended to, and maybe that's the left brain that gives you that voice in your head.
Well, these people don't typically have logic, though. I mean, I don't
The
know.
right brain. I might have mixed it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that everyone has the conscious voice in their head. Everyone has the conscious voice in their being. And if you don't even hear it, yikes, bro. You know, you need to regroup. I can't not hear it. That thing, I mean, it's like with every decision I make, always. It even like it's about future events and recollecting what just happened and past events, and that's your conscious, bro.
Do you have do you have an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other shoulder?
I don't really look at it like that. It's like an inner dialogue of talking through the way that you can respond or behave, and you know what's right, and it's just about like making the right decision. I don't think I have two separate voices, one good, one bad. It's like the possibility of either way is.
It's your ego arguing with your conscience. I mean, if your conscience is what tells you to act in a way that serves what you seek, like a good, wholesome, peaceful life, whereas your ego is that self-serving,
Yeah, sure. Both of those things would be expressed via like, yeah, your inner dialogue. It's hard to distinguish in that sense. Like, it's not like you have two voices. It's like, in a way, like you can go back and forth with yourself, I guess. I don't know. I thought it was very crazy. Some people say that they don't experience that. I mean, like that's kind of NPC-ish. Like, I don't think they were born that way or anything, though. Also, did you know there's like I don't want to be like offensive, but like there's a large amount of people that aren't actually like naturally made that are alive right now. Like millions and millions of people.
What's it? So the old conspiracy where in China they have these not clone bodies, but they clone humans, right? Like thousands for like organ other reasons. Now, do these people not have souls, or are they different fundamentally than you and I?
I have no idea. Personally, I think that if you try to play God, that you'll never be able to do it, and so you're not what God made. I mean, we live in a time where it's like it's tricky to say that because there are so many people that like again like hijack the natural process of birth, and so it's like, whoa, am I talking to someone that did that? And like, I'm not the arbiter of anyone's soul or anything like that, so I try to stay far away from that.
I was thinking earlier, connected to what you were saying about like certain people's willpower being perhaps stripped or reduced in its effectiveness in some way, and just submitting to these different things. I would maybe think of like trauma-based mind control, because that's basically what trauma-based mind control is designed to do. It's to like fracture and decrease like one's kind of willpower to just accepting some outside influence.
Yeah. It's like, and the more as time goes by and you see that we're put in this world to go through the trials and tribulations to grow as a character, like a piece of iron goes into the furnace so that the purity can get taken away, we can get more pure and continue to reforge into what we need to be in life. It's the same way, but sometimes certain individuals are just weak as hell. And the moment they get into the forge, they melt or they become just a lump of iron or whatever. So it takes more time for them to kind of build up. And unfortunately, our society is kind of designed to break people like that. If we had a really good society and good nation, the weak chains could have been something better, some huge potential. But they're mentally crushed and they're now in the matrix.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. That could arguably be a negative light on it, but yeah, there's definitely a lot unfolding at this time.
Think of the Salem witch trials, right?
And I think. Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, I mean, the trauma-based mind control thing, because all like trauma causes certain issues, and like just even the whole process of birth is designed to be a trauma for this reason, to bring a baby into the world. But that's a whole nother topic. But yeah, what they're doing in hospitals, I'm saying there's like institutionalized trauma that's occurring to where I think these like the entities that are behind this are aware of that, and they know that basically the more trauma, the better for them, because it weakens people in certain ways that they can then get access to them. They even do this, like this is kind of a darker thing, but and you were going to talk about Salem witch trials, so I don't want to distract from that because yeah, that is an interesting thing as well. But I was just going to say that like even in the CIA and whatnot, they're doing, I think, and it's a pretty deep thing that I don't think MK Ultra was just a thing they did in the 70s or 60s and then they just moved on, or that they were only doing for a certain time. Like I think that was just the beginning of their what they've been doing, and they have a way to like put people through like a process, like a trauma, and then try to change their personality, which is that whole thing. But yeah, what were you going to say about the Salem witch trials, or respond on that? But
No. Yeah, and just think of the Salem witch trials. Before then, people knew how to swim. They knew about drowning. They knew all these other things, right? This swimming wasn't like some new concept in the 1900s. They knew everything about all the stupidity of those trials that were killing innocent people. They knew that it was wrong, it was bad, but because those people were so easily bent through the will and manipulation, that even the dumbest accusations, like, hey, if she floats, she's a witch. If she dies, well, whoop, our mistake. God will sort that out. Which is clear as day is murder. They know what murder is. And the fact that the majority of them, which they clearly outnumber the judge and these accusing women and some of these inquisitors, they went with it. And they were killing God knows how many people. Until the real inquisitor came up and you were like, what the hell's going on? Are you guys full? Are you guys mad dogs? And he started lashing out those that were actually working with the some of the NPCs working with the Inquisitors. So,
well,
but yeah.
But do you know? Okay, so in the Salem witch trials, do you know what it was behind that though?
Originally, last time I checked, was what a bunch of women was started and accused, and an inquisitor, supposedly a guy that says he was an inquisitor, came in and he went about saying that he was a witch hunter, and then they started hanging people. And I think it was one powerful lady that kind of started the shit too.
Well, there's a lot of history that they claim around it, and there's a lot of components to it. But I mean, essentially, what was happening is they were just, because it is connected to what we were just talking about as well, where they were accusing people of being possessed, essentially. And one of the parts of it is this fungus that comes from rye bread that's infected with it. Creates this condition called ergotism. It's got ergo. And actually, you can actually derive LSD from lysergic acid, which is found in this fungus. But this fungus stuff is not necessarily LSD. But it does have lysergic acid in it. It's basically like people get with this thing that's called convulsive ergotism, and they start like, it's insane. Like it's basically like they just become possessed by demons in a way. Like they're like convulsing and screaming and yelling and going crazy and just losing their minds and just running around and being absolutely but it's not like Yeah, it's like that fungus has like it's called ergotism. It's an absolutely gnarly disease. The other thing that happens if you can continue is it causes vasoconstriction, and literally like your feet and your hands can turn black and fall off because all the blood flow is cut off to your limbs. It's absolutely horrifying. But anyways, that's partly what was going on during those Salem witch trials. Is people were being infected by their bread, the rye bread that they were eating was infected by this fungus, which I think was planted there. I think it was made by, synthetically, let's say, even though you might think that was a long time ago. But I actually think the people in control now have had they've stolen technology. Anyway, so I think it was essentially genetically engineered, even though it was a long time ago. So that's a whole nother topic of how that could be the case. But I'm just saying this is not a natural fungus in my viewpoint. It's definitely like a freak thing that anyways, so it's like if a demonic entity or group of entities were able to create this fungus, it seemed like they were able to like imprint somehow their energy into it. And then when people consume it, they have this like kind of seems like almost like a demonic possession. And it's absolutely insane what they go through. So anyways, yeah, it just kind of, it's not directly related to like trauma-based mind control, but it is interesting, like just these different substances that are different, like things they can do to people that cause people to have those kinds of things happen.
I could agree on that. A lot of the stuff, especially those alchemists and Illuminatis and all the other stuff. Yeah, I can understand where they might have made something of a synthetic breed of fungus.
Well, yeah, because basically the story is that people just randomly started having these like afflictions, like these, and they didn't know it was called ergotism back then, but it was like essentially like hysteria, complete, like it throws these people into a complete like mental, kind of a nightmare, really. And then the fact that like there's actual physical effects of your arms and hands, or I mean feet and hands and shit, and your limbs just falling off. It's absolutely. So there's even like a physical thing to it too. So yeah, that shit is super, super toxic. And it was like in their bread. It's like a fungus that was in their bread. And even if they cook the bread, it doesn't get out. It doesn't get it out. So you can't even cook it out. So they were like, they didn't know what it was from, is the story. They didn't know where it was coming from until they at some point figured it out that it was in the rye bread. It's nasty.
Yeah. But even to the point with the hospital thing you were saying over there. Yeah, I'm still in agreement with that too. Like, they're creating their own foot soldiers by mind breaking them. Society's breaking them through cruelty and depression. Look at the education system. And not to go and change the topic, but look at school shooters. Like, you have these dumbass teachers and these educational teachers that go like, "Oh, I don't know what have caused that guy to shoot 12 Pacific people in 4 different locations, but yeah, he was just mentally problem. Maybe it's video games." And you're like, think to yourself, no, man, the kid was bullied to the point the teachers didn't give a shit, and that ended up happening. His mind breaks, and it fulfilled the this dark society's prophecy of having the population cut down by psychopaths, and it just continues that way. You just keep having more and more of these guys mentally break, and they try to fit into these weird degenerate groups like the furries and other stuff. And it just gets worse and worse just to keep furthering, just to keep, the indoctrination.
But that's also because we're not allowed to, I don't know about in the US, but in Australia, we're not allowed to discipline our kids. We're not allowed to, they're not allowed to get a smack. They're not allowed all sorts of stuff. And even in school, when I was in school, if we played up, we got the cane in front of the whole class, and you never played up again because you didn't want to get the cane in front of the class. But now the teachers just don't do anything. Society's like just teaching this rubbish.
Okay, so you recommend that, the thing you just said, caning kids and stuff? Is that what you're saying, or?
I think that there needs to be some sort of punishment, and I think that if the kids are old enough, they understand. I definitely understood why I got the cane when I was in school, and I didn't do the same thing again. That's for sure. With my kids, there has been times that my son, I was harder on my kids when they were younger. And I've found that now I don't really have to speak to them about everything. It was all when they were younger, but I have given my son a couple of smacks here and there.
All right, so let me ask this though. So if you're trying to if you're disciplining them for something, if you're striking them, are you then not just misbehaving yourself by striking a child? So
Well,
how can you
I
teach
think it
someone
depends
through,
on.
like, how can you teach someone through doing something that's wrong to them?
Well, I don't necessarily believe that it's wrong if I'm in a situation where.
So you think it's
say,
okay to strike a child?
What you're
if you
doing
can
is you're
if you can let
establishing.
me if you can let me explain, that would be great. But with my son, yes, there were certain situations where he was doing continually the same thing, and I'd spoken to him numerous times about it. He'd been put in his room or whatever else we could think of, and in the end, yes, he got a smack on the bum, not hard, not to hurt him, but just to wake him up a bit. And then I'd sit him down and say to him, "Listen, you've left me no choice. I've had to do this because you haven't listened to anything else. You've been smart back to me, or whatever you've done. If I didn't care about you, then I wouldn't discipline. I'd let you do whatever you would like to do. However, I do care. I do love you, and I do want you to be doing the right thing. And this is where it's ended up. So it's not like he's just done the wrong thing and he's gone over and got a hiding or anything like that. And usually I wouldn't smack him with my hand. I'd make him put his hand out and get a little whippy stick that just whipped a little bit and say, right, now I'm going to sit over there. But it was always explained as to why as well.
I second that motion. I think physical discipline is good, especially for boys, especially because boys will do shit.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
if you see your kid running in the middle of the street when you come home from work, at that point you just have to pull him aside and like, when you do it, you're stopping, you're getting his attention, right? Giving him physical. I don't want to say it, just to say spanking, right? You're not gonna hurt him. You're not gonna hurt him long term. It's gonna be like a wake me up. You're doing it with love. You're not doing it in anger or because you're vindictive or you're doing something wrong. Because you're getting his attention. You say, "Hey, listen, can't do this. Please don't do it again." And it just gets their attention. And it's just one way to take control in a good way of the situation. I remember.
I've probably had to do that 3 times in his whole life. He's now 18, and that's happened 3 times in his whole life, but it was needed.
Yeah, I agree as well. You got to discipline your kid physically, verbally, and sometimes, you got to show them discipline and compassion all in that same road. Without that, you get all these criminals and these SJW and Antifas. That's a lack of parenting in fatherless homes.
I think, well, it could be that, but I think it's a lot of people. I don't know about those groups you're trying to name, but I think that people being abused physically is what causes a lot of the, them to then have problems in the future. But yeah, there's definitely different levels of it. I mean, in our culture, there's the spanking thing. There's the kind of there's the belting, which is kind of another level. There's all the different, and then there's like full on, like actual, like very damaging abuse stuff that obviously certain fathers and whatnot do, more likely fathers, but some mothers do that stuff too. But yeah, so
But
there's
they
definitely
can
different.
also the mental abuse can also be worse than the physical abuse as well, though. So it all goes hand in
I want to
hand.
say that mental abuse is absolutely worse than physical abuse because the mental abuse is it could directly to your mind. Like physical abuse, you could get over it. The pain isn't really, you get over it. But the mental abuse, if you're mentally abusing your kids, for example, or somebody else, your partner, that could be just as bad or worse than physical abuse. Matter of fact, I would never mentally abuse the children or attack them. I think you need to show love for the most part, love and care in being a parent.
And then I suppose back onto the subject a little bit away from the kids. I mean, this is why these kids are turning out the way they are when they're older. And we've got all these people that hide behind computers screaming and yelling and abusing and calling names because 20 years ago when I was a kid, if someone called you a name, you'd smack them in the mouth and you sorted it out and there was a pecking order and you didn't it wasn't like that. But now they're all just bullies because there's no consequence to their actions and what they're saying to people. They have no respect and they just get away with it. Some people need to be taught some respect.
Yeah, it's two ways. Either they get this nice, soft, parental, physical discipline, emotional discipline, or it's a grown ass adult man with no resilient, and the guy beats him half to death. Because I've seen a lot of people have this thing where they went out. There was a video of it where this guy goes about, and there's a guy coming out of the gym and he knocks his milkshake down, and he thought that was a prank and it was funny, and then he gets beaten to the hospital, and everyone's like, "Oh, why would you do that?" Well, I screamed it was a prank because he didn't have that accountability or responsibility of his actions. And normally, boys figure that out at an early age, and the fact that he did that show a lack of fatherly care.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'd never look at a big dude walking out of the gym and go, yeah, I might go give him a smack and see how I go. Like, that's not a joke.
It's not a joke either. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. You see that little logic that you just said there is worth its price in medical bills and fucking walking normal. But if you're able to go about and do that kind of actions, that's a strong mental instability you have.
Yeah, well, I suppose my kids have always been, treat others the way that you want to be treated. And with my son, I've always told him, don't think you're tough, don't think you're anything, because there's always someone bigger and tougher and stronger, and you're going to find out the hard way.
Perfect way to say it, man. Your kid more likely got raised really well based on the stuff you're saying.
Oh, I just look at what's going on today and what they're like the other kids, even my kids' age, and how they are, and it's crazy. I can't believe it. But again, there's no discipline. There's no discipline in the schools. The kids run riot. They say, well, I don't know about over there, but here in Australia they do. And they tell the teachers to F off, and there's just no discipline for it, It's even my son, when he was in year one, his first year in school, the first thing he did was come home and said, Dad, you're not allowed to smack me, and if you do, I can tell my teacher and you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So they're breeding it into the schools, and then the kids aren't getting any discipline or any respect for their elders or their peers or anyone around them. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that's crazy. I would be pretty pissed off on that too. That's insane. That's why I think the shift of homeschooling is going to be a very big thing.
Yes, well, we did that. We pulled him out quite a while ago. My son probably went to year 6, and then my youngest daughter didn't even start, but we did homeschooling from that point. Because of the bullying and all the stuff that was going on in the school, where the school wouldn't actually address it, do anything about the problem. And I had a 14-year-old boy drag my 6-year-old daughter around by the hair, and my son, who was the same age, broke it up and hit this other kid, and then he was the one that was suspended. So I thought, you know what, this is no good. We're done. We're out. And as well as a lot of other things going on with what they were teaching. And yeah, we pulled them out.
Yeah, typical school. That happened to me too when I was growing up. 17-year-old, I'm 33 now. I get jumped by 5 guys, 5 fucking people at the gymnasium. We go in brutal fight, of course. They're on top of me, but I get a hand over him because I hit him in the nuts. Because I'm on top, and mind you, 4 other people already hit me in the back, I get suspended in-house, while those 5 just get about a week's detention. So, because you know what it says? No fighting, even self-defense. Fucking load of
Well,
shit.
that was my argument with the school. I said, my son was defending his sister, which I told him to do because of the situation. And by law, he has the right to defend his sister. So I don't care what your school policy says. I care what the law says.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Well, I was going to kind of keep it on the topic, but change it a little bit, if that's all right. Or did you?
Yeah, go for it.
But I didn't mean to interrupt you if you wanted to finish what you were saying.
No, go for it.
Yeah, I just sort of jumped in early. Do you think in raising children that you should what do you think you should tell the children that the Earth is?
Well, like I said,
My children. Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead.
like I said, they first started in school, so they obviously learnt about the globe, and I probably didn't learn about the flat Earth till they were a little bit older. But I sat down and presented them both models and said, "This is what we're told. To me, this doesn't make sense. This is what I believe it to be," and they made that choice themselves, and they all believe the Earth is flat. But I gave them both, taught them both.
Interesting.
I was gonna say, like, I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Okay, I don't plan on really teaching Aaliyah like what the Earth is per se, right? Like, I think she's so blessed that she gets to just like just take in the Earth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not being told what it is holistically or anything like that. She just gets to experience the world. And when she asks me questions, I'm gonna tell her very like honestly, right? Like, what is the moon? Well, we don't actually fully know. It's a light for the night. So you have the sun, the daylight, and then you have the light for the night, and they balance each other out or whatever, right? Like, I'm not going to
But Daddy,
tell
why
them
does the
things they don't
moon
need to
shine in the daytime then?
I lost that opportunity by sending them to school in the first place. If you know what I mean, they'd already learnt the globe. They learn it from kindergarten, really, and and I pulled them out at a later date. So
What's it sending his daughter
It's
to?
still a light, Zanuck. I mean, if you have a light bulb in your ceiling that lights up your room at night, in the daytime you see the bulb there. It's not lit up. It's kind of just chilling, or it could be lit up if you have it on. So what's the problem with that?
Oh, I don't
That it's
care
lit
what
by
you
the
say.
sun and it has a surface and it's kind of a solid thing.
All right. Well, you interrupted
Hey,
with
but
to say
I
that.
know.
Anyway.
It's a quick.
yeah,
I also wanted to let
well,
him
who
know
cares?
that we'll send him to
Thank you. I'll be
Uncle.
sure and try and get you to be my daughter's teacher. I'll make sure she comes and talks to you.
Please make sure we send her
Yeah,
to. Please make sure we
yeah,
send her
for
to
sure.
Uncle Xanax science camp.
Yeah,
In about 3 or 4 years, I'll spend like a couple weekends with her. We'll get her all straightened out.
yeah, okay.
No, dude. You
So
don't want to
anyway, I
raise
think the
someone that's a
beautiful thing.
chronic interrupter. That would not be good. We don't.
I think the beautiful thing about it is that I'm going to homeschool my daughter, and not just because of the Earth. Say hypothetically, I was completely wrong about the Earth, I would still 100% homeschool my daughter. You know, like the current curriculum is wrong about pretty much everything. Why would I go sit? They dumb everything down to hide the mistakes they have at the higher level. Oh, mass attracting mass. Well, that's not even what they believe. So I'm not going to waste her time with dumbed down curriculum where they actually took out like the phonic aspect of the curriculum. So now the children can't even like speak and like read and write properly. You know, like they are dumbing our children down. So, anyway, I'd rather her like learn how to think and not tell her what to think. I want her to have hands-on experiments and to think for herself and go see nature herself, go see waterfalls. When she asked me like, isn't that so crazy? She asked me about how the waterfall works. I'm like, yeah, some people think it's tilted backwards going upside down as it spins. But anyway, I want to say this real fast. Gio, what do you think about this? So you know how we have, if the Earth's a ball, we should have 24-hour sun in the South Pole, right? Well, anywhere like below the 60th south latitude, pretty much. Well, the same as in the north. So we see the sun in the north for 24 hours. And you can actually see this as low as, I'm not actually exactly sure. I'm getting contradictory things, but I know for sure in Fairbanks, Alaska. Okay. So that's at 60, I think that's at 64 degrees. Anyway, it's past where you're supposed to be able to see it on a globe by like 2 degrees. And you can see the sun for 24 hours in Fairbanks, Alaska, but it should be blocked by the curvature of the globe Earth. And you can see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. So can anyone guess what their excuse is?
Refraction?
Yes. Now think of it. This is like my new argument because it's so funny. Like, I've never heard a flat earther bring this up. I'm sure someone has, but anyway, So they're claiming that the sun is actually below the horizon, but because of refraction, you can see the sun for 24 hours for 2 months.
That's absolutely insane. Xanac, do you
Bro, they
believe
have to claim 2 month refraction.
that is completely that's just being refracted the whole time? Oh my god. No, you see,
Yeah,
that's
but
not
that-
really the sun. That's not really it at all. For just hours when you see it all day. That illusion, you know, that one's like illusion. Like every second, they're just saying it's an illusion.
Isn't that
for
the same
2
thing?
months.
Is that the same thing with the solar eclipse that they're saying is refracting around? You can see it.
Yeah, but this is so much worse, bro, because this is for 2 months. You can see the sun for 24 hours in Fairbanks, Alaska for 2 months. Yeah, you soaked that one in there, Xanac, because I know the Globers are going to hate this one, bro. I can't believe this one overlooked. This is such a death blow. Anyone that wants to try to convince themselves the sun is refracted up 2 degrees for 2 months, you go for it, man. But the average person is not going to believe that, dude. I can feel the steam right now. He's like, whoa, he's looking it up.
I think
Am I
he's like, oh, I'm just not going to respond. They'll probably just think I'm in the bathroom or something. I think he's just going to take a pass on this one.
Like, am I over? I think
I'm
that's
sorry. What were we
such a
talking about? I was in the
slam
bathroom.
dunk.
No,
you've been Googling it.
I don't Google. I told you I don't Google stuff.
Do you need an Amazon some Neosporin, dude? I'll get you some Neosporin, man, to help lick your wounds. You know.
Oh.
Are you
That's
seeing
a
a
tough
refracted sun for 2 months, Xanac? A fake refracted illusionary sun?
Every day there's a high part of the sun and a low part of the sun. So you're not talking about 24 hours a day. You're talking about just a few hours every night. Why do you see it when you shouldn't?
It's not just a few hours. It's like 12 hours. What are you talking about?
12 hours?
Yeah. How long do we normally see the sun, Xanac?
Well, sometimes it's 12 hours and sometimes it's 6 hours.
Okay. That makes it worse for you. Everything less than 12 hours makes it worse.
No, we're talking about the time when it's in the summertime when you see it longer than you normally would in the wintertime. It's different.
Oh, okay. So if you're up on a ball, supposedly you're where you can see the sun for 24 hours because you're up above the horizon at the top of the ball based on a 23.4 degree tilt. So you have the North and South Arctic circles at 66 point. I say 6 degrees. You guys can kick rocks with the 66.5. We know what you want to say.
64. Is it 64?
It's 66.5. All
right, 60. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, so we're going to say 66.6 because we know what you guys want to say. So anyway.
Oh, that 66.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, close enough. So
Fairbanks, huh?
So where's Fairbanks? Where's Fairbanks at?
I thought it was 64.5 degrees.
Okay, so we shouldn't be able to see the sun from there for 24 hours, huh?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Dude, it's bad, bro. This one's bad because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and scour and send tons of people out to find the lowest it's been observed. And we're just going to start documenting it. And we're really just going to love to hear you guys try to explain to us that there's a consistent 2 months of refraction that's lifting the sun up 2 degrees. Go for it.
You can also see Polaris from south of the equator, and you can see the Southern Crux north of the equator in latitudes that are far too far to be what the globe would allow with the curvature. So they also have to say that Polaris is refracting as well. So you can look at Polaris all night. You guys have to claim that that's an illusion. It's not really Polaris. It's just a fake.
Yeah, we know.
Dude, how far away is Polaris again in their model? Like, yo, that's some That's some crazy refraction, dude.
That's some serious refracto effects right there, dude.
17
Light years upon light years of bending
17
light
light years.
to get all the way to the globe, bend around this perfect little curvature that they've fabricated.
Yeah, I guess it would just bend once it hit the atmos, right? But
It's only
it's still
only half
hilarious.
a degree or so.
Oh, what about the 2 degrees of the sun for 2 months?
Why do you say it's why do you keep on saying for 2 months? It's just a few hours every evening that you would see.
No, it has to be the same refraction for 2 months.
Every night, you mean?
Well, for like 12 hours. Why are you trying to say just a couple hours? What are you talking about?
Because normally, well, if you're on the North Pole, then you would see it 24 hours. Would you agree to that?
Yes, and we see it for 24 hours in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Right, but you're saying due to the angle of tilt and the angle of latitude that the sun
It
wouldn't
should be the Arctic Circle. That's why it's called that.
Well, it wouldn't be. Oh, you're saying because it's the Arctic Circle is what?
You shouldn't see the 24-hour sun below the Arctic Circle, man.
Right, but you wouldn't. Doesn't mean you see it. You don't see it all day long because of refraction. It'd only be for a couple hours.
It's not a couple hours, dude.
It'd be a handful of. It'd be 4 or 5 hours, I think, at the most.
Okay,
At the
whatever.
most.
So I don't know the answer to that. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So how many degrees up is the sun being refracted?
Well, if it's refracted by a half a degree, then that's what would pencil out to. I don't know exactly.
What?
It would be.
How does half a
by
degree bring it up 2 degrees over the horizon?
Well, I don't think things are refracted 2 degrees.
Well, you got a problem. You got a problem.
Well, that would be a problem we'd have to look into. Like I said, I haven't looked into it.
Dan, if you're at the North Pole, if you're at the North Pole, you get 24 hours of sun, and then if you're 23 degrees away from the North Pole, then you'll get like an hour of 20. I mean, you won't even get sun. You'll get darkness, basically. I don't know. How does it even work?
You don't know.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna lay it all out. Like I'm gonna make a video, program it. Oh yeah, buddy, I am, because I found this out tonight when I was on Jaren's show. We were just talking, and I'm like, wait a minute, and this is bad news for you, bro. It's bad news. So yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do about it, but you're gonna have to claim that it's refracted quite a bit, and wait till we find out you can actually see it even further south than Fairbanks. It's like going to get worse and worse and worse, and you're going to have to come up with some type of refraction. I need that. You can't just say words, okay? That's not how this works. So I'm going to need to know exactly how this refraction's working, what's causing it, what's this vertical gradient, light bends down to the more dense medium. Please, I want to know how it's working based on the progression further south to the exact degrees it needs to be to where we have 24-hour sunlight. That's what I need to know, and I need to know how it does it for 2 months straight.
Those few hours in the evening.
Yeah, Zanuck.
So you're
no refraction salad.
Yeah, and so basically what you're saying is that if it only does it for a few hours, that the refraction turns off. So you need to come up with a theory
turn
that's
off.
going to.
Why do you keep on saying that? That's not what I'm saying at all.
So it's refracted the whole time?
Why are you, Zanuck? You're already interrupting. Like, do you not know how to just have a conversation? He was just about
He's asking me specific questions, and I'm responding specifically.
It's okay. This is a tough one.
When he asked the question, Gio, I was responding with my voice after he asked it. I wasn't interrupting him at all.
Well, yeah, but you also have to let him finish. Like, he might ask a question and then say one other thing, and then there's a pause, and then you go. But you just
maybe I heard a pause then.
Oh, okay. So like you're gonna have to explain how it can go up the needed amount of degrees and how it can last for 2 months. And if you're claiming that it's just a constant effect, then you're claiming that the sun is going to be refracted more than a half a degree for the entire 2 months, which means it's going to have to be refracted. You're going to have to show why it's exclusive to Fairbanks, Alaska, that it's refracted that much and for 2 months. See, now Kosho's saying they don't get 24 hours in Fairbanks. If that's all that Kosho's got after listening to it for 10 minutes, this is going to be a rough year for you guys, because I've already looked it up. Everyone in Fairbanks says they do. So
why don't you tell me where you think the sun would be at high noon, for example, in Fairbanks?
Don't they say for 37 days or some shit?
Yeah,
How far
like
off
2
the
months.
horizon?
Like just under
Hold
2
on.
months.
Can you answer the question?
I don't know. I don't know.
What do you
What do you,
think?
were you asking me where it'd
Because you
probably
said it
be
has
overhead?
refracted for 2 months. And I'm saying it's only for a few hours every night. But you said with assertion, no, what happens at the other points of the day? No, what do you think happens at high noon with the sun? Do you think it's like right on the horizon?
Do you think that at high noon it's 2 degrees off?
It should be about 65 degrees in the sky at high noon, right? Or 55? No,
Well, there we go.
60,
Part of the
about
answer. I don't know
64.
how
About,
accurate that
about
is.
60. About 64.
Brian's on the right track. So why would it be refracted?
Kosho
Why
says it's 24-hour civil sunlight. So then I guess, Kosho, you're agreeing that if they see the sun itself for 24 hours, it debunks the globe?
Yeah, they don't.
So if they do, then it debunks the globe?
Nope, but it doesn't. So then it doesn't matter.
How would it work? How does it not debunk the globe? Basically, nothing can debunk the globe. We can just say the word refraction for everything.
I think there he was talking about, and Kosho just put it there. Actually, it's funny. They're talking about it's light. It's light out. You don't
Exactly.
see- you don't
I just
see
said that.
anything.
I literally just said that.
It doesn't.
I just said that.
Just in case, but just in case it does, it doesn't debunk the globe. But it doesn't
No.
happen.
If you bring up if you debunk the globe, you'll debunk the globe. If you show something that's incorrect, it's not going to debunk the globe. Civil twilight. Civil twilight is when the sun's 6 degrees below the horizon. So,
Okay, well, the official explanation is that the sun's position actually optically rises. So how about you go look it up? I'm driving. I'll get back to my computer. I've already looked it up. Fairbanks, Alaska is on the list, right? And it literally has a diagram of refraction showing that the apparent position of the sun rises for Fairbanks, Alaska, making it look like the sun's in the sky when it's actually below the horizon. So I'm going to stick with the official answer, not the Discord anti-flat Earth answer. But thank you.
Well, you can use your answer that you kind of take all the information you read and then cobble it together and come to an incorrect conclusion. That's also a chance too, right?
Oh, okay. Instead of poisoning the well, can you admit that if it happens and we see the sun for 24 hours in Alaska, it debunks the globe?
No, it wouldn't on its own debunk the globe. You know that.
What? So how many degrees can the sun refract?
I guess it depends on the angle of incidence, the amount of atmosphere you're looking through, as well as the curvature rate which the light will have to travel over that path. So that could be significant, but it wouldn't be any different than anywhere else on the Earth. It wouldn't be dramatically different, I wouldn't guess, because everywhere else we see the sun about a max a half a degree. I think we don't see much more than half a degree. That's my guess.
Right. So if this needs to be refracted more than half a degree, then you have a problem, right?
Well, it just means there has to be a pretty incredible explanation of why the sun is refracted by more than a half a degree, considering the rate of change of that angle, which is the angle of incidence, and the differential medium that you're looking through.
It's going to refract whatever's required to prove the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's only going to work for them. That's not going to work for everyone else, the thousands of people that are going to hear this. It's just going to work for them. So, I don't care what they say. Like, they're just going to say it must be happening because we know because we see it happening and we know the Earth's a globe.
It's
but the normal person doesn't think like that.
It's interesting because, man, it's very interesting to hear this because I'm curious to see what we come up with and see what the actual data says.
Good night, guys.
You run around with take your victory laps. We hear of something, and then you say it's going to just debunk the globe. Everything, the whole fucking globe will be in ruins after I'm done with them. It's like,
good night, guys.
Dude, come on.
Good night, bro.
What?
No, whatever. Like, Kosho's just denying it outright, so that's not a good start. But whatever.
Dude, I'm telling you point blank that what you're bringing is wrong. I've shown a graph that's showing you in Fairbanks, they don't get 24-hour sun ever. They get 24 hours sunlight, which when the sun is below the horizon. So I'm not just denying it outright. I'm kind of showing to you why what you're saying is wrong.
Okay, well, so then you agree that if we do see the sun for 24 hours in Fairbanks, then it can't be explained on the globe.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, then how about you address that then? If we're at 64 degrees and we're not supposed to see it past 66.5 degrees, how would we be seeing the sun for 24 hours in Fairbanks, Alaska?
Well, since that's not happening, how am I supposed to answer that?
See what I'm saying? This is why it's so dishonest, right? It's like I'm saying, okay, you claim it's not happening. So hypothetically, if it was happening and you won't answer, you'll just keep saying
You're asking
it's
if
not.
it's not happening, how do you explain that? If it's
No,
not
I said if
happening, I
it is
can't
happening,
explain that.
Buddy. I said if it is happening, and you know that's what I said.
That's what I'm saying. If it is happening, how can I explain that? Well, it isn't happening, so how am I supposed to be able to explain that?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You can't even like explain what would have to happen. Now, obviously, the sun would have to be refracted up.
As it usually is, looming, right?
Okay, so how is it going to refract
Well,
from 64 degrees to
answer would be the
66?
same. So the answer is the same as the black swan. Like, if you're only supposed to see 1.5 miles, then why are we seeing 9 miles? Because it's refracted.
Okay, so
I mean, well, but if you
so
didn't,
you
but if it
just
wasn't
say the word.
refracted,
Gotcha.
would
It
it blow?
says 70 days.
See, Gia, this is why I know we're talking over each other, but he doesn't stop. It's hard to really talk with him. So
It's like just weird, right? It's like you guys can't even answer the question
no,
hypothetically.
we
You
have.
just
We're
say
just
like,
trying to answer. You won't stop. First of all, you're not listening. You're just talking, and it's no different than asking why we see too far for the black swan. Yeah, but if you don't see a horizon at 1.5 miles, does that mean the Earth is flat? No, it just means it's refraction. Oh, super looming, yeah, it's refracting greatly at the surface when you're looking at an observation only a few feet off the surface. I mean, that's the same answer we're going to give you for this thing as well. I mean, it's not going to be
doesn't work.
You blown it up. The Earth is right. The Earth is definitely flat because Witz had proved all the entire planet wrong.
That doesn't work. It's not the same at all as the oil rigs on the surface. It's not the same at all. Like we're talking about astronomical. Okay, dude. I don't even know why I brought this up. I was actually asking Gio anyway.
Well, then look at
Yeah, Zanuck, you're already just interrupting constantly, dude. I mean, I don't know why you can't not do it. It's really, it just makes it like it's like not even worth having a conversation if every time you speak you're just going to shout over people.
What, Gio? I was really trying to find little entrance points, and if you were listening, there wasn't any, and I found small ones and started talking. And then as I got 3 words in, he started talking over me. Wouldn't even let me finish my thought.
No,
so I think we have a bias.
Dude,
there we go. He's doing it again. We have a bias.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now because you're
I'm still trying to talk, and he's doing it. I was really trying, Gio, to not do that, even though I'm guilty of what you're saying I'm doing. So help me understand.
Okay, to be fair, I actually let you finish, and then I went to respond, and you interrupted. So you just lied, but it's whatever. It's like I don't care. Like
I'm a liar.
It's okay. I'm not saying you're a liar, but you just fibbed. So anyway, like I wasn't trying to get into this all like this real intense thing, man. You know, I was just pointing out that I came across this information. According to mainstream sources, Fairbanks does see the sun for 24 hours. And I forgot what it's called. It's called like a polar day. They have a polar day. And they claim that it's because the sun is refracted up. And I even saved the diagram in the page. So I'll be back in my house in a second. I'll show you guys.
Well, I think is that what Kosho is? Kosho, are you contending that? So we're talking about like the yellow circle of the sun in the sky. Are we talking about the whole circle or only part of it? Like what are you guys both claiming? Because Whitson, are you saying that the whole circle of the sun is above the horizon for an entire 24 hours in Fairbanks?
Yeah. And they say that it happens because of refraction. Like I have a mainstream article explaining it with a diagram showing the apparent and the actual position and showing the sun lifted up to explain the Fairbanks polar day.
If you saw that, the difference between 66 degrees of the Arctic Circle and Fairbanks, Alaska being 65 degrees, like it's 64.8, is 1.2 degrees. So there'd be looming of 1.2 degrees, which I believe would be very extreme if you saw that much.
It'd be 1.7 degrees.
1.8, excuse me, 64.8 versus 66. That's 1.2.
64. Is it 64.8?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be, so it's 66.5. So it'd be 1.7.
Wait, 66, I thought. 66.6 or 66?
66.5.
Okay, so we both had an error there. So now we're looking
Yeah,
at...
I said 1.8 and it should have been 1.7. Sure.
I thought it was 66.
I'm seeing conflicting information. I see where it says 70 days of sun of daylight, and then I see where time and date will tell you that there's like a couple hours of twilight or whatever. But then you look it up, and the people there say they play a game when the 24-hour sun first starts, and they play all the way through till the next day or whatever, and that they have no need for artificial light. So whatever game it is, it probably doesn't involve very good vision if they're doing it with the sun down, with the sun below the horizon.
Brian,
Look, I don't know. I'm not saying I couldn't be wrong. I'm just explaining. I read an article when I was on the live with Jaron, and the article actually shows a diagram of the sun being lifted up. So I'll get it in a second.
We
I was just looking at.
I don't trust time and date anyway because it's pretty much it's model afflicted basically.
We all
It tells
know
you-
that.
Has it ever been wrong?
We all know that. when
It's never been
sun-
wrong. Oh my god.
Yeah, but isn't
With
the
how
hold on? Isn't the problem involved in the actual fact that the sun is viewed at that angle? Like whether or not it's exactly 24 hours or whether it's like people are saying in the chat, it's like, you know, there's like the sun it goes into that civil twilight. Because actually, one of the graphs I was looking at one on an actual time and date is the one I was looking at, and it does seem to show that there's one little sliver part of it that's civil twilight. So even if it's like 22 or 22 and a half hours of the sun, doesn't that still need to be refracted to work on a globe?
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe I misunderstood because all I know is there's a diagram that shows that to explain it, they have to say that the sun is lifted. So
Yeah, but
I'm
time
gonna
and
get
date.
it.
See, time and date said 90 degrees east for the sunrise on equinox, and right outside of Sydney, and it was 11 degrees to the north according to a good compass. So they fix it basically. Whatever doesn't match, they have a reason and they fix it.
No. Yeah. So no, Jill, not really, because the latitude 64.8, it says if you add 23 to that, 23.4, you get just about over 90 or whatever. Anyways, if you go around to the other side to where the sun is on this date, because you can see like the longest day is right around June 21st. There's enough space. There's enough extra room, even further south of there, to receive the civil sunlight. Because you have to remember, civil twilight, I mean, is where the sun is 6 degrees below the horizon. So
And it's still very bright. I mean, still very light. A lot of light. Like when sunsets on the beach, see it set. Got light for quite some time before it goes dark.
No, not 6 degrees below, bro. I showed in the selenium with it about 3 degrees below, and you could see the sun approaching, but it was completely dark where I was standing. I filmed down low below the horizon, straight forward, and it was dark right where I was at with my Mustang.
How many
minutes?
How many minutes per degree in time, Brian?
What are you talking about? 60? What are you talking about?
How far does it go below the horizon for every unit of time?
I'm just saying, you think that it's going to be bright enough to play a sport or
That's
a game?
the point of civil twilight.
With 6 degrees below.
We water ski for almost a half an hour after, but 30 minutes after sunset, illegally, because you're supposed to stop at sunset. But there's still enough light to drive a boat, water ski, and have it be nice and light out for
Of
quite some
fucking
time.
course you water ski after fucking sunset, Xanax.
Absolutely,
Of course you do.
barefoot ski too, because the water is really calm.
Is that before or after the cliff jumping and the running with the bulls and the fucking Olympic
Usually
sport
after,
and the
because we
deep
get back to
diving with
Hawaii,
fucking
and then we go to the Delta and we go water skiing and we go barefooting.
and then deep diving with fucking glass jars that burst?
I didn't I dived with glass jars. That was one I saw on TV.
Now you changing your claim back to you did see it on TV?
I don't know what I saw it, Brian. I told you this freaking ages ago.
You said it was a
You
video.
don't think that happens? You don't think that? Oh, forget it. I don't even go there.
You guys already have to say the excuse that Polaris is refracting and bending up around the globe because Polaris is seen way further, like south of the equator, than it should be able to, considering the curvature of the Earth. Then even vice versa, you can also see the southern crux north of the equator. So it already the globe does not match with those as well. See, that's the thing when Ruhif and some of you guys are like, make a prediction. Like, okay, let's make a prediction. If the Earth is a globe, the cutoff point will be there. Is the cutoff point there? No, it's not. Earth, not a globe.
Yeah, but the
So
southern
does refraction not exist?
It's a prediction. I'm not saying that's I'm not even standing by that thing as some solid. I'm just saying, like, if you want to use that, the idea, you guys, try to say that you're predicting things that show a globe, but then when we predict things that should be a globe, that's not what we get.
Yeah, but you can see the southern crux because you can see it like high above the equator, but Polaris you can't see it more than 1 or 2 degrees below the equator.
But wait a second. If you don't,
No.
you're saying you don't get 24 hours of daylight, then you also can't get 24 hours of darkness either, right? And there's like a few months they say that they don't get any daylight, so you can't have both, right? Or you can't
If
have
the
neither.
if the sun is being refracted up in that scenario in Fairbanks, Alaska, would it also depend on how high you see the sun above the horizon? If it was higher in the sky, would that be then not refraction, or would the refraction increase? I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying though? If they're saying they don't get 24 hours of sunlight because there's always like a couple hours where the sun's below the horizon, that'd be the same thing with the darkness. Okay, 6 months later, they're saying they get all this darkness, but no, they're calling it light, so they can't have the darkness. They can't have their cake and eat it too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. In Fairbanks on December 21st, the sun comes up 2 degrees, even on the shortest day of the year.
So, Kosho, just for the record, you're claiming that you don't know of any mainstream claim that the sun has to refract in order to be seen in Fairbanks. Are you denying that?
In order to be seen? No, I'm
Yeah.
saying that it's
Witness
not
said he
seen.
saw an article referring to this, and it was, it was a mainstream type article. So he just posted one from timeanddate.com as well. So are you denying this? Because that was the whole premise, part of the premise of his claim, and that was the thing you were trying to deny.
No, I'm not denying anything. It's not seen 24 hours a day. I mean, in a 24-hour period. It's not the sunlight. It's not the sun that they're seeing. It's the sunlight. It's a civil twilight.
No, yeah, I may be wrong because it says right here, like that article is saying, it says locations that are just outside the Arctic and Antarctic circles also experience polar day. This is due to refraction, an optical effect where the light from the sun is bent by the Earth's atmosphere. In other words, the sun remains visible even though in reality it lies below the horizon. And there's that picture. And it says, for instance, Stevens Village in Alaska is about 60 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. Nevertheless, it enjoys midnight sun for approximately 17 days. So that is not Fairbanks, right? So I may have mixed them
but
up.
still, bro, think about the longest or the brightest day on Earth, which was a couple months ago or a few months ago, and it was they said like 90% of the Earth's population, but it was still 78% of the globe was in daylight. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Either way, though, in this situation, they have to claim that the sun is refracted up for 17 straight days to give it 24-hour sun. So, can you guys enlighten me how that works?
Magnetic declifraction.
I will admit, though, that I clearly mixed up the two places in Alaska.
How dare you?
Yeah, Fairbanks is quite a bit farther south, I think.
Yeah, cool. Can you answer my question?
17 days? Sure. During those 17 days, the geometric position of the sun is less than half a degree below the horizon. And so it's refracted enough to cause the sun to appear above the horizon at some point.
Bingo. There we go.
During those 17 days.
So it's the same for the whole 17 days, the refraction. So whatever refraction we're talking about has to be a specific thing and a specific amount, correct?
It's about half a degree at the horizon, plus or
we
minus
talked
a
about
little bit.
And we were talking about the horizon where refraction is the worst, it's the thickest, and
Right.
you just automatically have it predicted, basically.
No, it's about half a degree on average. I said on average, like plus or minus.
How do you know that?
Degrees.
You just assume where the sun should be. Like, can we get like
Right. No,
what,
no, we
what's
can calculate where the geometric sun is,
Right.
and then
That's
observe where the actual sun is, and
assume
it's
it?
about half a degree off.
Just
right.
assume
So
it,
it's
right? Yeah.
gotta
Now
be
we
because
watch
there's
the
low.
change in the angular velocity of the sun as well.
Wait, well, what's changing the refraction? Why is it going from half a degree and fluctuating?
What do you mean changing?
Sometimes you're saying it's an average, which means it's not always half a degree exactly. So what changes it?
Atmospheric conditions might change it,
Specifically, what?
temperature, humidity.
Can you show? Can anyone in here that's been saying this for about 4 years now to explain the Selenium eclipse? Can you guys show me the math?
Density more than temperature, actually.
Can you show me the math that shows that we've actually shown that during the Selenium this much refraction happened? Can I get the math of what
Oh,
what
yeah, we
what
don't need the
variables are
math,
you
we just
accounting for
observations are good
astronomical?
enough.
So you just make it up.
Refractive index of the air and the angle of the angle of incidence is most important. But if you couple the angle of incidence and the differential density of the atmosphere, you will get, regardless of the temperature is a small factor. It's mainly the density and the density change, and that will give you roughly that.
Can you show me? Can you show me the math, and then we can look at the data?
They
and see if
probably
it's
could.
actually-
They probably could because they're bending the freaking atmosphere, dude. It's just all a big assumption, dude.
No, they
I wish
can't
one
though.
of them would
They
at least
100%.
admit that.
Brian, they can't. They can't actually show the real day data that shows, okay, well, we claimed it had to refract this much on this day. Look, here's the density layers of this day. And here's why it works. They 100% cannot.
Oh
do
yeah,
that.
yeah. There's no way they could do that. But as
It's
far as
all-
like their
it's
average,
always
they're showing a
roughly
chart
about,
of
as he said,
bending
about a
rays of
half
light,
degree.
right?
What percentage variance? I mean, there's probably some statistics on that. We can probably find the actual values that they've measured, but we can measure it by the angular position of the sun before it goes out of sight, and that degradation of light or the ability to see the object is going to be the looming value, because that slowdown of angular velocity is going to be due to looming because it only happens near the surface.
Start
Did you
calling your
just
model
make that up?
Start calling your model patches, bro. Patches.
Did you make that up?
I've always said that.
Be honest, Andy. Did you just make
I
that
have.
up?
I've always said that. The angular velocity of the sun changes as it gets near the horizon. We've all been told that and talking about that for some time now.
But I still believe the sun can be seen, the physical sun, in Alaska as well.
Yeah, it can in northern Alaska. See, to me, it makes sense that it's going to be pretty accurate because, like, the whole globe is literally built around the sky. That's literally how the globe was made. Even if you believe the Earth is a globe, like, the whole model was built to paint upon the sky. The whole thing.
That's what I try to tell them, man. That they're trying to use their model to prove their model. They do it all the time. I'm like, dude, that's how it's fucking modeled, dude. Of course, you're gonna show the fucking the equations, the math, and all that. That's you modeled it with the sky.
Yeah, to point to the skies if it verifies the model is incredibly insane.
No, I think it's reasonable. It's not insane.
That's how you made the model, dude.
Right.
We had to use the sky to come up with the model, and we had to engineer it based on what we see in the sky. Oh, look,
Yeah.
it matches what's in the sky. That proves the model.
So if I
it's
bend my front,
internally
front
consistent.
yard, right? If I measure 50 feet and then I bend it and call it a hemisphere, and then I have little lights above it and shit, and then I say, look, that's 20 feet for 20 degrees. You know, that's fucking, it's curved. Look, here's the fucking equation, and that's because I fucking measured it with the light above the yard. Of course, it's gonna match it when I fucking measure it. That's how I
Yeah,
modeled it.
internal consistency is an important marker that hints towards something being true. Things that are true are internally consistent.
Bro,
Things
that's
that are
how I
internally
measured it. And
The globe is not internally consistent then.
It
so
is.
that's not true. It's absolutely not.
Misunderstandings of the globe are not internally consistent, which you guys regularly engage in, but true
I
knowledge
think
of the
you're
globe is not.
misunderstanding that people have misunderstandings because the globe does have glaring problems.
I'm
on the
debating
core.
Ruhif. I'm debating Ruhif Friday, man, about the Australian sunrise. I got some new information about the Australian sunrise equinox and all this shit, and it's gonna be Friday. I don't even know what time, but I got some information. I'm about to drop some bombs, man.
Is it going to include the fact that sometimes the sun rises farther north than straight east in Australia? Is that one of your truth bombs?
I mean, that's the first thing I discussed with him, but you'll see it goes into depth and it's there's more to it. So anyway, you gonna you ain't gonna like it. There's
Well,
information.
Matthew, do you think that? Would you agree? Okay, do you think that having sound logic is using reifications and begging the questions?
No, they go together. Using sound logic is a good thing. Internal consistency is a good thing.
Okay, so you're under the impression that your belief in the globe is not a reification and a begging the question, doesn't involve that, and you're saying that it's all completely consistent and solid. Is that your current?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Okay. So then talking with us is for you serving what is it just to kind of reiterate your view, or what's the goal?
It's entertaining. Like I'm interested in what you guys think is problems with the globe, and so therefore I can go look at things and figure out ways to explain it better.
There ain't no thing, man.
And if we went through,
yeah, go
just real quick, if we went through, if for the next 2 weeks, if we spent every day going through the hundreds upon hundreds, really getting into thousands of problems with the globe Earth that are logically sound, you feel like you would find some way to refute every single one without without using begging the question and reification fallacies.
Oh, I might have to use that type of stuff, but every single
Oh,
one.
well, I thought you just said those are not good logic. That those
No,
should
it's
not,
not.
be the basis.
I thought you
Those
were
should
talking
not be
about
the basis.
internal consistency. Internally consistent is different than trying to prove something.
So reifications and begging the questions are okay logic in your mind to come to a conclusion?
No, they're okay for figuring out if something is internally consistent, not.
Oh, you're gonna really hate this shit, Friday. I wish I could tell you, but I'm really gonna keep this. I ain't gonna keep bringing it up that I'm not gonna tell you, but one last time, I really wish you're gonna really, really, really not like this, because this is a blatant contradiction in your model, and it's never really been discussed the way it's gonna have to be Friday.
So you've discovered the
I can't
nail in the
wait.
coffin that's finally going to disprove the globe once and for
No,
all.
it's just
It's already
another
been done.
contradiction, one of many,
It's already been disproven.
but it's a new one. See, y'all's explanations, you always have explanations or excuses, whatever you want to call them. They don't always hold water. And but at least
I mean, the globe
I'd
doesn't
feel a lot
hold
better
water,
if you'd
dude?
admit.
How
if-
does a
if they
ball
would've-
not? What do you mean? How does a ball not hold water? Come on.
Yeah,
we
I
all
know,
know,
right?
we all know balls hold water.
It
You
would
put
be
water in
nice
a
if they
ball,
would
it's
admit,
a ball. Yeah.
it'd be nice if they would admit that it's a model. It's the way it's modeled. That instead of acting like, "Oh, this is how it is for certain, for absolute fact," because we know there's a globe, so we know that the sun is really here or should be here. Just it'd be nice if they'd admit that they're reifying their model. Whether it's true or not, it's still assumptions due to their model.
No, I admit that the globe model is a model. However, saying something is a model is not the same as saying it's false. Are you aware that models can be true?
Yeah, I mean, at least you're saying that, but we don't get that very often. I maybe once or twice ever, but so to use the model to prove the model, man, you got to use other shit. You can't use the actual model and say, look, the sun's right here. Fucking yeah, that's where it's fucking modeled to be. There's some shit that works, but there's some shit that requires explanation, and so yeah, if the Earth's a globe, then this is how it would work. But there's so much of that, dude. We have pointed out, and there's every now and then we come across new ones and tear them apart. And I got one. We're gonna discuss it probably, or hopefully, we'll pick up where we leave off, man. Because the explanation.
Left Lane says in the chat the globe model is demonstrable in many ways. So, would you like to enlighten us as to how you think you've demonstrated a globe Earth? That'd be a first if you were able to do that. Sorry, Brian. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just reading the chat.
I was done.
I don't think he can VC anyways. I mean, Matthew, do you think that so how can you demonstrate a globe Earth if you think it's so consistent and solid and there's no fallacies and it's so solid, then doesn't it seem like you should be able to impart that information quite easily, and then all of us would be able to do that, demonstrate it, and done, right? And then we won't be no reason to consider the Earth as something different if you were able to demonstrate that as a globe.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be easy, but every time we try, I think you guys pretty much dismiss all the evidence we bring. So I don't think I could demonstrate it to you. Could demonstrate it to somebody who doesn't believe
Project
it.
much?
Right, but isn't there something to like logic, intelligence, all of those factors? I mean,
right, yeah.
I don't want to necessarily get into naming names or talking about any individual people, but I mean, there's many individuals in these discussions and so on that are very, very logical and intelligent and grounded. So it seems like if it was able to be demonstrated, you should be able to do that, right? To somebody.
Sure. I mean, one way to demonstrate something is to look at it or take a picture of it, and so, but that doesn't seem to work with you guys.
This is one thing I've been very confused about for a while. People who believe in the globe claim that it's the flat earthers who are brainwashed or who are indoctrinated or fail to look outside the box, but we were all globe believers and we looked outside the box and this is where we ended up. So how are we the ones that fail to look at the evidence?
Yeah, we realized NASA was full of shit, and then everything started clicking where it's all just fucking one excuse after another.
Yes, but how can we be the sheep, or how can we be the ones that are not looking at the evidence? We clearly have to come to a different decision.
Right. And see, I would say, Matthew, you can demonstrate the lack of curvature any day of the week. It's really easy. So that is demonstrable.
Yeah, and I would say the opposite. I would say that you could take a picture and show that the Earth is curved any day of the week, but you don't believe any of our pictures. So
where would you take a picture that the Earth is curved? Or
I
has
just posted one in the chat. There's a picture right there. It was taken yesterday.
Okay, so you're not taking a picture. Somebody is giving you something that they call a picture that you trust a source of. That's way different. That's not that's not demonstrating something to someone. I mean, if you ask me, hey bro, demonstrate Bigfoot, and I just give you a picture that I said someone took of Bigfoot, especially a government agency or whatever this comes from, would that just convince you that Bigfoot's real because the government gave you a picture of it?
No, I wouldn't trust that picture.
You would
Did
not
you put a picture of the globe? Was that what you're talking about? The picture of the globe, the photo that we could see curvature?
Right. Yeah, I trust the agency that took that picture and posted it on the internet. So that's why I think it counts as evidence. But what I'm saying is that you guys keep discounting it.
Hang on, but then you were actually saying things that we could observe for ourselves. So that's not something that you've observed for yourself. So when you're outside walking around or standing on the beach, what are these things that you observe that make you believe what you're told?
Oh yeah, if you're standing on the beach, you're not going to observe it.
So if we were a kid, like going back to the conversation earlier, and we were never told it was a globe, we would naturally think that the Earth was flat and we're not on a globe.
Well, probably so. If you've never been told, yeah, that's probably what you'd start out thinking.
At what distance can we start? Can we see two horizons? Like if you have two windows, like airplane wise. I mean, and let's say, like, but from just one window, like an ISS window, of course they can only see like 3% of the Earth. But how high would we have to be for the one horizon in the distance to turn into two horizons, like the one on the left and the one on the right from one window?
Did you see that?
It depends on the angular size and your distance and the diameter. Like it's just simple 3D geometry.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm asking though. What height? Guess.
There's no magic.
Yeah,
there's no magic height. It depends on how wide of an angle lens you're using.
There's definitely a geometrical height. You just said it's geometry, and I know it. I'm just seeing if you know it.
There is no magic number.
You just said it's geometry, bro. So to see the left side of the Earth and the right side of the Earth, with a human field of view. We'll even call it 120 degrees, just to keep it simple. To see 8,000 miles in diameter.
Oh yeah, you just make a triangle that has an isosceles triangle with the bottom being 8,000 miles and the top being 120 degrees, and then you figure out the altitude of that triangle and subtract 4,000.
Like it's almost 5,000 miles to see 8,000 mile diameter.
Yeah, 4618. Is what you got.
Yeah, 46.
But that's the distance from the center of the Earth. So
Yeah. Well, it's a ball, so no matter where you're at, you're looking. I mean, you're going to pretty much be centered to the ball.
No, I mean the center, the middle of the sphere, and so the if you look straight down at it, the 3959 miles comes towards you. So 4600 minus 3969, maybe.
Right. So when they say they can't see, I mean, when they say that they can't leave low Earth orbit, even the president of the United States, along with NASA, along with all the astronauts, and they're building shit, to me, they're kind of trying to be honest, saying that they got problems to overcome before they leave this area. And, sounds like they're trying to be honest. And the anti-flat earthers wouldn't have it. They defended NASA to the fucking hilt in the old moon landings. They tried everything to fucking admit it without blatantly fucking saying it, I guess for patriotism and other reasons, but anti-flat earthers wouldn't have it, but since they've never left low Earth orbit, so they're nowhere near seeing the two horizons. They're seeing just a little patch, like maybe the southeast United States or whatever.
I don't think there aren't any government agencies that say that we never left Earth orbit.
The president.
No, the president has never said we don't.
He said we can't leave low Earth orbit. We're working on it.
Yeah, can't is different than haven't.
Yeah, just explain all that.
No. He said that we can't currently, or we didn't used to be able to. But now we can, and he said we can't, but he didn't mean we have never.
No, I believe the president's speech actually was that the Orion capsule was going to take them places they've never been before.
Right.
Above low Earth orbit.
There was a comma there. It will take us to places we've never been before. It'll also take us above low Earth orbit.
Bro, we've never left low Earth orbit. We've never fucking. I don't even know.
No.
Well, of course,
we've even
yeah,
been.
of course. I mean,
They're so
I
full of
understand that
shit,
you believe that, but I'm saying that nobody,
shit.
the
I'll find the
president and
video.
NASA,
I
nobody
agree.
has ever claimed we never left low Earth orbit.
Matthew, you think it's possible that they could possibly fake space exploration?
Yes.
So everything they showed us could have been faked.
Some stuff would have been easier than others. There's some stuff that's hard to imagine how they could have faked it.
It's a
Like what?
supercomputer. It's a program. It's a fucking supercomputer, basically.
What's hard to imagine how they faked it?
Color slides on actual film negatives that show the Earth and the Moon in the same frame.
With a square around it, with a fucking.
No,
they
no.
admitted-
Why would
they
that be
admitted
hard to fake? Why can they not just take a picture of like a painting or a model?
Because you could tell the difference.
How so?
Careful photographic analysis.
Oh, you did careful zoomed in photographic analysis of the Earth, even though you can barely see it?
I didn't do any of this, no.
That's one of the first
Hey, Flash.
whistleblowers. Was one of the artists from NASA.
Would you concede that being able to fake something does not mean that you did fake something?
Sure, but that's not difficult to fake at all. Like they literally release pictures of like gigantic models of moons and planets and stuff like to the public. NASA actually had those made. Like admittedly to the public.
Sure. And you say because they could fake it, they did. I say because they,
No, that's
even
not
though
what
they could fake it, they didn't.
No, it's because I've caught them faking so much stuff or like so many glitches and so many times they've changed their story and edited their live streams and changed their NASA articles after Globebusters streams and
Yeah, I can give you
pure
examples.
dishonesty that carries over to all of it is not to be trusted.
Like the Jupiter, they got cold busted. They tried saying it was the Kissimmee fucking craft and shit with the new fucking showing the it was conveniently on the 4th of July showing the fucking firework looking shit at the North Pole and this and that and it was the same shit as 2 years previous.
Yeah,
Saying
Jaren
it
called them out
identical
and then they
cloud system, and then they fucking changed their shit.
Jaren called them out and then they changed their article right after.
Literally.
What a coincidence. Why would NASA be watching a flat earther's YouTube?
And also about the atmosphere on Mars with the parachutes and shit, and they changed that shit to they changed it with the SpaceX fucking rockets landing. They were able to still call it a live stream, which some
Yep.
people don't think is a big deal, but that's bullshit. You can't fucking edit a fucking stream and still call it. That's history. If it's going down as live shit, then that's history. You can't edit it and then maintain your historical fucking live
Like it looks like it was just a live stream. Like no one else on YouTube's allowed to edit their live streams.
Then they changed August Picard fucking right there saying, he was the first one to go up there like 10 miles. It was just his eyes seeing. So better than any camera and said it appeared to be a flat disc with upturned edges off into infinity. They changed that online. That's in the physics magazine and shit back then. One of the biggest magazines for shit like that. And I forgot the exact name of it, but they changed it online to where he was the first person to observe the curvature of the Earth. Like they took out his quote. Like, are
This is
you
a
fucking
fundament-
kidding me?
This is like one of the fundamental divides here. The difference is like we don't just breeze past stuff like that. We don't like in our minds, we're not like trying to be defense attorneys. Like, yeah, sure, they had a glitch in their live stream which showed 2 landing spots, and then they post-edited a live stream which is against YouTube rules and no one else can do it. They edited it out, made it still look like it was the original live stream to edit out the glitch, but that's no big deal. Like,
Yeah, I
we
breezed
don't do
past
that.
all of that stuff that you
Then
guys
we
mentioned. Of course.
then Bling caught a fly on the ISS, and like fucking a week later, it was actually a couple weeks. They fucking put an article out where they fucking brought flies up on ISS. Yeah, we fucking found a fly on the fucking window of the ISS in space. And two weeks later, you fucking release an article that how y'all had sent fucking house flies up there.
You know what's really funny is like Matthew was
You're
saying
not
like,
watching it, bro. Are you joking?
Matthew was saying like, do you think just because they could fake it, they did? I'm like, no, that's a straw man. But what's funny is it's like obviously easier to fake it than to really do what they're claiming to do. Like it's obviously easier to fake it.
Yeah,
than to do
now
what
it definitely is. Sure.
Okay.
Well, all the computer operators said that they could never tell. They couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and the real thing when it comes to the moon landing. So and that ain't them saying it's fake or nothing like that. But that's saying they wouldn't know. It's the simulations were 100% scripted, and everybody was playing their role. And like I said, it's scripted, and it was identical to the launch itself. They couldn't tell any difference between it. So by then, once they put the dark matter in the universe model and shit, I'm jumping a little bit, but they've got a model of their universe, and especially in the solar system, they've had that. They've updated it probably some, but and you wind up with bad numbers where you have to have gas giants that rain diamonds and shit. It's just like because the densities are off. I mean, whatever it is, whatever it takes to fix the model, dark matter, fucking, just you name it, man. Quasars, where a teaspoon weighs 400,000 tons. What the fuck? Excuse my
This is
language.
why I'm launching this new business. I just dropped. I made a logo for it in the chat, but this is why I'm launching this business, because they should be held accountable, and they spend billions of dollars and tell us all kinds of stories, and we've caught them lying a lot.
It's the
It's
world's
cool.
best
I like
video game.
the logo.
It's the yeah, and I do too. It's the world's best video game, though. They have a simulation. They could launch anything. They can put rovers on planets and shit. They can crash shit. I mean, they've got a giant video game, basically the world's best. So they can simulate whatever they want, and it's going to give data. It's going to fucking, it's going to send satellite data. Anything you need, man. It's all there. It's all in the model.
Yeah, just schedule like dude, you have to put yourself in my shoes, Matthew. I get on the internet and I go hang out on a live stream with my friend. We cover a 2-week-old story by NASA, and then within hours, they literally changed their website based on what we found them lying about. Right? Like they said, brand new pictures of the northern lights of Jupiter, beautiful, stunning new pictures just delivered back. And then we called them out. We found out, we did a live stream 2 weeks after this article was posted. And we're like, this is the same picture they use, exactly the same picture they used 2 years ago. This isn't newly delivered pictures. They literally changed the caption underneath the picture to say that it was actually from 2 years before, right after the live stream.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a
you
probe.
discovered an error on their website and they fixed it.
No, it was supposed to be a probe, bro.
Why are they
It's supposed to
watching
be-
flat earthers live streams, Matthew?
I don't think they were. I bet you somebody else was and sort of notified them.
That's the day. They're
Like somebody
they're
like
in
me, some
communication with-
anti-flat earther, was
That's
probably
exactly
watching.
what we're
and then
saying. They're
notified
in direct communication with anti-flat earthers, and so that they have people watching now because they do it constantly. That's supposed to be a probe. It was
Wait. It's not an error on the website. It was misleading us, saying that it was brand new pictures they had just taken. We caught them lying, and then they just subtly changed the caption. It wasn't an error. They specifically claimed it was new pictures.
Oh, so you were saying they're doing that on purpose, lying about it on purpose?
Of course they were. They knew that if they just post the pictures that look, it's the same picture that they made in CGI 2 years ago, no one's going to notice. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, have you guys seen the new Jupiter Northern Lights? Goldfish memory, TikTok attention span, back to the news, back to Eagles, play the Cowboys. So they get away with it until we catch them. I'm just saying, Matthew, put yourself in my shoes, right? I go on my buddy's live stream. We catch that lie. We're like, bro, what? This is clearly the same picture. We're trying to make sure we're not messing up. We're like, wait, could we be wrong? We're like, clearly it's exactly the same picture. And then they change it, bro. And if that's happened multiple times for Globebusters and Jeranism.
The question is where's the real Kissimmee fucking photographs? If that's if this probe is supposed to be fucking, watching some shit crash into Jupiter and before it leaves, take it. So if they're faking that shit, where's the real shit?
Wait, don't you guys agree this is a pretty substantial point? Because for me,
I think it's a minor point.
Well, I have to fight paranoia where I'm like, I start pointing out flaws in modern astronomy and stuff, and I start showing articles and I do a live stream on it, and then I go back to find it in a few days and everything's changed. It's like I have to like keep it to myself and be like, okay, they're not watching my live stream so intently that they're literally updating stuff, but like they are doing it in noticeable other areas with the SpaceX live and all kinds of stuff. It's like it's weird. And I don't really know why any tax-paying American would be cool. They didn't come out and say, sorry, we misspoke. They subtly changed the caption, pretend it never happened.
And this dates all the way back to the moon landing, like with the box. And they were like, after it was caught, you know, they didn't just say this or report it, put it out after the box around Earth was caught, and we pointed out that's not wouldn't be the location of Earth if you were on the moon at that time in that place. And then they changed it to where they added it for special effects or for a picture and shit. You know,
Yeah,
why
if you
wouldn't you
do,
do
yeah.
it?
That's a great point. Sorry. I'm just like, hey, why would they not, like, why wouldn't they openly say that? Like, why would they ever not say that? Why would they ever post the picture and just let everyone believe that it's legit until we catch them lying? And then they come out and say, oh, well, that was just to make it look cool. We added the Earth.
I suppose they could be more forthright in when they make changes, like explaining why they did that. You're right.
Like, I mean, think about it. If you put a picture out, if you're NASA, you're supposed to be going to space. It's supposed to be this thing that resembles like peace, right? And unity. Like when we go out, we see the Earth. This is why I know it's like one of the main reasons it's a lie. It's for the New World Order mindset. It's like, well, once we get outside the Earth, how quickly we're reminded that we're all together on this one little planet and it's all we have. How quickly we forget our differences. That marbles where we live. You know what I'm saying? So it's this idea, it's like this thing that's above politics. It's above geopolitical, foreign affairs. It's above everything, right? It's like we're just non-biased scientists. We're pushing the edge of scientific exploration, human exploration, and we're giving you like these cutting edge discoveries and observations of space. That's what is unspoken. That is what their job description is. That's what we pay them for.
Right. I think that's what they do generally.
Okay, so Matthew, if that's what their job description is, it's 100% unacceptable for them to be releasing fake stuff and allowing people to believe under that assumption that these are the people on the cutting edge of science going out into space, misleading us to think it's real until we have to go through all kinds of trouble to find it's fake, then point out that it's fake, and then they update it. That's not acceptable at all, not even sort of.
Yeah, they should have labeled that as a photo illustration rather than a photograph.
Yeah, why would it be right in there with the rest of the supposedly real photographs?
I don't know. I don't know where it was.
It was right there with all the other photos. So, I don't know. I like stuff like this. You know, like this is my good-hearted advice to anyone that thinks there is really is a globe. We've like fallen off the rails, and we don't like. You should hold them accountable too. Then, like instead of being like apologists for them and defense attorneys, you should also be pissed off that you believe in space. You believe they're going there. You believe this is like the future of humanity's knowledge. You should also be pissed that they're lying, right? Like you should, instead of like defending their lies, this is some place that we should be able to meet in the middle where like globe or flat, it's unacceptable that these federal entities are lying and misleading and like putting out stuff that misleads the public.
Yeah, so I wouldn't call it lying. I would call it accidental mislabeling. Lying implies a intent to deceive, which I do not see in them.
They put a fake Earth in the picture and released it like it was real, Matthew.
That was not an intent to deceive. I think somewhere along the way that image got mixed in with the other ones. I don't think that somebody maliciously tried to put it in there, trying to pawn it off as if it were a photograph that wasn't edited.
Right. So now I'm thinking about it from the other angle. Have you ever actually thought about it from the other angle? Like, it would just be another day at the office if they're actually faking space exploration.
Sure, if they're faking space exploration, then all of them are fake. And
So
all of
yeah,
them are
exactly.
meant to deceive.
So of course they didn't tell us about it because they pass off tons of stuff as real. And you're going to have to catch them, point it out, and when they have no choice around it and it gets too much attention, then they'll fix it or acknowledge it. Only then. And what we found out, it doesn't matter. We're talking about working against the federal government with billions of dollars and decades, very smart people, very advanced supercomputer programs. And, it's hard to catch. Like we, with that much money, us in here, could do the same thing, right? Like it would be very difficult to catch us messing up as well. And they've been doing it for a long time. They have all these universities, all these people, all these, astrophysicists that know everything about the story and know how to add the colors and blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's hard to catch someone lying, right? Especially when
True,
most of the
that's
people
true.
don't think it's lying. So when we catch them lying, it should be a big deal. Or like when we catch them misleading us, okay? However you want to spin it. But
I
what
want to spin it
happens
as a
is,
mistake, not misleading or lying.
was it a mistake when they went back to the 50s and literally added like an average of 7 to 10 degrees to the global temperature recording chart so that they could say global warming was real?
I don't know anything about that.
Right. So that's one of those things. That's like Gulf of Tonkin, right? Like I bring up Gulf of Tonkin because the normie can't deny it. Same thing with that. Like very easy to prove that NASA doctored temperature recordings back to the 50s to say that the global warming is a thing. So like, and they have an excuse, right? They're like, oh, it looks like we were maybe wrong. We weren't taking something into account or whatever, right? So it's like we've caught them lying a lot, man. I'm just trying to build you see why I'm trying to build the bridge here, where it's like whether it's a ball or, how many people I know that, like Grimm's an example. Grimm thinks the Earth's a ball. He thinks NASA's full of shit. There's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that are skeptical of NASA, that don't believe everything that they say, and that they're frustrated that they're taking our money and making claims, and that it seems like they're misleading us. That doesn't mean you have to believe the Earth is flat. So
Yeah, how
it's
about
like there should be a middle ground.
How about the director of the FBI? Said the retired director for many years said that NASA called it straight up and publicly because he was retired, called it not a space agency.
Yeah. He called a lot of people out. He called he said the once great FBI. He called the FBI the CIA out. If you're talking about the same guy, I think. You have that
Yeah,
clip?
like there's so many problems with NASA that even if one wants to believe the Earth is a globe, like it seems like to really be solid logically, you'd have to be like, yeah, but NASA is sketchy.
Like that's why I think it's so cool to do the NASA audits. I'm going to launch that business like an actual LLC, because I think this is what we should do. I think that most people just kind of don't pay attention to NASA. Like before I found out about flat Earth, I didn't know anything about NASA, bro. Nothing. So I think the average person doesn't know this, and I think we should focus on that. In my opinion, like for me, that for Kai, that was the first thing that really blew her mind, was seeing all the nonsense with the ISS and stuff from NASA. I think that's a good place to start with someone, and then also like geocentrism. Like, if you just come hit someone in the face with flat Earth, like bro, if they're not already like a truther, like you have no chance. But I don't know. That's my opinion. I want to make it to where people can get paid to audit NASA. I want to pay them like good money to audit NASA. Like where I don't even want to make any money off the business. I just want it to make money to pay everyone else. And where people can just work, and like, people love it. Love like checking NASA's work, right? We do it anyway for free. Where if they could get paid to like just sift through all of NASA's claims, to like go and actually ask them questions, to email them, to call them all professionally. You'll be fired if you do anything unprofessional. You cuss them out, you just start freaking out about flat Earth. You do anything like that, you'll be fired, right? But like we need to maintain professional optics. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do in 2023 with a few other things. What do you think?
Sounds good.
You think it's a waste of time, or you think it's like a good idea?
Well, I'm just hearing about it now, so I'd have to hear more about what is all involved. But I mean, there are a lot of, even just on the case of like the idea that NASA is a government agency and that we're all giving our tax money to it. That's a huge factor. I mean, literally every single person is working right now. Part of their paycheck is going right to NASA. So just on that alone, there should be way more auditing of NASA than does exist. Like there's a tremendous lack of that, other than in people that are actually discussing it, like in these communities and whatnot. But when you think about it on the mass level, most people are just assuming it's all true without even knowing, So yeah, I think that would be valuable for sure.
Like we need to start getting up in it. Like I'm thinking about moving to Florida. If I do, I will be like a frequent visitor of Kennedy Space Center, and I can't believe there's not already flat earthers that do that. You can get an annual pass. You can get an annual pass and you can go every day. And the fact that we don't have people doing it, I mean, also what flat earthers don't do enough of, and I mean, me included, right? Like, these people are public figures, bro. Like, you can email them, you can call them. Like, I don't know if you heard, we covered on Globebusters, this girl called a NASA employee asking about one of their recent launches and how she heard him say, release the lithium. She's like, what does that mean? You're spraying lithium in the sky? He's like, yeah, we're releasing lithium. She's like, what? And she's like upset about it. And he says, yeah, we're trying to figure out stuff about how the upper atmosphere works or whatever. And she's like, okay, yeah, I think that NASA should be more transparent about stuff like this. And he's like, I encourage. We're actually disappointed in how little the public wants to keep up with what we're doing, is interested in what we're doing, and we encourage it. You see, and that's what they have to say. So, like, we should be calling them professionally. We should be emailing them. We should be filing lawsuits, because then they have to give you discovery. You don't have to play the FOIA game. And that's kind of what I want to do. I want to put the pressure on them.
Yeah, and there'd be a lot of people that would probably help. I mean, there's a lot of good people who work for NASA, but there's some people up top that are responsible, not them. So it's possible to even get some help from some of the employees that are probably curious their damn self.
Well, yeah, like I had a good conversation with the NASA employee astrophotographer for NASA at one of the launches, because he was running late. So they even shut him out of the launch because he was late. And yeah, I was talking to him for a while, and dude, he started tearing up at the end. Like you could tell I was being so sincere, and what he just was like, whoa, like he didn't really realize how he could be that close, and they could be lying to us. And he just like started tearing up, bro. And I gave him a hug. Like they're not our enemy. Like NASA employees are not our enemy. There's someone in my family that works for NASA, right? Like, they're not our enemy, in my opinion. And if they were to find out that NASA was misleading people, they wouldn't be cool with it either. That's what I think. I think that this is a big part of it is exposing the space agencies. Obviously, we can't audit China. You know what I'm saying? So now, hopefully, we could get an audit NASA thing spilling over to other countries where they'll also audit their space agencies.
I was so glad to hear that Biden shot down that balloon.
Wow.
Because, finally he's doing something to combat inflation.
Okay. Not bad. That's pretty funny.
So if you move to Florida, you could like watch more launches and see what they look like.
Yeah, but this is I've seen like 3 in a year.
Did you ever watch any of them where the boosters come back and land at the landing zone?
No, I always just watched the launches. I think one of them did come down and land, but it lands significantly far away from the closest you can get to the launch. What's crazy is because of the whole pandemic, they changed how close you can get. And so like the closest you could get was like 7 miles whenever I was trying to watch them. 7 miles. Which, by the way, I went and put my camera right on the freaking beach and zoomed in, and I could see the shoreline all the way across, no problem, like all the way to the base. But anyway, I literally debunked the globe at Kennedy Space Center, but who cares?
A refraction, though.
Yeah, refraction with my infrared.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But I think they changed it now. You can go closer, and you can even have you can go ask astronauts questions, and yeah. Anyway, I'm hoping that if I throw this out in the ether, there'll be some people that'll be down to do it, and we'll be professional. Like, I'm gonna have 0 tolerance for like lack of professionalism. I'll stop talking so much. Sorry.
Yeah, that would be key for sure, because if it was done in a professional way, where even others like you said, people that work for NASA or people that family members that do, etc. if they were to see it as kind of like a troll thing or some kind of a joke or, something like that, then they would actually, disregard it. Whereas if it was seen as something that, that actually does have, a level of professionality and integrity to it, then some of them might even want to get involved. Like, let's, validate some of this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Or like cooperate with. Like, imagine if you threw like Nathan Thompson into Kennedy Space Center. Like, that would be very detrimental for Flat Earth. They wouldn't cooperate at all. And like I talked to an astronomer yesterday on the
He'd
Tartarian
probably get
server.
kicked out.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, but I was talking to an astronomer, and like he's like a professional astronomer, and the way that he talks to me is significantly different than these like veteran ballers. Significantly different. And all of a sudden, Witset's not so stupid, and all his points aren't wrong. And I think it's the same thing with the NASA employees. Like, we need to kind of just step up and like be professional, have good faith, and go for more of like the higher echelon of this subject to raise awareness. But we'll see how it goes. It's a pretty big task because I also want to. I don't even know how much I should say, right? Because like people will literally try to sabotage it, which just seems weird to me, right? Like what I was just talking about with Matthew. Like, we should be on the same team. Us and the baller should be on the same team with this, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to sabotage that idea.
I don't think you would ever sabotage it, but I do know some people would if I gave some of the details I was about to give away. But anyway, I'll have like I'll have like Zoom meetings or whatever that we'll talk about it. But yeah, like I just think we should be on the same team here. This is something the baller should be able to get behind. Yeah, let's audit NASA. You should have nothing that like you shouldn't worry at all, right? Like if there was a magnifying glass put on NASA, that should only help you out, right? Should show them to be more and more legit. So baller should help us do it. Don't you think?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Like, you agree that if they are being dishonest about something, that's not acceptable, taking our tax dollars, right?
Right. They shouldn't be dishonest.
Right. Even if they say it's for national security or something.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing how NASA stuff would be for national security. Well, that's what the
easy.
Space Force is. They've sort of branched off all that stuff into the Space Force.
Well, it's like literally the most tactical position would be space. Most tactically advantageous position militarily, for surveillance. Also, the overall idea, which is how I think they got the astronauts to agree to fake the moon landing, is like it's important that America is seen as being so far advanced technologically compared to other countries that we are able to keep our position as like the world police. I think that they were told they were going to have to fake the moon landing, but they were told, like, don't worry, we're going to go back within a few years, and so it'll look like what we show everyone anyway. So, and it's just to go ahead and win this like issue with the Soviet Union based on JFK's deadline, and it's for national security because of like the space race, and they kind of thought they were being patriots, and that's why I think that when Buzz was asked by the little girl like why we haven't been back, he's like, that's my question. Because I think they felt kind of betrayed that they never really went after that, like they were told they were going to. There's a theory. And so Buzz went crazy. He went crazy.
Oh, you're saying that they were convinced to lie under national security to be the superpower for the political, maybe they were convinced for the safety of the nation and all of this, that they had to fake it. So they were cool with kind of just being the military operation kind of frontmen for it, as it were, to fake it. But you're saying that they may have also told them like, yeah, like we'll go eventually. Like we just have to do it right now. You're saying, and then they never went.
Yeah, yeah. So think about it, if they told you, because they were military, they were literally Air Force pilot. Like they were like, the documentary. It's like they wanted badasses from the Air Force, and so of course they would do that. Like, well, you're going to be like a hero for your country. It's going to help us win this like ideological war, and don't worry, we're going to end up getting there. We're just not able to make the deadline. So we'll really go there. It'll look the same as when you went, and then no one will ever know. And it's for like your country. You got to kind of take it on the chin. You know, I mean, thousands of people do that. Thousands of people go to their death with secrets that about their time in the military, and they convince themselves it was for the betterment of our country. That's just my opinion, and I think that's why Neil Armstrong took it really bad, and yeah, just never like publicly spoke.
Yeah, it did seem like they all had some kind of like core embarrassment that they weren't really the heroes that they were, you know, held up to be. And that is interesting to think that, I mean, I've thought about that. Like what did they tell those guys? Like, did they just straight say like, yo, you got to lie? Or was there a full story around it? There's even that idea. Some people have said maybe they like did some mind trick on them, you know, put them in some MK Ultra type thing and some virtual reality and tried to convince them they went to the moon or something. But there's some interesting kind of fun ideas around that. But just on the level that that's not the case, that they did just, yeah, that they just were willing to be those kind of frontmen for, it's essentially, it's an operation, you know, they sign an NDA. It's like, this is an operation you're going to do, and here's what's involved. And it's interesting too, that in the Apollo program, like in Apollo, like leading up to the Apollo missions that actually claimed to go to the moon, there were, if you heard about that, where there were all kinds of like weird deaths, like people getting hit by trains and like suicides and all kinds of weird deaths of many of the key figures in the Apollo program, almost seeming as if they went through these guys like, will you do it? You know, and then if one of them, you know, all think about it, he goes home and he tells his wife and he tells the kids, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, okay, he's hit by a train, or, you know,
Or even if they just said no, yeah, because like if they said no, well, you've already told them, right? So like now, because one of them actually got hit by a train owned by NASA.
oh my gosh.
You didn't know that? Yeah, like one of them got hit by a train, and it turns out NASA owned the train. And like I just think this is the more logical theory. Like the whole MK Ultra thing is too risky. Like what if they break out of it? That would explain
Yeah.
this, right? That would explain why they look like that after they just got back from the moon.
Yeah, they look like they're kind of like operatives being put in the public, and they're like, oh shit, like I signed this thing, I said I would do this, and then yeah, they're like, they don't have the emotion of a hero, you know, like they should be hero, like they should have, even like in athletics, you know, like when someone wins and shit, there's so much emotion, and they're like, yes. So I mean, if they really just went to the moon, but that's the opposite of what they seem like. They seem like they're like cowering, a little bit afraid. There's kind of hot energy in the air in terms of that, because there's another thing is that if they agreed to that, if they don't follow that script, I mean, their family's at risk, their own life is at risk. You know, they know there's people above them in their position, and they just did something that was pretty intense, like level of deception. So it also seems like they're almost like, I almost want to say afraid for their lives, but maybe not quite that extreme, but they are like, they seem to be kind of on edge, and that if they say the wrong thing, there could be a problem. And it's almost like they kind of have this energy of like, I just want to be out of this limelight, which makes sense. It's like, they're just cowering. It's like a liar having to be put on the front stage and then say the lie over and over. So it makes sense why they all kind of shuddered from that and disappeared, and the whole thing is fractured. I mean, those are supposed to be the heroes of the humans that first went to the moon, and then you know, Buzz becomes an alcoholic, and just all the other dramas of all those astronauts after they claim to come back.
I just think I gotta take care of the baby.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like when you look at all that footage of those guys coming back, it's like you could ask yourself the question: do they look like liars that are trying to kind of fudge through the interviews, or do they really seem like heroes that have a real story to tell?
The guy who got hit by a train was the guy who was investigating for the White House. He was investigating Gus Grissom's that accident, and and he was investigating. No, I'm sorry, he was investigating the. It was either that or the space shuttle Challenger one or the other. I forgot, but he had a report, like a such and such page report, and his family got hit by a train on NASA property, and the report never surfaced. It's fucking crazy.
Wow. That's intense if that's true. But makes sense, yeah. That's how they do it. It's like right out of a movie, you know, like a way gangs work and stuff. The government gang.
Dude, if you can't even like my brother, like he tested high enough where when he was in the Navy, they put him on the nuclear sub program, you know, a long time ago, and he had to sign a one of them NDAs or non-disclaimer agreements. And I've talked to a guy. My brother didn't stay on there very long, but I was fishing offshore with another guy, and there are certain things he couldn't tell me much. You know, just basic shit. He really couldn't say much. So they all, you know, all them fuckers, especially astronauts, sign that shit. They can't say nothing, man.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
very strict military shit.
Right. There's even people now that have signed those that, yeah, they absolutely, I mean, because if they break that, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, they can just instantly be arrested. They can instantly have a warrant out for their arrest. They can be imprisoned, the whole thing, just by speaking, just by telling.
They could be hit by a train. It was the guy's it was the guy and his family, and one of them survived. I think it was you know, I didn't find this out till way later, but I think it was a little boy or a little girl. One of them died. One of the kids died. I think there was two of them, and one of them lived, but it was too young to remember it. But dude, how do you get hit by a fucking train if you're a family? Like, dude, they don't sneak up on you. You know, if you break down, like, wait, you know, you can almost see it on TV, like he's trying to get his car to start. Come on, come on, come on. You got your kids in the fucking car. If you break down on a train track, you're not going to try and get the car started. Worry about that. You're going to get your fucking kids out the car, period. You're not going to just sit there and let a train get to your car and kill you and your family. That's goddamn ridiculous. Who could possibly believe that?
Yeah, the only thing is if you pulled out right in front of a train, but I mean, who's doing that? Who's just pulling out right in front of a moving train?
Yeah, with your full report. You know, you got your report all tidied up or whatever, and
yeah, and how they killed Gus Grissom. Yeah, exactly. Because Gus Grissom was already speaking out against the bullshittery of that whole program.
And I think before I turn the report in, I'm gonna kill me and my family. Yeah, right. And it's like, why? Like, even what happened with Gus Grissom? Like, bro, that hurt my heart to even hear, man. Getting burned alive. Like, I don't even recommend anybody even listen to it, bro. It hits you deep, man. Like, why would they even? They said that it was a pure oxygen environment with and there was a spark. Why would they have a fucking oxygen environment anyway? Why would they even have a pure oxygen? What would be the point in simulating that? That's stupid, dude. And a spark, and then they're locked in and couldn't get out. Horse shit, dude. That was even predicted, dude, before it even happened. Like, if something happens to me, you know, it's not an accident. Basically, he almost drowned in one of them capsule dropping missions, but he was able to survive it. You know, so he knew they were gunning for him. He was boisterous, and he wasn't shy, and he was honest. And so was Neil Armstrong. That's when he came out. You know, he said in his speech to the gifted class, like, you know, there are many great discoveries to be made and new ideas for those who can see past truth's protective layers.
Yeah, peel back
There's
truth's protective layers.
not many things that could mean, dude.
Yeah, he basically never talks publicly. Then he comes out and says that.
Yeah. he thought about that for a long time because that was like just enough he could say without endangering any of his people, or himself. Basically, it's just enough. He didn't say anything about space or nothing like that. There's great ideas and discoveries to be made for those who, like basically saying, you can catch the bullshit for the people listening that can see past the bullshit or truth's protective layers. Then there's great discoveries, and we've discovered it. They're faking all that shit. That's the discovery. Thank you, Neil. I got nothing against him, Buzz, any of them guys, man. Like he was caught off camera saying, go talk to the director of NASA, man. This guy's going on a flight. He's basically admitting because he thought he was off camera, and he's saying, go talk to the director of NASA. Don't harass me about this shit. Like he knows.
Yeah,
it's
like I
fake.
actually feel bad for him in a way because like they just were in the Air Force and they were just in the Air Force. They came and got him and gave him a story about being a patriot.
He's done everything he can to admit it. You know what I'm saying? He's went on Conan O'Brien. He's talked to the little girl.
Well,
You know what I
hopefully,
mean?
like when they're actually dying, they'll just say it. But this is what's funny, dude. The people in this room, dude, they'll say, "No, he just went crazy."
Yeah, they
Like
won't let him.
even if Buzz Aldrin is dying and says that we faked it, they will say for sure, "Oh, he just lost his mind."
Yeah, they won't allow the
Or
truth.
they'll
They
say,
will not allow
"Oh
the
no,
truth.
he became a conspiracy theorist in his later years."
You can see they'll go through all of it. Look, you can tell the dementia over the years. You could tell he was losing his mind, and like they 100% would do that. Does everyone agree? Like none of them would be like, "Oh my gosh, it was faked."
Yeah, but like I said, they did everything to try to admit it, to try for the reset. And you got all these hints, and everybody saying we can't leave low, or we're stuck in low Earth orbit, and then them coming out with the show saying, before we send humans, there's a shielding that needs to be put to the test before we send humans to this region of space. So I asked them, is it? And they try to say, well, that's because the new semicapacitors and transistors and all that shit. I'm like, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. And all these probes and fucking all this other shit and rovers, so they don't have these transistors. I mean, bro, they're stuck any way they go, and they just fucking won't allow the truth, even from NASA and astronauts and they won't allow the fucking truth.
Dude, that's the thing about their lie. I bet they regret like saying they could go so far. Like if they would have just said, "Oh, well, you can the moon. There's a layer outside the moon or something." But since the idea is that you can just shoot something up and it would go forever, right? Like why would it not? They have to be able to. They have to claim they shoot stuff super far, and they really like staked their flag, right? Where it's like, I don't know. It's just there's no way they could ever walk it back.
They tried, pretty much, and like I said, the anti-flat earthers wouldn't have it. They wouldn't have it.
Yeah, when people say that, like, "Oh, why aren't people on their deathbed, leaking these lies?" And it's like, and I've often thought, like, well, even if someone did, even if right on their deathbed they're like, "Oh, whatever, we faked the moon landing or something," that person who's saying that is not going to believe that.
Yeah, how many whistleblowers does it take, bro? They done had 2 astronauts come out and fucking you done had what you call it, secretary, freaking I was about to say Oppenheimer, but
Werner von Braun.
yeah, von Braun's secretary, basically his main person, dude, who does all this stuff, and releasing, dropping all kinds of truth bombs. A lot of it's already came true,
Yeah, saying that and none of it's real. What's crazy is like Gio's saying, like they'll go as far as to start to say what they really meant. Like say Buzz said, well, he either it would definitely be dementia for Buzz doing it, but well, what he really meant, like with those other astronauts that did it, they're like, oh, he was just joking, he wasn't being serious. Like they know.
Yeah, they tried saying that about the dude, about the Russian guy or the Polish guy, and they're full of shit, dude. I fucking looked into it, the translation, all that, and he's fucking right there at a meetup and shit with the fucking AE map and all that shit, bro. He wasn't fucking joking. He wasn't joking, not even one bit. That wasn't a comedy.
Oh, he was at a place with an AE map?
Yeah, man. In the background.
Oh, is he still alive?
I don't know.
Just contact him. So I'm saying I think that flat earthers forget we can like reach out to people. We should do that way more.
Yeah, it wasn't a comedy. That dude wasn't joking. He's not a
We should just
comedian.
interview him though if he's alive, right? Like even a phone call. Like we should start doing that.
Yeah, I know.
One thing is that the big thing they say is like, well, why wouldn't Russia like expose that we lied? It's like they work together, bro. Russia's able to tell all their population. Russia was the first one to send an animal to space, to send a person to space, to send a satellite to space. We beat the Americans. We were the first to send everything to space. Russians or the Americans are able to tell their country we're the first ones to land on the moon. So both countries win.
Dude, to me, even if space is like say 1,000,000 miles or 3,000 miles or whatever, however far we could go, it's still going to be cool to me, man. Like
Hey, we
even if they
just
can
missed
go
it. The Polish
50 miles, they
astronaut
can go.
died.
50, let's say if they can make it 30, 40 miles up, that's cool to me, bro. I'd like to see. I know they got some badass shit. I don't know, man. They're having to feed us all this fucking computer animation, video game simulation Earth bullshit, dude. I want to know what's really going on, man. If like you said earlier, if the anti-flat earthers, like they have nothing to lose, if they join with the audit idea and all that and put a little pressure on them, we'd get some fucking truth and some disclosure, at least a little bit,
Dude, he just happened to die 2 months ago. That's crazy. Not even.
Hey, what's it?
Hey.
I don't mean to interrupt. Who'd you say happened to die?
The Polish astronaut.
Okay.
That's the one who
We
said
got-
there's no, as he said there's no curvature.
No, he said, I assure you,
The Earth is
it's
flat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
assure you. The other one,
We got-
the other astronaut or cosmonaut, whatever you want to call him, said that nobody's going to space.
Anyone claiming to go to space, I can assure you they're lying.
Yeah, that's what.
I don't think Australia even has a space program, but they all believe it because of the Parkes telescope thing. It's a big dish out here in New South Wales that they apparently used for communications to the moon landing. You can watch a movie on it. It's actually called The Dish. It's just a dumb Aussie movie, but yeah, it's about the dish here that they had to use for communications and how the Aussies stuffed it up.
I seen that movie.
Yeah, Jaron did the math and just not counting not just the money they get every day, but the space business is bigger than the video game, all entertainment, the freaking like every industry, like all the industries put together, movies. I forgot the list, but it's a big list, and it was more than all them combined. The space industry budget, or not the budget, but the freaking economy. It's crazy, man. He did a lot of that movie. He did was pretty good, man. That documentary type of thing. NASA going nowhere since 1958, I believe. 57. That was good, man. I need to rewatch that. He's a good researcher. And he's got an opinion, right? But he's non-biased when he's looking up the facts. I mean, maybe non-biased is not the right word, but if he's wrong, he's wrong. He'll say. And I see you doing the same thing, Austin. Like, that's they act like you always got to be right and you act smart. No, you clearly out fucking study these fuckers on their own shit. Excuse my language. I don't know why I'm cursing so much, but I mean, and when you're wrong, you're wrong. You say it. Maybe I'm wrong. This, that. But you research what you research, and you clear it. It just drives them nuts, man. But Jared's the same way, man. If he sees something and he sees conflicting information, he'll take that into account and he don't hide it. Or what did that FBI director say? I think I misquoted him earlier when I said not a space agency. Did he say that or never a straight answer? I forgot.
Well, there's a bunch of those like, yeah, NASA, like what never a straight answer. Yeah, there's a bunch of names, but I think the one you're talking about, I want to say never a straight answer was that one, but
I thought he said not a space agency, but maybe it wasn't that. Either way, it's a death blow.
never a
When you
straight
have,
answer is one of them. Yeah,
it's a death blow when you have somebody that high up, especially in that freaking program. I mean, in that department, like director of the FBI, like, dude, that's powerful. And he don't even know, and he even shit. He obviously had integrity and come right out and call people out, That's the position he was in, man. And I'm sure there's a lot of good people in the FBI. I don't think that's like one of the worst agencies, man. I think there's other ones. Dude, you think about it, like say like Black Ops. Like what the fuck is that? Like Secret Service. Anybody could be Secret Service. Like if you played the cards, like if you had enough money, you could have your own Secret Service. Basically, who's going to question them? Nobody. They're basically black suits. They're watching like blacked out Suburbans. Fucking, you got that, and you got helicopters, and they don't have any badges or any identity. They just go and do whatever the fuck you tell them to do. You got enough money. They're like the I've heard people say like the backdoor agencies almost, or the shadow agencies. Like you got the CIA, and then the shadow CIA or whatever, and you got like Secret Service and all these shadow Secret Services. Basically, you got the money, you could have your own Secret Service. Basically, who's going to question them and live to talk about it? Who knows? But I remember Robert Bassano like called the dude. He did a lot of them, but he called the director for freaking Hubble. Yeah, and the guy really just he's in charge, and he's never even seen the thing, and he doesn't really. I mean, he didn't have many answers, and Robert Bassano had him questioning the shit before the interview was over. If anybody hadn't seen it, I think, well, you could see Flat Earth Reflection is I don't think that's his channel. I apologize, but I don't even know the name of his channel unless it's Robert Bassano. But I know you can see all his videos on Flat Earth Reflections.
Is it Project Veritas, or that was no, but it's slightly different than that. It's something.
Yeah, it is. Ain't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Something like
It's not Project Veritas, but it's something
Veritasium or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, he did some good videos, man. He questioned a lot of the right people, man. And
Dude, did he ever go to Antarctica? Do you remember he was going to go there?
I don't know.
Dude, Robert Bassano, this like years ago, he came on the 24/7 Flat Earth server. This was like years ago on the original server, the 1.0 one. Anyways, he came on there, dude, like for like a couple weeks. He was coming into the VC over there. I remember one night, dude, we had this late night with him. It was hilarious. Like all these people were trolling him and he was trolling them back. It was absolutely one of the funniest things. It was so fun. And like, but he was also, were you there, Kosho? Did you just say something?
I remember that.
You were there? Yeah, I think you might have. Dude, I think we did like a late night that night. We were all up. It was so like, it was fun. Were you up that whole time with us?
Most of it. I mean, Robert Bassano's full of shit, right?
Dude, he's wild. But he was talking about, remember, he was like saying that he's going to Antarctica. He's doing like, he was going to go skydiving in Antarctica, like on a trip. And he's like, I'm going to fucking figure shit out. He was all hyped up on it. But did you ever hear if he ever did that? Because he was like,
I don't think he's ever done any things he says he's done. He says that he has like one of the records for the SEALs, the SEAL team swim.
Yeah.
Kosher.
Did he develop tech, an AI for Google?
Yeah, I'll turn it down a little bit. I won't turn it off.
How's the globe doing, Kosher?
Always good.
It's
That's
whimpering.
right. We got that one token globe earther in the chat right now. That token globe guy.
Yeah, probably a NASA apologist. You say even you could say whatever you want about Robert Pisano, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't take away from them them live phone calls he did with the people from NASA and then the
You're
Hubble
right. Those
guy and
phone
all
calls
that.
speak for themselves.
Well, Kosho seems to be making a claim about him that I don't know if Kosho has any way to back up. Whether some of the stuff he said, whether it's true or not, you don't have any way to know that. So how are you not full of shit for saying he's full of shit without you don't really know for sure if he's full of shit or not? You're just saying it out of an opinion.
Well,
I don't have any way to prove or not. Was he in the Navy SEALs or did he do something for Google? I don't. How would I? I mean, I could like talk about like body language or my viewpoint or intuition or other methods to decipher that. But how are you claiming that you know so for sure that he didn't do those things?
Well, I was in the Navy, and I know the speeds needed to do what he said. I think he said he achieved it, and I forgot the time he said, but it was a world record time for the Navy SEALs. I can basically assume comfortably that it's not true. If it were somebody else saying it, I might give them the benefit of the doubt. But somebody like Robert Pisano, who's also said that he's created tech for Google, an AI for Google that does this, and then some other tech for Google that can find. What did he say? He said it can find. I forget. He says so many claims that are just next to impossible. That you can tell when somebody's bullshitting if they say like bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, and it's like impossible claims.
Like Vanek.
So I can say comfortably that it is an assumption, but it's I wouldn't. I don't know where I would be if the things he said were true. So I don't know why he'd be on the internet telling us about it and not, I don't know, celebrating his achievement.
Well, that time in 24/7 was so funny because it was all these just like there were a bunch of like young kids in there at times throughout that night or those couple nights he came in, and I don't know, they were just like running circles around him, trolling, and then he was trying to troll them back and like being all aggressive. I don't know, it was funny, and then he kept telling all these stories. He was really in story mode that night. Like I will say, there was a lot that he was saying. There's like one thing after the other that he had done all these different things.
He could very well be a superhero, but I'm just gonna go ahead and safely assume that he's just a full of shit person.
I always thought he was full of shit.
Do you remember some of his claims? Because I know I can't remember them specifically, but I remember or Jake on the plane.
There were just too many. There were too many claims. Like the guy was, he just Dude, he like told us that he wanted to like select like a dozen of us, and like he would send us all to like Africa or something, or like South America, or I forget. He wanted to like do some like big adventure, and he had tons of money, and he wanted to take us all to like some other country and do like flat Earth research. I'm like, what? I don't know. He had just way too many claims. Like way. I don't even know how to. Like, I don't know anybody who told that many stories. I can't even think of one specifically.
Yeah, he had claims about, like I said, the tech he developed for Google.
Yeah, like he did AI. He did like some kind of like. He was a programmer, and he was involved with all these like big corporations and university, and just on and on and on. And then you'd Google his name, and he only had like a couple things. But I will say that Jose became Jose from 24/7. He became like friends with them, and like at some point he did actually start a server, and for that amount of time, like while we were on the server, he actually sent me all of his like some of his information. So he had made like a Dropbox or like a Google Drive, and I ended up downloading all of his research, which was just tons of documents. He even said that he had like an old version of what was it called? Before it was Google Maps, it was Keyhole. He said he had an old copy of that, and he was able to see land that they had removed from the maps when Google bought it. Dude, the guy had so many claims. And it was weird too, because he could talk about all the stuff that he was claiming, but he did it in kind of like I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible that he actually understands and is the guy that he said he is, but I find it very unlikely. He just did a really, really good job at making it sound like he was that guy.
Were you ever met a compulsive liar? They're very practiced people. Like some of the lies they tell, they tell so much that they start to believe it. But I mean, it becomes like, just like telling the truth, basically.
Well, I mean, the story didn't change. He just had so many of them. So I can't say, man. Honestly, I can't say. Like the guy, because every time that you'd ask him a question about something, he would have some sort of like he would be able to speak about the thing that he's saying, and in a believable way. It just is hard to imagine somebody who's that practiced with so many nuances. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
And he was good buddies with QE, right?
Well, QE would always suck up to people that were.
Hey, he said he was buddies with the Queen of England.
The last I heard, Coach, so he had a big. Well, the last time I've heard Robert Bassano was, I want to say maybe a year ago, 10 months, something like that. He was on QE's show. I think I don't know if it's the Ball Busters, but I think it was one that was on QE's actual channel. And I remember I had turned it on, and Nathan was on there with him. So it was like Nathan and QE. I think it was when like Nathan kind of comes on one of QE's shows kind of thing. and Robert Pisano was like on the panel or in their Discord. Like, I don't think it was Nathan's. I'm pretty sure it was on QE's channel, one of QE's kind of shows. Anyways, and Robert Pisano was on there, and they got into it, dude. They were swearing at each other and insulting and fuck you, and it was the whole deal. You know, they were like, they had some falling out, and they were, yeah. So it was like dumpster fire style, threatening and insults and all of that. So that was the last I heard Robert Pisano with QE and Nathan.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the Queen of England, bro. Because I think that's the acronym that she uses, if I'm not mistaken.
QE. That's funny. Isn't there a queen gone though? It's a king now.
I can't call it. I don't know. She's around for a minute though. If she ain't still around, you know what I mean? If it even is a she. If in fact it even is a person. You know what I mean?
So maybe QE and Robert Pisano were on good terms at some point, but I don't know. That last time I heard, they were threatening and.
What was his name? Robert Pisano?
Yeah.
With a V?
No, it's like with a B, I think. Pisano.
Oh.
Well, I will say about Robert, that one phone call he made to the NASA guy, that was, for the time, that couldn't have come at better timing. Like, that was just a perfect phone call. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it was just a great phone call. Like, we're there listening to the guy at NASA going, yeah, I've been working on Hubble for like 40 years. And yeah, I guess you're right. I've never seen shit. It's all data coming through a screen. Like, I I just remember thinking, wow, like, this is what we're willing to believe because we want to believe, you know?
Yep, that was good. He caught him.
Yeah, I have like 5 gigabytes worth of his data on one of my backup drives. I still never got through looking all of it. Got through looking through all of it.
I think I came up with a solution for the it's the most viable solution that I've heard so far for the Mandela effect. But maybe somebody else has already came up with it. And so maybe it's nothing new.
Did you see that? Well, I don't want to change it. Were you going to say what it? Were you going to say what it is?
Well, I mean, I'm not a big person on the Mandela effect, right? You know, because it gets a lot of people like arguing stuff like that, and like I can only attest to like a couple of things that have been brought to my attention. But had it not been brought to my attention, I probably would have not noticed it, right? But I think the most logical explanation for that is that things that like physical things that have been changed is because of programmable matter that was put in place like a long time ago. And the things that people say is like, oh, I found a piece of residue or whatever. Either that piece hasn't been infected or what do you call it? You know, like basically like implanted with the programmable nanofiber, or if it had, it was somewhere that was behind like thick iron or metal or lead, like type of wall or environment where the electromagnetic frequency couldn't get to it and have like like set the control or like set the command for it to change to whatever it was programmed to change to, couldn't get to it at the time. Does that make sense?
I'd have to think about that. You're saying that Mandela is programmable nanofibers that change reality, or I'm trying to understand what.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen books where the words can change on the page?
I don't know.
It's basically like words can
I'm
change
not sure what you mean. Like, are you talking about the thing
screen, or like on a, you know how like stuff changes when you touch it, or if you don't touch it on the screen of like any smart phone, TV, computer, and then you have stuff like Kindle and weird things that aren't computers and they're not books. Do you know what I mean? Like Etch a Sketch.
I'm trying to understand what you mean, and I'm open to hear more. But I just pulled up this video. I wanted to. Riggs, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up,
dude? Ron Shekelson came in. I want to show Flatter Day, and I want to show these to you as well, Riggs, because Ron Shekelson came in the other day, maybe about a week ago in here. And have you seen this video? I just posted it, dude.
Let's see.
This
Is
guy.
it live stream?
Yeah, if you kind of I just posted it. If you kind of skim like halfway at the beginning, it's like the dude who it's like his channel and he's like explaining it, talking a little bit. If you kind of skip halfway through, so apparently there's all these videos like around on TikTok and whatnot where people are. This is the claim that they're basically taking an old cell phone, like a Palm Pilot phone from like the 90s, like an old phone, and the claim is they're looking through the camera and looking at the screen of the phone. And the shit is showing the Mandela shifted reality in the phone camera of this old phone versus what it really is now. So he's literally like just putting the camera in the phone and claiming in front of like Berenstain Bears or whatever, and it's changing it from AI to EI. You'll see him in there. There's a bunch of them. And he waves his finger in front of the camera. So, I mean, I mean, first of all, if this is real, obviously that would be beyond. I mean, that's like changing reality. So, anyways, but or that's like foundationally, like you're literally looking at a different reality through an old phone. It's kind of a fun like idea, like, oh, you take an old phone from the 90s and it shows you Mandela shit. But anyways, Ron brought it in, and Ron even was to the point. He's like, dude, I might buy one of these old phones. They're only like $20 on eBay. But anyways, I just wanted to see if you had seen it, what you thought of it.
No, I never saw it, but I mean, I do have like a whole bucket of I've got maybe like 20 old phones. So.
I mean, he's putting this right in front of like all kinds of shit, and it's just changing. Like he puts it in front of 9/11, like a document of 9/11, and it says like 4 buildings fell, and then he puts the phone and it says 7, or he moves the phone. He's putting like Raisin Bran boxes, and it's showing like the thing from the 90s, like the Raisin Bran. He does like a Klondike bar and like Cheez-Its, all these Mandelas, and he's, so I mean, it seems like it's got to be a little trick, because one thing is he doesn't really show like a third camera that's actually showing it. He just like shows that screen and then he pulls it away and it's the other one. So
yeah, like clearly this is
yeah, it's got to be
it's clearly some kind of manipulation, right? Like it's pretty. That's got to be what's happening. But yeah, that's a cool little. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think I don't have any good evidence for Mandela, to be honest. There are situations that I don't know exactly how to explain, but I would not jump to conclusion, because the other 90 out of 100 that I have like tested myself have not been evidenced. So then why would I lean favor to believing for the other 10%? But that's just where I'm at with it.
Oh, you're talking about the Mandela effect?
Yeah, I know it's not a popular stance, but I don't really care about that.
Yeah, no, neither do I. I just think it's the most logical out of all of them. I haven't heard too many that really like follow all the way through. And so what I think it is it's just another let's just put it this way, it's just another sort of like what would they call it, like a race or like a walk or like a game or something that they're doing a fundraiser to find the cure for cancer, right? But instead of just looking at the cause, they would never have to have any of these fundraisers or races or wear pink or anything ever again. See what I'm saying? But people like to focus on the cure, you know, or like finding more and more new there's going to keep being Mandela effect type of things, right? But the thing is, like, nobody's really focusing on the one cause. And the most logical thing would be programmable matter. And that's how people are, that's why it's just like, it's a phenomenon that isn't where like all kinds of people are going crazy, you know? Like, it's pretty obvious that a lot of things have been changed, but I'm thinking that's just because of programmable matter.
Well, what does that mean exactly? Like, what do you mean by that? Because I mean, usually the way people describe it, like, there's different ideas, but like one idea is that there's like many, many, many realities that are all exist, like essentially parallel realities where there's slight differences, like within the creation, you know, that it could create like infinite variations based upon in that way. So like, there's one idea that, like, let's say when you were a child, it was Berenstain Bears with an AI, you know, spelled that way, or sorry, with an EI spelled that way. And then now it's actually AI. And it's not necessarily that they're two different realities, but it's like there's just parallel. There's like many, many parallel realities where there's slight differences. And at some point, like certain generations are like tapped into one particular parallel memory string, but that memory string is like, that memory string though is like overlaid into this current one that they're in, even though they're both simultaneously existing.
Yeah, and for me, I've heard theories like that, stuff like that, but like I think that just pulls people away from reality. And like if you think about it, that there's no way to prove about, you know, alternate parallel universes or anything like that, but like you can prove about programmable matter, you know, like that's something that can be provable, and it's a lot easier to understand and simpler, and it's something that would like fool people all the way across the board, you know. Whereas like normies, whoever, people all agree that, yeah, like the Berenstain Bears used to be spelled a certain way. Some people don't remember, but there's nobody like attesting and swearing that it was spelled the new way. You know what I mean? So it's like, if there is still residue and people do find things every once in a while that shows how it was, then those are the new anomalies now, right? And so I don't think anybody's ever, like, basically, if this was like a homicide case or something, I don't think anybody that I've seen has gone and put the links together of all the things that are residue, like where were they stored at, what are they made out of, what was the temperature that they were, you know what I mean, like things like that. I don't think anybody's done people are more looking into like the spiritual or the psychological, you know, the metaphysical of this stuff instead of just like the actual tangible proof. And then when you had things like music where, like, you know, where he says, in the city I live in, the city of angel, or whatever, you know, stuff like that, that also could have been altered through programmable matter on like on the audio, the CD, the tape, whatever it was, digital file, you know. But maybe there's still CDs that they call residue that that haven't been altered, right? And maybe those CDs have been kept somewhere where EMF either couldn't affect them, maybe they were made of a different type of material than the other CDs, or they weren't able to get the nano on them, whatever it is, they weren't made with it. I don't know what the thing is, but there couldn't be that many different variances. Do you know what I mean? geo.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Okay.
I mean, not fully, but I mean, I'm definitely listening. I'm trying to think how, like, you're saying actual matter that was that's programmed to show a different result, like to show.
Yeah. Actual programmable matter that can actually physically change things.
Okay, what is programmable matter in your viewpoint? What is that?
It's basically like it's just nano that you can program to do something that it initially doesn't set out to do or isn't doing until a certain time in the future. Through, I'd say most
So,
likely like EMF.
All right, so let's say a book that like the Berenstain Bears, you know, the one with that is like now it's spelled AIN, whereas people claim it was EIN back in the. So you're like this in this idea you're saying that the books they're all programmable matter, even though they were, I mean, in theory they were printed in some book company, but you're trying to say that someone released those books as some advanced form of programmable matter, and then they were EI, and then now they've just changed to AI, like all in 1 second or something. I'm just trying to follow what you're like the idea.
Yeah. So I'm saying that either they, because every company who makes stuff that's synthetic, like a book cover, a plastic chip wrapper, the rubber on our shoes, like all types of parts that are put on cars and new clothing, right? It's nano, you know what I mean? It's synthetic. And so some of these things that are made with other things, like let's say like at Whole Foods, they're selling like organic cashews or, you know, something like that, right? Or fruit. And then it's been placed in a plastic container, a see-through plastic container, and it's also been subject to the LED lights or UV rays for however long, right? So the company that's putting out the organic food has good intentions, and as far as they know, their organic food is going to the consumer unaltered, you know what I mean? But they don't know what's inside that plastic. They don't know the result of it from what happens, how long it sits in the UV lights, you know, alter it. That's what I'm saying. Like, so with any company, they're not 100% certain of every single thing that their product is made of and where it comes from. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be a huge conspiracy if there's someone putting some advanced unknown form of matter that changes into all of the production of Monopoly games. And because, you know, they claim the Monopoly guy used to have a monocle and all that.
Yeah,
I mean, I've never heard that theory before. I've never heard that ever before. So it's definitely a new idea I've never heard, but that of an explanation for Mandela. Did you come up with that yourself as an idea, or did you hear that from someone, or?
No, I came up with it myself. As far as I know, I've never heard anybody with that idea before.
Huh.
It just makes the most sense.
Is programmable matter like just a theory, or is there any? I mean, I know there's nanotech stuff, but is there any like anything that you're aware of of evidence for that?
Again, since it's programmable matter, what would you consider evidence? Like a video?
I don't know. It's just a very outside of the box idea that there's matter that just changes basically, and then you could program it like the way you can program like a computer screen to show LED.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at a screen, it's kind of you could think about it. It almost is programmable in a way because the program puts in all the little pixels and the pixels light up in the way that they do. It's not really the same thing you're saying, but you're talking about something like that just changes, like matter that changes in front of your eyes. So yeah, that's a pretty.
That's the thing, though. That's the one thing. Part of my theory is I don't think it does change in front of your eyes. Now, this would be like Schrodinger's cat or whatever, if I'm saying it right. Is that the right explanation? It's. Have you ever seen where like they have like 3 like slits in a metal plate, and then they're shooting like photons at it, and they say that the result is different when people are watching it? Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Yeah, the two-slit experiment.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. So something like that, where like I don't think that the programmable matter changes in front of people. I mean, it would have plenty of time to change not in front of people. All these things that they're finding that are like altered, they're all like not all of them, but most of them are like tangible things. And then if they're not tangible, then there's something that's like in a movie or a song that's different. But the thing that people are watching it from is something tangible that has been altered. Do you know what I mean? So far, every other explanation I've heard for Mandela effect basically is like theoretical, spiritual, psychological. It's not actual tangible, like other dimensions, other altered states, different timelines of like things like that. None of them are tangible, so they're all completely speculation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't really know too much about it. I've heard about it. I remember reading about it a couple years ago, and the one that stood out to me was a couple of products that I remembered as a kid. The Mandela effect is when you just like things you seem to remember it being different in the past, like a product label or something.
Well, yeah, like multiple, or like everybody pretty much either doesn't remember or says that it was, it was different than it is.
Yeah, like does the Monopoly Man have a monocle? Most people remember the Monopoly Man having a monocle very specifically. Like that's the whole character, is that he's like a dude with a monocle. But you look,
Yeah.
the Monopoly Man has no monocle anywhere. So
Yeah.
it's things like that.
Basically, what I'm saying is like this. I'm fairly certain that programmable matter has been around for quite some time, and it's just basically stuff changing that appears to be made out of possibly like a cardboard pulp material, a plastic material, a metal material, synthetic rubbers. I don't know. Film that's in like movies and in older music that's been altered. All these things are physical things, that are basically made out of materials that nanofibers can either mimic or work with or rearrange with, or stuff has like a film of nano on it already, dating back for I don't know however long, like since the first Mandela effect was presented. There's probably maybe other ones that are older that they're going to bust out later, or that just haven't been noticed yet. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't think it's too far fetched to believe that things can alter the way they look or possibly what they say. I mean, most of Mandela effects are just pixel rearrangement of names and products and slogans and logos for the most part. Yes, some of them are like sayings, and then some of them are visual things that are being stored on physical things like C3PO's leg. And I mean, I don't really even know that many. I've seen enough though to get the basic idea of it. And I'm just saying I've seen a lot of people like go off for years on crazy not crazy, I shouldn't say, but tangents about it. And I think it's easy to get off track on stuff like that.
Yeah, it's. I think it's pretty interesting, honestly. I don't know if I would. I guess I'd have to see more evidence of this these nano films or whatever you're talking about, or programmable matter. Like I'm a software engineer, so when I hear programmable matter, I'm instantly interested in how that would
Yeah.
work. But I don't. I haven't really looked at it much.
Yeah, if you type it in on YouTube, a bunch of videos will come up. You just kind of got to sift through them and see which one seems legit to you.
Dude, have you guys ever seen this like interview with Buzz Aldrin 3 years ago? Yikes.
Which one?
I dropped it in the chat. Like out of breath, like freaking out. He's old.
Did you know that they did not allow in Russia for their people to watch the American moon landing?
I believe it.
Well, I would suspect that they would not allow it because the same guy, Yuri Gagarin, or however do you pronounce his
Gagarin?
name, Gagarin, he was the same guy that's Neil Armstrong. So if anybody had watched it from Russia, they might have noticed that, wait a second, that's the same guy.
Yeah, I've heard that. They do look pretty similar.
Yeah, I was looking at their pictures the other day. I ended up matching up the teeth. So I'm pretty convinced at this point. No, I've never seen this interview. What's going on here?
Oh, I don't know. I'm only a few minutes in. Yeah, it's just pretty funny. He's like, then Neil said that they were off. They were going long or whatever. He's like, I don't know how he could tell that though. All he had was a map with some lines drawn on it.
Hey, have you seen the interview Ali G does with Buzz Aldrin?
Where he's on the stage?
Ali G. No, they're both sitting and talking.
No. You want to drop it? That'd be cool. I gotta go check on the bay.
All right.
Dude, Ali G was legend. Like, I laughed so much to his stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Ali G. Ali G.
Yeah, he was great.
Hey,
I had a
didn't
roommate.
Oli G?
I had a roommate for a couple years. Actually, looked quite a bit like him to begin with, and he, unbeknownst to me, dressed up on Halloween as him. And I saw him walking. I was outside having a cigarette. I saw him walking down the street in full Ollie G costume, almost exactly like this screenshot here, like the yellow jumpsuit. And for like a split second, I honestly thought, like, oh my God, Ollie G's filming in Chicago. And no, it's just my roommate walking up. It was absolutely hilarious.
Bombakasha.
In my reality, it was Oli G. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
The guy who plays Borat, he had another character a long time ago.
No, yeah, I know. It was Oli G.
Ali G.
Nah, it was Oli G. That's the way I remember it.
All right. All right, Mandela effect.
No, it's Mandala effect.
There we go.
Right. Oh shit! I haven't seen this one. I just came up on a new one.
So this interview that we're watching, is there some kind of like something interesting about it that I'm supposed to know, or anyone?
The Oli G, the Oli G one.
Check this one out. I bet you this is gonna be funny. I haven't even watched it yet. I just found it. Thanks for posting that, Kosho. You got right on that, huh?
You know who's really good at the Mandela effect stuff is that guy Ryan Starveley.
Oh my god.
Fucking Dave, bro. God damn it, man.
He's good at it, dude. He knows his shit. You know what? The thing is, I hate when they don't take off the ones that they know have good reasons. Like they're all Mandela effects, even though there's a good reason. This logo totally changed, and they admitted it, and it's a changed logo. But just leave it on the list, like it's a real Mandela effect. Like none of them are real anyway, but my opinion, I think they all have some answer, including that the manipulators of our reality change the shit so they can control reality and make you think that there is no reality. They've literally whited out Dolly's braces. Miles Mathis does a great thing on Dolly's braces, where he's talking about it. He's like, "Am I saying that they actually made another whole set of VHS tapes that had Dolly's braces with no braces, and Dolly's face with no braces, and then had them sold at garage sales?" Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's who we're
Right.
talking about. These are the kind of people we're dealing with. And if it was manipulating reality, why would a couple letters in the word really be the thing that they would do? You know, come on.
All right, I'm gonna
Why,
say it.
if
I'm
it's
just gonna
multiple
say it one
reality,
time. I'm just gonna say one time, okay? Like, how come it only affects Jewish media? Okay, I'm just saying it. I verbalized it. It's happening. It came out of my face. It just seems like every time there's Jewish media, people claim there's a Mandela effect about it. All right.
Yeah, and usually it's like just like you misremember it because of like a logo that's similar, like like Jiffy Pop, right? Well, now we're saying that Jif peanut butter must have been Jiffy because people think Jif and Jiffy are the same thing sometimes when they think in their head, but there's Jiffy Pop, and that's where the Jiffy comes
Right.
from. Or like a scene will be done again, like the Darth Vader scene's done many times in parodies, and the parody becomes more popular, or the thing
Right.
that people say is copying the parody rather than the actual original. People
Well, it's
swear
easier
they
to remember
yeah,
contextually. Like if
yep.
you like change the words in your head a little bit, then it's easier to say in public or like with your friends. And it makes more sense, like when you reframe it and you use different words when you're saying it yourself compared to like what the film was trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. And it's more repeated by all your friends when they're laughing
Right.
about it because they did the Saturday Night Live take of it, not the actual take of it. You know, I don't think there's one that's not explainable that I couldn't give you a reason for already. My friend actually put out a Berenstein. He has the Berenstein with the A. That's the one that really got me because I did remember Berenstein, but I think it was different countries had Berenstein and they wanted to get rid of the Jewish sounding name in America. So there's both books. A lot of
Yeah, I
just like
think.
reasonable excuses, and people act like it's a big like reality shift. It's not.
Well, if you think about branding, like you have logos, you have like the text that usually goes with the logo, and then you have the saying or the phrase that might be associated with it. Um, all these things I know from experience because I live here on the border. Like all these things get printed, all of them, because not everything is branded. Some things are knockoff, and the knockoff will print fucking anything. So like it doesn't bother me at all to think that there's many different versions of like one idea out there at any time. You're probably going to find both versions of something that you think that you saw because that's probably what's out there.
Yeah, and they literally are changing things with the internet. They can change it as like one stroke of the key, and then that's why there's residue because they didn't get it all. There's some weird ones. Don't get me wrong, but I think those are the ones that they're actually changing, like physically. Dolly's braces by Miles Mathis. Just look that up. That was a weird one. Then you can even see a close up where they whited out the teeth over the braces.
It is interesting, man. It is because like I'd say like 1 out of 10. I'm like, huh, and it actually is that I'm not sure how to explain, but the other ones, it's the other 90% that makes me think, okay, well, I'm having a memory problem. It's not
It's got
necessarily what the problem is. It's like how I'm remembering it.
It's like a shared memory with everyone else too. Like we all have it could be part of the public consciousness. Like we all share consciousness kind of in the background that we don't really pay attention to. So if the majority of people kind of remember it one way, then maybe it would even affect the way you remember it without you even hearing it that way. There's that. I could go that superficial with it, but I'm not going with like, reality shifted. My reality is different than yours. Fruit Loops was fruit before they didn't have any fruit there, so they had to go with a double O. Very reasonable explanation. They're all like that if you really dig deep.
Yeah, like Looney Tunes with the OO instead of the U.
Yeah,
just kind of.
They changed. I think it was Looney Tunes with the there was the kids version of it or something like that. Something to do with that. And then whether it was tunes or not tunes, yeah. I think there was more music in one version or something like that.
Well, it's always something. If you notice, it's like always something that's on the fringe of your ability to be certain.
Right.
Like you might want to vouch for one or the other, but when you really think about it, you're like, if you're super honest, you'll say, well, I can't know for sure.
There was weird ones about the human bone structure that got me. And I still haven't really figured out exactly what that, like the skeletons seem to be a little different than I remembered. Pointing out a few things. Have you looked at those?
You know what? I think at first, when I first started looking into Mandela, there were some people who were talking about the changes to the body. And this was like 5 years ago. So I have not seen anything since. Makes me think maybe it just didn't get too popular, but maybe you're telling me that people still make videos about that?
No, I haven't looked into this for a long time. I just remember that's one where I was like, I don't remember it being like that, like really strongly. But of course, there's got to be an explanation for all of these, in my opinion.
Hey, what time is it? Let's see here. It's 2:30. Okay, so it is late. All right, I'm going to ask you what's the deal with Dan? He said that you're not too happy with him.
you talking about?
I don't know. No, Dan's a weird one, man. He gets like really emotional. He just said that you're not happy with him, and it like broke his heart because he really liked you. I'm not sure.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I can't even believe he's still bringing this shit up. That's from so long ago. It was like such a stupid thing that he
He
blew
keeps
up.
bringing the whole Nambla thing too. Like people photoshopped him into Nambla, and
Oh, it was like he was just trolling with the sock account. At least there was every indication that was him doing that. And I totally called him out on it when he was acting like it was other people. And then that was it. And then he just made a big deal of it because I wouldn't believe him. And it doesn't even matter if it was true that he was the soccer counter, if he wasn't at this point. It's more like just drop it. It wasn't as big a deal as you're making it. But he made it into a big deal because he made it be like, if I didn't believe him, then I'm not able to be his friend. I'm like, dude, I don't. Doesn't matter, dude. If you lied about that thing, I don't give a shit. Okay.
well, he made it sound like this is like a big issue of yours, like right now.
No.
I'm like, what? Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I have no beef with Dan. He wants me to have a beef though because he wants me to somehow turn around and believe everything he said at the time. And it's so long ago now, it doesn't even matter. I'm not gonna even think about
it. Yeah. Yeah, Dan is kind of like that. I try to tell him that like stay away from like all this. He's trying to put way too many emotions into the situation that don't need to be there.
He's a very emotional guy. He's actually, I'll give Dan props in a lot of areas. He's a good guy in a lot of ways. I'll give him that. He's an enjoyable person for a lot of reasons. So if you're listening, Dan, drop it.
I don't think he's listening.
Who knows?
I don't think so.
Dan's dead. He's locked in my basement.
Oh.
Yeah, that phone thing was weird though. I looked at that one. I didn't really hear anything after that, but the guy had his phone. Like, how would the phone like be looking into a different reality?
You saw that video, huh? Yeah, it's strange.
Well, they just went in and edited the old version, like just did a really good job with the editing of it, so that the label looked like it was the old version.
It seemed like when he pulled away the phone, there was like some kind of focusing with the camera. It would autofocus, and in that autofocus, it seemed like there was an edit to me.
You could do so much. It's seamless now.
Yeah, it's very seamless.
Sorry to kill the Mandela effect excitement if there was some. I don't know if you guys were talking about it. So.
Well, you're not killing it for me. But it does kind of like hurt people's feelings because a lot of people in this group came from Mandela first.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I people tell me all the time they were looking into Mandela and they found the flat Earth people all the time.
IPS has done a pretty good job of killing it for a lot of people. He's writing a book. In fact, he's coming out with a book on debunking the Mandela effects.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
For a bullshitter, he's a really good bullshitter, bullshit detector. I guess it takes one to know one.
Takes one to know one.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know if you're smoking, man, but you make me want to have a cigarette right now.
It's coming through the phone.
I hear you outside, and I'm thinking to myself, man, it's nice and cold. Just go put my jacket on, have a cigarette out in the middle of the cold.
Yep. You're hearing the sprinklers out here.
Well, I've pretty much concluded, Dave, that people are not going to believe like the depths of which that you and I would be able to accept. So like there's so many people that are vigilant in truth, and I'm like, man, I can't even like share some of this truth with people because they won't
Oh
know
yeah,
how
that's
to
the weird
digest it.
part. Like we think that people may be going off with the Mandela effect, but if they heard what we think about some shit, they would probably think we're fucking crazy for considering that. You know, did you listen to the Vet Muff Banger yet?
You know,
At all?
I did listen to the stuff, man, and I guess it could be. I don't have strong feelings one way or another. I was never like I don't know. It's just not. It's not like one of mine. It's just not one of mine.
Were you
I
not a
don't know.
big Tom Petty fan? Is that the thing?
Not really. I mean, it was
Oh,
just
okay.
that one song, Mary Jane. You know, like that's about it for
Yeah.
me.
For anybody else, I think I found where Tom Petty went. If he didn't die, I mean, everyone should know how he died and all the details. He was that big, right? Does anybody know? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you, a star that big, people would kind of have an idea of how he died, right? I mean, it's not like it's not printed how he died, but
Yeah.
it's not well known because it wasn't made as big a deal of as it should have if he really died, in my opinion. That's not the only reason. But this guy, I'll post one of the videos in the live stream for other people. So my theory is that guy that they have on there. Okay, so the guy's name is Bent Muffbanger, which is funny to begin with, right? It's a joke name, Bent Muffbanger.
Yeah.
Sounds like Tom Petty's humor, even though I wouldn't really know what that is. But for some reason, it does to me. And it's Tom Petty making all this crazy, awesome music with these animations that should be like #1 videos on MTV. You know, definitely back in the day, these are quality animations from this South African school, one of the best animation schools in the world. And I guess these were like, you know, finalists, or I mean, he was making like 3 or 4 songs a week and putting out song after song after song, and every one of them's like, yep, Tom Petty. But then they have this guy is like a stand-in. That's I think the front where he's like covering his mouth with the microphone doing covers and acting like he's the guy that's writing the music and doing all the stuff. But it's like all mixed in the background. You can tell he's lip syncing. So this is the cover way of Tom Petty doing music without having to show who he is anymore. He doesn't have to play Last Dance with Mary Jane every time, you know, or get the criticism for being a little more political.
You think he just has this guy standing in for him? I mean,
yeah, as a cover.
Do we know much about the guy who claims to be the singer?
I haven't done a deep dive on it, to be honest. It's so Tom Petty to me that that's where I'm at with it. I mean, I guess
So
it could be
you
proven
just
wrong.
came
It's
across
either
this
the best
guy.
Tom Petty. It's either the
You
best
were
Tom Petty.
listening, and you're like, "Wait, that's TP."
Well, I was looking for music for Kenny for the Flat Earth Dude. I was always making playlists up for TNT on what he does on Thursday nights, and I happened upon this guy. I'm like, this guy sounds just like Tom Petty. I'm listening to more and more of it. I'm like, he's not, if it's not Tom Petty, it's the best fucking production wise and voice wise imitation of Tom Petty you've ever heard. Anybody in this? I'd like to hear anyone else's opinion. If they go to the channel, I just linked one of the videos. But it sounds almost like him. That it's like not his. It couldn't be Bent Muffbang or whoever that guy is. He's got it's a pseudonym, admittedly. I think the guy has a real name. They even say, but for just a guy in his basement with a Star Wars shirt on, the production value and the music quality is beyond what that guy's doing in his basement. I'm telling you, there's no way. You just have to listen to enough of it, and you're like, this is fucking Tom Petty. Or he's ripping Tom Petty off not being an original artist, in my opinion. Gio, are you still here? I'd like to hear your opinion. Or actually, Latter-day Saints, what do you think? It's really good stuff too. Enjoyable videos, like with some really great lyrics. So it's like Tom Petty better than ever, in my opinion. Not so poppy. Like deep, dark music. A lot of stuff during the pandemic. Like almost like he's narrating the darkest part of our existence as humans. Very dystopic. That's a great meme, Riggs.
Is it?
That meme you just posted?
Yeah, I like it.
That's hilarious. What's with the butterfly wings? That's kind of a strange concept too.
Well, the
I like it.
original meme. Okay, so the original meme is like him being a larva or something, or like a worm.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I got it. So they added wings as if he's evolved.
Yeah, so like he went through the cocoon process, came out as a butterfly.
You
So
have the original meme?
could find it maybe.
So in the original meme, let me just guess, he's a worm or a what is it? The caterpillar in the car, and then on the driver's license, it's him as a butterfly, right?
Yeah. There you
All
go.
right. No, it's a worm on the driver's license, and then he's a butterfly now. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
You guys know in the broadcast they said the spirit of Apollo transcends geographical barriers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the original supposed pictures of Earth they showed us, right? Looks nothing like that. Like all the clouds and everything, and a little face on it too, if you look at it close enough.
That somehow when those two men stepped on the moon and brought the people of the world closer together, that it is that spirit of Apollo, that America can now help to bring to our relations with other nations. The spirit of Apollo transcends geographical barriers, political differences. It can bring the people of the world together in peace. The spirit of Apollo can bring the people of the world together in peace. Wow.
Can I admit something? You know, the more I look into all of the fake space stuff and how they just are trolling us so hard, I almost love it more and more. I appreciate it, the brilliance of the troll so much more every time I look into it because it's so hilarious when you think about it. And not it's bad, but it's good in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, of course they did that. Why wouldn't they have lied? They could have got away with it. Why wouldn't they use the media and manipulation of images that are available to everyone now for that reason? The very first film, or one of the very first, the one where they, went to the moon or whatever with the astronauts, the wizards in there that turn into scientists and then go to the moon. I mean, they from the very beginning of media film, this is what their plan was from the start. You seen that with the wizards putting on the scientists, the lab coats, going to the chalkboard and
I've
going
heard
to
of
the
it.
moon? Oh, you got to watch that. It's really great old footage that you probably want to put it in one of your shows.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
showing that blatant predictive programming from the very start.
There was a show called the AO, and in part of it, they had this guy that was like the bad guy that got busted, but he's got so much money that he's not worried about going to jail. He's got lawyers, right? And he's telling the guy who's trying to like confront him at the end, I'm not worried. I've got a team of lawyers, and you can't, I've got you know, I've got plausible deniability and all that. And then he starts talking about the moon landing for some reason. And he's like, Mr. Washington, how many men died getting a man on the to get a man on the moon, right? And the guy says, that's not the point. So he never answers. It made me think, how many men did die? Nobody. Think about how many men would have died to finally make that mission. Even if it was possible, how many trial and errors they would have had to actually pull it off, right? But without a hitch, the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, supposedly. That's pretty good track record for such a feat.
Yeah. Yeah, just like I gotta listen to this.
But then he concluded with that whole scene, just to conclude my thought on that. It was it was the idea. It wasn't the success for them was making people believe they went to the moon. That was the accomplishment in their minds. It wasn't about going there ever. It's about changing people's paradigm or solidifying the paradigm they wanted. Everyone's here seen the Newsbenders, right? Where they talk about faking the moon landing. What's up, guys? How we doing?
Holy shit, man. I just went back and listened to when everyone came in last night after being in the shit show clown show for fucking however long they were. What a fucking mess, man. We're having a nice conversation, and people started coming in from wherever the fuck they came, whatever clown show they came from, and it fucking got messy real quick.